做出重要贡献。
Over the past 5 years, GMCOG invited more than 4,000 experts, academics, former political leaders, representatives of international organizations, and officials from maritime departments from over 30 countries to have in-depth discussion on topics such as building mutual trust in maritime security, climate change, biodiversity conservation and sustainable use, BB&J, rules and order in the South China Sea, polar governance and practice, blue partnership and sustainable development of the ocean.
作为负责任的海洋大国，中国率先践行海洋命运共同体理念，一步一个脚印，扎实推进建设海洋家园，努力将美好的愿景变为现实。
中国坚持开放包容、共商共建、平等互利、合作共赢的海洋国际合作和治理理念，持续拓展双边合作，在共建“一带一路”框架下，提出了蓝色伙伴关系原则、蓝色合作倡议等，引发多国共赢。
At GMCOG, participants put forward invaluable recommendations.
开展全球性和区域性的海洋领域合作，是一项功在当代、利在新秋的全人类共同事业。
要强调以联合国为中心的多民主，在这个框架之下，还要突出大国合。
In the context of the entrenched bilateral competition between China and the United States, it is essential for both nations to seriously contemplate and address how to foster global cooperation in ocean governance and collaboration. Carry out cooperation projects on seabed minerals, oil and gas, shipping lanes, plastic pollution, and other areas. Especially, we need to build a framework for cooperation for developing countries. Especially like around the Spratly features, the drilling for oil and gas is not a good idea, and they are just some of the problems that happened from routine operations. We need to transform the traditional development model and develop national as well as subnational cooperation to jointly address the ocean and climate change, as well as biodiversity conservation.
我们在一同享受其为我们人类提供了重要的资源和发展空间的同时，更要共同面对海上安全问题层出不穷、海洋生态环境日益恶化等严峻的挑战。
We should focus on the South China Sea, as it is an important link between more than 10 countries, rich in oil, gas, and fishery resources, and strategically important. Littoral states of the South China Sea need to build mutual trust in the region by strengthening bilateral and multilateral cooperation. Marine spatial planning serves as a vital framework for coordinating the protection of marine ecosystems, promoting the sustainable development and reutilization of marine resources, and ensuring the long-term sustainability of the marine economy. Reach a common declaration to meet the needs of all parties. Within the South China Sea, into a sea of peace, international cooperation and development is a necessity for all, given the fact that any disruptions that can be caused by military confrontation and conflicts that can be spiraled out into a large scale. Building networks comprising different ABMTs and the development of coordination measures at regional and multilateral levels, covering large parts of the ocean. PCFA supports implementation of the Belt and Road Initiative to promote cooperation in global ocean governance. We should take the experience of polar governance and learn from the practice of Canada and the United States in setting aside differences and jointly resolve the question on the legal status of the Northwest Passage. Participating experts and academics offer their insights and views, not only presenting a bird's eye view of global ocean governance, but also showcasing diverse concepts and different cultures of ocean governance. We will make persistent and unremitting efforts to expand exchanges and forge consensus through the platform GMCOG. On December 10th, 2025, the 6th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance will be held in Sanya, China, when experts, academics, and professionals from all parts of the world and all walks of life will come and make their contribution to promote global maritime cooperation and ocean governance for the benefit of people around the world.
Sanya, the southern gateway of China to the South China Sea, October 2022. A new think tank dedicated to maritime affairs and international policy set sail. The Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance. Led by Dr. Wu Shicun, a pioneer with over 3 decades of experience in South China Sea studies, we bring together a team of international and interdisciplinary experts committed to promoting the peaceful use and sustainable development of the ocean. We are charting a new course for Chinese think tank, with 4 offices across the country, in Sanya and Haikou of Hainan Province, Yancheng of Jiangsu Province, and Beijing, the capital of China. We focus on maritime affairs, both within China and around the world. We aim to promote sustainable ocean development and governance, maintain lasting peace in the South China Sea, and facilitate better international maritime cooperation and public diplomacy. Huayang serves as a bridge between government and academia. Here, we conduct multidisciplinary research, policy analysis, advanced training, international exchanges, and consulting services for maritime institutions and enterprises. Since Huayang was established in 2022, we have launched a series of flagship events, from the Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance and the Boao Forum for Asia-South China Sea Subforum, to the Symposium on International Maritime Dispute Settlement and International Law, and the workshop on the situation of the South China Sea. Through these platforms, we foster dialogue and collaboration among scholars, policymakers, and practitioners around the world. At home, we provide research-based insights and policy support to both central and local governments through our studies, commentaries, reports, policy briefs, and academic publications. Our Huayang Briefing and the monthly Huayang South China Sea Chronicle have become trusted sources of knowledge for scholars, decision-makers, and entrepreneurs nationwide. Through public diplomacy, we articulate China's narrative on the global stage. We engage. We communicate. We share ideas with the world. Huayang is making its mark in global maritime research and cooperation.
The critical conclusion of the tribunal says the UNCLOS leaves no space for historical rights is highly questionable. Why? Because the historical rights can and will coexist along with UNCLOS. Historical rights is an ancient right that stems from the coastal states' long history, practical or physical practice in relevant maritime areas. No matter you made an official declaration or formal notification, the historical rights is there. So China's historical rights in the South China Sea was there, is there, and will be there, no matter China claims or not. Thank you.
With our signature lecture series, Huayang Talk, we bring together voices from across the world to exchange ideas, inspire dialogue, and explore pathways toward peaceful and sustainable ocean governance. Our special initiative, Huayang Exhibition, presents to the world a collection of historical evidence of the South China Sea's rich legacy of cultural and civilization exchange. In an era of profound global changes, we strive to deliver research of the highest professional, scientific, and strategic value to facilitate dialogue, inform policy.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seat? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
Is something essential for the future of human beings. We need everyone on board because we only have one ocean and that ocean is interconnected.
I would say we can't afford to have any conflict. We need to work together.
I think China has a leading role to play in maritime cooperation and ocean governance issues. As I just mentioned, it's playing an ever more leading role in international maritime issues, in multilateral issues relating to the law of the sea. And I think that is only likely to continue both regionally, but also increasingly globally.
China is emerging as a key bridge builder in global ocean governance, promoting multilateralism.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
They see that money as we just spoke. So China has been, I believe, has been playing a very constructive role in promoting the multilateral, institutional, and the global ocean governance.
China is playing a hugely positive role in encouraging the global South to understand its solidarity and to work together and collaborate. And they are putting an enormous effort into the diplomatic initiative of encouraging a positive approach to international society, cooperation, mutual understanding, mutual respect, rather than this paranoid concern about dividing up us and them, people who think the right way like us and people who think the wrong way like other people.
Global governance of the oceans and the sea are purely linked to the effort of China, which has taken place long time ago, concerning all legal documents which were adopted, in particular the law of the sea, which, as you know well, it took almost 10 years to be negotiated and adopted.
Well, China has really played a very important role in the course of the negotiations on the BBNJ agreement, means biological diversity areas beyond national jurisdiction. And China's contribution was essential that a consensus could be reached on such an important international agreement, which is particularly important to safeguard the health of our oceans. We need ocean governance based upon the consensus of the international community. There, China has already played a leading role, and I'm sure will continue to do so in the future.
China is making a very positive.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
At the same time, we must recognize that up to now, the mediation is only playing the complementary role for current arbitration or litigation. We will try to avoid any unnecessary competition or duplication of the functions. We need to emphasize on the multilateralism, the international cooperation, this kind of activities, even in
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
The National Institute for
尊敬的各位来宾，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, The event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
亲爱的来宾
Distinguished guest, before we convene the meeting officially, let's recall the past 5 years of development of the forum or symposium. Distinguished Vice Minister Song Weidong, Vice Minister Sun Shuxian, and the Vice Governor of Hainan Province, Mr. Ba Tuai. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to attend the 6th Symposium of Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, co-sponsored by NISCSS, as well as the CODF, the the Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance. And first of all, please give the floor to Chairman of Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, Mr. Wu Shicun, to deliver the opening remark. Distinguished Vice Minister Song Weidong, Vice Minister Sun Shuxian, Executive Vice Governor Batu'er, and Special Envoy Liu Zhenming, and Secretary General Teresa, Chairman Lu Bing, and President Zhi Fuling, distinguished ambassadors and envoys, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning. Welcome to the beautiful Sanya. Distinguished representatives, experts, scholars, entrepreneurs, diplomats, and journalists from home and abroad to attend the 6th Symposium on Maritime Cooperation and Governance. Ever founded in 2020, the Symposium on Maritime Cooperation and Governance held its first session in Haikou. Since the second session in 2021, we moved to a venue to Sanya, and this year marks the 6th anniversary. With the support of all sectors and parties of the society, the symposium's influence has been growing significantly and evolving into a regional multilateral academic platform focusing on maritime issues and challenges and promoting maritime cooperation and governance. As human society's economic activities extend rapidly into the maritime field, challenges such as sea level rise caused by climate change, biodiversity decline, geopolitical competition in the maritime domain have merged into the forms of fragmented maritime governance mechanisms, intensified maritime disputes, and block confrontational groups. Faced with these numerous challenges, we must work with the international community to address them through this institutionalized symposium, committed to reaching differences, building consensus, and promoting cooperation. So in this sense, our symposium is indispensable. With our unremitting efforts, inclusive concepts, and model innovations, its unique role, influence, and appeal will surely continue to grow. Compared with previous years, this year's symposium has achieved remarkable breakthroughs in a number of participating countries, regions, international organizations, and participants, with representatives from over 30 countries and regions, as well as ambassadors and envoys from 16 countries attending as observers. So these are all breakthroughs. Additionally, a new highlight is the inclusion of practical maritime cooperation content, and we will also provide the live streaming of the symposium online. And the new highlight of this symposium is that we have included the maritime cooperation content in this symposium. So this year, cooperative projects have been launched through our platform. Potential maritime cooperation projects are being exhibited and promoted, and on-site inspections projects will be organized after the symposium. And there are altogether 4 reconnaissance projects. So in this sense, this year is a turning point for this symposium. That is shifting from being a talk-focused symposium to a symposium with combination of talking and doing. Means transforming divergent voices into consensus, consensus into actions, actions into early harvest and tangible benefits that participants can see and feel tangibly. Only in this way can our symposium maintain vitality and sustainability. At last, we're looking forward with your concerted efforts and support a complete success of this symposium. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Wu. Next, I'd like to give the floor to Vice Minister Song Weidong of Foreign Affairs. Your Excellency, Vice Minister Sun Shuxian, Special Envoy Liu Zhenmin, Executive Vice Governor Bathur, Governor Mohammed Ibrahim, Deputy Minister Ahmed Arin Mohammed, Secretary General Teresa Chen Yuehua, President Lu Bing, Chairman Wu Shicun. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to attend the opening ceremony of the 6th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance. In September this year, President Xi Jinping introduced the Global Governance Initiative GGI, drawing on his vision for humanity's future and insights into the trend of our times. And this initiative taps into the Chinese philosophy and produces a Chinese answer to the era-defining question of what kind of global governance system do we want and how to get there through reform and improvement. Global ocean governance is one area benefiting from the momentum generated by GGI. So I'd like to share with you a few observations on how to advance global ocean governance and deepen international maritime cooperation. First, we should uphold the international rule of law and build a fair and just maritime order. China has always been a firm defender of and contributor to the rule of law in international maritime affairs. We were one of the first to sign and rectify UNCLOS, and has been taking real actions to safeguard its authority and integrity. We participated in the full course of BBNG agreement negotiations, signed this agreement when it was first opened for the signature. It has now ratified the agreement on the issue pertaining to territorial sovereignty and maritime rights and interests. China advocates the approach of following international law, including UN Charter, and resolving issues through dialogue, negotiation by countries directly concerned. China is working with the ASEAN countries to fully and effectively implement the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, DOC, and accelerate consultations toward the goal of reaching the Code of Conduct, COC, by 2026, taking real actions to realize fair and reasonable regional maritime governance. In recent years, some are throwing around the phrase the rule-based order quite a lot, but they skirt around the definition of the rules, leaving the concept nothing more than a high-sounding slogan. International law is the code of conduct widely recognized and observed by countries around the world. And the international order should be based on the equal and uniform applications of international law. For instance, China's recovery of Taiwan from the Japanese aggressors 80 years ago forms an important part of the post-war international order.
Yet, the leader of Japan recently implied the possibility of armed intervention in the Taiwan Strait, citing the excuse of a survival-threatening situation. This is an open challenge to the post-war international order and a retrogressive move doomed to fail. In another example, the so-called South China Sea Arbitrations Award is often mentioned by certain countries in the same breath with international legal instruments such as UNCLOS, but in fact, the arbitration itself violates the basic principle of international law, including state consent and Pacta Sunt Servanda, the so-called award is completely illegal and null and void and has no standing in international law. China wishes to be good neighbor, good partner, and a good friend with other regional countries. It is natural for neighbors to run into problems occasionally, but what is important is to manage differences and resolve disputes. First, we should exercise restraint at sea and avoid unilateral actions that may escalate disputes or complicate the situation. Second, we should maintain dialogue through diplomatic channels to properly handle differences and prevent escalation of tensions. At the same time, we should strengthen risk management and improve communication during emergencies to avoid misunderstanding and miscalculation. China has always been working with ASEAN countries in following through the consensus and the efforts in these regards, effectively preventing frictions, conflicts, and confrontations, safeguarding peace, stability, cooperation, and friendship in the South China Sea, and jointly promoting a new discourse on the South China Sea. Second, we should adhere to a people-centered approach and jointly promote ocean governance through extensive consultation and joint contribution for shared benefits. People around the world are the ones who ultimately participate in and benefit from global ocean governance. Hence, global ocean governance should serve the well-being of all humanity rather than prioritizing self-interests. It is important to improve global ocean governance through reform so as to make sure that the outcomes of ocean development are shared by all and the benefits are felt by all. It is important to better tackle common challenges facing humanity and safeguard maritime peace and tranquility so that the people would have a greater sense of security. It is also important to balance and promote the shared interests of different countries and groups so that the people would feel more contented. For the well-being of humanity and the interests of all people, China has been promoting common development of the oceans and upholding common maritime security. China has been an active participant in the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, advancing marine sustainable development together with the international community. At the third United Nations Ocean Conference in June this year, China announced that it would launch 100 bilateral and multilateral cooperation projects and provide 5,000 training opportunities to support countries like small island states in fulfilling sustainable development goals. China plays an active role in such areas as maritime navigation safety, disaster prevention and mitigation, and ecological conservation. We have sent 48 naval escort task forces to the Gulf of Aden and the waters of the Somali coast for regular escort missions. We have provided early warning services for disaster prevention and mitigation to more than 130 countries. We have worked proactively to advance global efforts on the management of marine plastic pollution and shared our solutions and experiences in dealing with plastic waste. Hundreds of thousands of merchant ships sail through the South China Sea every year, and no one ship has ever been disrupted. Reports by the Information Sharing Center of the Regional Cooperation Agreement on Combating Piracy and Armed Robbery Against Ships in Asia, CAAP, show that navigation in the South China Sea is very safe. Third, we should prioritize action and deepen mutually beneficial maritime cooperation. To address maritime issues arising from the South China Sea development gap, deterioration of ecosystem and the environment, and the differences and disputes between states, the key lies in taking real actions. We should fully mobilize resources, coordinate the interests of different sides, and strive to find a win-win solution. We should enhance dialogue and communication, promote practical cooperation, and produce more visible outcomes. We should strengthen capacity building and borrow a traditional Chinese metaphor, share the knowledge of how to fish rather than simply giving out fish, so as to achieve sustainable development. China is making active efforts to build blue partnerships. We have launched the Belt and Road Blue Cooperation Initiative, signed maritime cooperation agreements with more than 50 countries and international organizations, built more than 10 joint research platforms, and delivered high-quality maritime public goods to the international community in areas such as ocean observation and forecasting, marine disaster prevention and mitigation, marine spatial planning, and blue carbon. China advocates the approach of setting aside disputes and pursuing joint development, and has been promoting joint maritime development with all its neighbors, as well as practical cooperation in various ocean-related areas, such as marine science and technology, environmental protection, maritime affairs, energy, law enforcement, and fisheries. This symposium was founded for the very purpose of building consensus for action by all sides in global ocean governance. Alongside the symposium, there will be a series of side events on the platform for practical maritime cooperation, which aim to bring together related government agencies and businesses for practical cooperation. We hope that the symposium will translate initiatives into actions and build bridges for maritime cooperation between China and the rest of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, blue is the color of the sea. It is also the defining color of our planet. All oceans and the peoples should benefit. They should become blue partners with a shared future. Recently, the fourth plenary session of the 20th CPC Central Committee was successfully concluded. It outlined the top-level design and the strategic blueprint for China's economic and social development during the 15th five-year plan period. The goals set out for the next 5 years include advancing high-quality development of the marine economy, strengthening innovation in marine science and technology, and enhancing the protection and the restoration of ecosystems in key areas. All these provide new opportunities for global maritime cooperation. Over the past few years, a number of all these provide new opportunities for global maritime cooperation. Over the past 5 years, a number of cutting-edge marine equipment, such as the deep-sea manned submersible Fengdouzhe, the deep-water gas-fueled Shenhaiwen, and the ocean drilling vessel Mengxiang, have been launched and commissioned into service. They belong to China and also to the world, serving as pioneers in humanity's exploration of the ocean. China's Hainan Free Trade Port is about to start its island-wide special customs operation. Hainan is making every effort to promote high-quality development of marine program, which will create a new platform for practical cooperation. I look forward to an in-depth discussion and productive exchanges, which will contribute wisdom to deepening ocean cooperation and governance and drive further progress in building a maritime community with a shared future. I wish the symposium a full success. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister Sun Weidong. Please come back to your seat. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Ba Te, Executive Vice Governor of Hainan Province, to make the keynote speech. Let's welcome. Your Excellency, Vice President Sun Weidong, Minister Sun Shuxian, Your Excellency Liu Shuming, Mr. Ambassador Ahmed, and other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning. So today we join together in the beautiful city of Sanya for the 6th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance. On behalf of Hainan Provincial People's Government, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests coming from afar. I also wish to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Natural Resources, and the central government departments for your support to us over the years. President Xi Jinping on December, he listened to the briefings from the Hainan Provincial CBC Committee. He stressed that we should combine resources around Hainan Island and boost productivity based on maritime development. And he wants Hainan to become a strong maritime province. This year, President Xi Jinping visited Hainan once again, saying that we should have coordinated land and maritime development. As mentioned by Vice Minister Sun just now, in the 14th plenary session of the 20th CPC Central Committee, China will strengthen maritime development, better coordinate urban and rural and land and maritime development to build a strong maritime country. So Hainan is committed to such land and maritime coordination. We would like to further advance the development of maritime science and technology and build sector in maritime scientific and technological development in China. We also want to have become a platform, high-level platform for international maritime cooperation. At the same time, we will protect our environment well. According to the theme of this conference, we will further implement the global governance consensus among maritime development and strengthen our practical cooperation. It aligns with the requirements of the central government as well as the needs of Hainan province. I wish to take this opportunity to brief you about the development in Hainan. Hainan is a major maritime province. Our jurisdiction covers 2 million square kilometers of maritime territory, including 70% of we have rich oil and gas resources, minerals, and biological genes. Based on our rich maritime resources, we are committed to building a strong maritime province and pursuing high-quality development. In the first 3 quarters of 2025, our maritime GDP reached 201.99 billion yuan, accounting for 35.5%.
It's estimated by 2026. We are going to improve that number to 40%. In terms of the industrial development, we have formulated the diversified as well as the multi-supported industrial systems with the maritime development. For example, Shanghai #1 oil field, the second phase, has put into full operation. The annual output is 4.5 billion cubic meters, which is the biggest offshore. And Datang Changzhou production capacity has been graded into the network of the nation, and the total output per year is about 1.2 million kilowatt hours. At the same time, we have developed the operation of the seabed computing centers, and also we are making use of the new models of the maritime and the land, and also the seas and the digitalization. And Sanya Yazhou Technology Center has accumulated series of the research institutes and enterprises. And so at the same time, we also have developed Nanshan Port, which is the first joint science and technological research hub, and created diversified application scenarios. In terms of the ecological protection, we put people first, and also the high quality water area is about 99.9%. The coral fields and the seabed of the seaweeds systematic protection is very well protected, and which also inject momentum for the ecological healthy development. In terms of the institutional innovations, we took the lead in making use of the right of the use in the maritime areas. So the ocean areas can be divided into different layers, like the water surface and water bodies and the seabeds and the soil of the seabed and etc. So we are intensified the advancement with a high quality intelligence and green development, and we create some momentum space for international connection. This year, this symposium is going to be with the target of developing the offshore pragmatic operation platforms, and we also have rectified the Symposium Plus models, and we demonstrate the achievements of the science and technologies, and we convene the convenience and research investigations activities offshore, as well as the closed-door meetings, so that we can deepen our understanding and cooperation and the discussions on the free trade ports development and enjoying the opportunities of the industry's development of the port. This symposium's convening is at the time of the special customs operations put into use of the free trade port of Hainan province. So I'd like to introduce the momentum and the developments of this operation. Up to now, the special customs operation has entered into the final stage, and the preparations of all kinds has been prepared very well. And it is estimated by 18th of this month, the official operations will be put into operation. And after that, this island is going to be a special area monitored by customs. And that is the first line opening, the second line control and management and autonomy within the island. So this is the features for the convenience as a policies to open to the world. The first line of opening up is to help the parties to enjoy the opening up in this first line and implementing the series of the convenience activities, as well as apart from the special quarantines licenses managed cargoes, all the free bonded cargoes and the tariff guaranteed cargoes that can get in and out very freely. Apart from that, the original 105 items will be reduced to 33 items for the tariffs. And the second line is to control and management. And it is responding to 10 ports of the second line. And only the cargoes with free tariffs, and also the value-added cargoes for processing, and also the cargoes with the relaxed management will get through very freely. And also the people, personnel, and the vehicles will get in and out, also conveniently enjoying the same level of the autonomy with the other cargoes. So the autonomy or freedom within the island means that it is the free flow of the different protected elements. Is up to now the list of the import tax cargoes, as well as the policies of the taxations and the tariffs and the restraining list, as well as the methods of the monitoring of the customs has put into place. These are all 6 policies, and we have printed them for circulations. And also there are 4 more as well. The first one is that the zero tariffs policies will be further advanced, and the previous 21% of the items that will be uplifted to 74% for the free tariff cargoes, so that the value added processed with the share of the 30% of the processing with the value added can enjoying the free tariffs and sold to other areas inland. And second is to relax the management control. And it is actually an opening arrangement for the imported cargoes. And the third one is the more convenient and facilitating measures will be put for transit of these imported cargoes, especially for those importing to the inland of China. The innovative measures will be taken further. And the fourth one is to implement a highly efficient and precise monitoring mode for those cargoes enjoying zero tariffs. The zero intervention, high efficiency monitoring, precise monitoring will be conducted. So we are benchmarking with the advanced level of the opening up in the world, so that we can open more for the free flow of the cargoes, goods, and elements. And it is actually a new land for the mutual cooperation and benefits prosperity sharing. After the special operation put in place, Hainan will be more connected with the international arena and also connected more efficiently with the inland, and provide a free and also convenient environment for the investor from the world. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the prosperity of the ocean will need the participation by all. The future of the ocean needs joint hands for innovation. The Blue Partnership, as well as the element resources and the development practices, need several suggestions on behalf of Hainan province. The first one is that we have to be open and inclusive in terms of blue partnerships. And this symposium has been convened for 6 times, and it is focused on the cooperation in the ocean, as well as the governance, and which have accumulated a lot of very valuable experiences, laid solid foundation for blue partnership. And we are also aiming towards the future direction, which is the offshore Hainan. And we hope that with the concerted consensus, we can look for the opportunities. At the same time, we can explore opportunities for exchanges and cooperation to further build Hainan as a ocean of peace, friendship, and cooperation. Second, we are gonna create the innovative platforms for science and technological cooperation. Now we are building the test field, or the deep sea level test field for ocean. And we're willing to cooperate with the different research institutes and enterprises to develop the joint laboratories and focus on the machinery manufacturing, protection of the ecosystems of the ocean, and intelligently develop and building the oceans, and etc. Translate the findings into the actions, so that we can enjoy the findings of the science and technological innovations. At the same time, the Sanya Yazhouwan Science and Technological Center will be open, enjoying the advantages of the policies, attracting the machinery manufacturing sectors, and also the biochemical industries to be landed in there. Third one, we are gonna crack down at the barriers for ecological protection cooperation, and initiative is to intensify the joint actions on the adjacent areas of this country and oceans for the protection of the eco environment, and will build the community of the shared future for the ecological protection. And also regularly, we will convene the science and research activities around the ocean blue carbon symposium, and promote the monitoring networks to be built for the protection of the eco environment. And the fourth one is that we are gonna enjoin the oceanic trading facilitation channels. So we are gonna make use of the policies, and we are gonna make use of the effectiveness of the registration mechanisms of Chinese oceanic ports, and to optimize the registration systems of the shipments. And also the transportation processes will be optimized, and efficiency of the customs clearance will be improved. And we will welcome all the countries and international arena to participate into the building of this international shipping hub, to enjoy the facilitation provided by the frontline openings, and to explore the comprehensive cooperation in terms of the transportation and the tourism and the offshore logistics, so that our partnerships will be more stronger and expanded. Distinguished guests and dear friends, now the Hainan Free Trade Port special customs operation is the new starting point for you to come and join hands with us, and we are confident that with concerted efforts, the symposium will become the milestones for international ocean cooperation. And we, of course, will join hands to build the blue economic partnerships, which is inclusive, open, and mutual beneficial and a common win, and to contribute to the community of the shared future for the maritime affairs. At last, I'd like to wish the symposium a great success. Thank you. Thank you, Governor Bator. Please be seated. Next, I'd like to invite the Vice Minister of Natural Resources and Administrator of the State Ocean Administration of China, Mr. Sun Shuxian. Respected Vice Minister Sun Weidong, Executive Vice Governor Mator, distinguished Special Envoy Liu Zhenming, and Secretary General Teresa, and Minister Mohammed, President Lu Bing, Chairman Wu Shicun, distinguished friends and guests. I'm very happy to attend the symposium today on behalf of the Ministry of Natural Resources and the State Ocean Administration. Extend warm congratulations on this symposium with sincere gratitude to experts, scholars, and colleagues from home and abroad who have long cared for and supported the development of China's maritime course. Ocean is the largest ecosystem on Earth. It is an important space for human survival, development, and sustainable development of civilization. It is as well a vital link connecting the world. Countries that live by the sea and thrive because of it, forming a community of the shared future, the shared safety and interest. All nations share the major responsibility of protecting the maritime environment and achieving the sustainable use of resources. China highly values maritime development. President Xi Jinping pointed out once that ocean is a strategic hub for high-quality development. Promoting China's urbanization must strive the high-quality development of the maritime economy and blaze a path strengthening ocean with China's features. We deeply understand the spirit of President Xi's important instructions and promote the high-quality development of the maritime economy, optimizing traditional maritime industries, and fostering new maritime productive forces. In 2024, China's total maritime productive value exceeded 10.5 trillion yuan, accounting for 7.8% of the GDP. We adhere to the drive of maritime science and technological innovation, advancing platforms such as national laboratories, key national laboratories, technological innovation centers, and comprehensive maritime test sites, organizing major science and technological breakthroughs, and accelerating the output, transformation, and application of the achievements. We focus on efficient coordination, optimize maritime spatial layout, strengthen plan and control, coordinate the development and utilization of coastal waters and deep sea resources, promote the layered and three-dimensional use of sea areas, improve economical and intensive resources utilization. We practice the concept that illicit waters and large mountains are valuable assets, implementing major ecological conservation projects such as the Blue Bay, harmonious and beautiful islands and beautiful coastal beaches to safeguard the blue sea and the clear sky, which has significantly enhanced the sense of gain and happiness of the people. Upholding the concept of community with a shared future for mankind, China develops blue partnerships with all countries in the world. Guided by the head of state for diplomacy and focusing on countries engaged in high-quality BRI, we promote practical maritime cooperation. Since the 14th FIP period, China has signed maritime cooperation agreements with more than 50 countries and regions and international organizations.
At the same time, we have established joint bilateral or multilateral marine research labs or centers with 19 countries and international organizations, totally 33 such facilities. And we have conducted nearly 50 joint science research missions and launched more than 100 boutique and other livelihood improvement projects. We have also held more than 300 capacity building workshops and trained more than 6,000 professionals from our partner countries. Our marine scholarship program has invited 325 young scientists and professionals from 46 countries and regions to China to pursue master or PhD degrees in China in the past 12 years. China is committed to the principle of extensive consultation and joint contribution through shared benefits. We are committed to the completeness and the authority of the UNCLOS. We have participated through the complete process of BBNJ agreement and ratified the domestic procedure. We have also participated constructively in the consultations of international seabed mineral resources development, showing our responsibility as a major country. China has been a Group A member of the Council of International Seabed Authority and executive member of the UNESCO Intergovernmental Ocean Study Commission for 48 years. We have established a joint training and research center with the ISA, and we have also undertaken to build the South China Sea Tsunami Early Warning Center for the UNESCO, providing early warning services for neighboring countries. We are deeply involved in the UN Ocean Decade Action, formulated our China Action Framework, and established a collaboration center. We launched 9 international big science projects and 21 projects. We have the first international coastal city conference and participated in the UN conference on ocean for 3 consecutives and made 62 voluntary commitments in order to boost confidence on international ocean governance. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, next 5 years will be crucial for the realization of the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. China stands ready to conduct more practical cooperation with other countries in order to make our contribution to the sustainable development of the oceans. I wish to take today's opportunity to put forward 3 proposals. First, we should build a mutual trust for cooperation and deepen our blue partnership. We would like to further align our thinking, have more strategic alignment and convergence of interests. We need to focus on dialogue and consultation in order to build a higher level partnership with other countries and build a maritime community of shared future. And second, we need to join hands and rise up to challenges. We need to take more concrete actions to protect the beauty and health of the oceans. We need to have more spatial planning, the restoration and the conservation of ecosystems, step up ecosystem-based comprehensive management, response to climate change research, promote sustainable blue economy, and encourage our citizens to be blue citizens and improve their literacy in this regard in order to promote the shift of away of production to green and low carbon. Third, we need to jointly build cooperation platforms to play out the empowering role of science and technology. We need to build and improve our cooperation platforms and mechanisms, jointly participate in the UN Ocean Decade, and translate scientific knowledge and best practices, policies and actions so that we can have more and better public service goods and further improve people's well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, at the stake of the ocean's future is the future of each and every country, individual, and our children. We have dialogue and exchanges here, not only for discussing questions, but also for exploring solutions. We are not just formulating visions and blueprints, but also join hands in taking actions. We wish to work together with other countries to deepen our cooperation, to make our actions more concrete, so that the joint endeavor of maritime governance will be conducted in a better way. Let's join hands to make oceans healthier, safer, more secure, and more prosperous, so that our blue planet will become the common home for the sustainable development of all humanity. In conclusion, I wish this symposium a complete success. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister of Natural Resources, Mr. Sun Shuxian. Due to the flight reason, Mr. Ibrahim, Governor of Nagazi Union of the Comoros, he is still in Hong Kong and he could not make it to the opening ceremony. Now we are going to the next item on our agenda. Mr. Teresa Chen Yongwa, Secretary General of International Organizations for Mediation, to make the keynote speech. Let's welcome.
Sun Shuxian, Executive Vice Governor Batia, Special Envoy Liu Zhenming, President Lu Bing, Dr. Wu Shichuan, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May I first thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at the 6th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance. The key words of this year's theme, forging an open and inclusive blue partnership, resonates with the spirit and mission of the International Organization for Mediation. The IOMED, in short, is the first treaty-based international organization that is dedicated exclusively to promoting the use of mediation in settling international disputes. The joint statement of 19 like-minded states to jointly initiate the establishment of an international organization for mediation was made in 2022. The Convention on the Establishment of the International Organization for Mediation was negotiated and concluded through a multilateral and consensus-based approach. It was opened for signature on the 30th of May this year, and the inauguration took place on the 20th of October. To date, 38 countries have signed the IOMED Convention, 10 of which have ratified it. This short span of time through which the IOMED traveled from conceptualization to inauguration is significant. This fact and the increasing number of signatory and ratifying states manifest the strong desire of the international community, especially the Global South, for mediation to be seriously considered and used as a viable alternative to settle international disputes. Over the past 8 decades, international treaty-based bodies have been set up to provide adjudicative processes like litigation and arbitration. Yet none has been established for the sole and dedicated purpose for mediation till now. The IOMED fills this institutional gap. It aims to stand alongside these established treaty-based international organizations that provides litigation and arbitration services such as the ICJ, the PCA, and ICSID. It complements, not replace, nor undermine these reputable bodies for the benefit of the international community. Importantly, IOMED provides disputants with a viable alternative, mediation, to peacefully settle international disputes in line with Article 33 of the UN Charter, naming mediation as one of the first choices for that purpose. The IOMED provides quality administering services for 3 types of disputes: state-to-state disputes, investor-state disputes, and international commercial disputes. We manage 2 panels of mediators, one for state-to-state mediation and the other for the latter 2. But does mediation work? And why? Mediation is a time-honored process that has in fact settled many state-to-state disputes. One that is perhaps best remembered is the Beagle Channel dispute between Chile and Argentina. That dispute was first referred to arbitration. The decision was in favor of Chile. Argentina rejected the ruling. The 2 states were at the edge of war when the Pope was engaged to mediate, which ultimately led to the Peace and Friendship Joint Declaration signed by the 2 states. The other, more relevant to the discussions here today, is the Timor-Leste and Australia conciliation procedure under UNCLOS that started in 2016. A 5-member commission was established. The mediation commission then have meetings with the parties, and ultimately the parties reached agreement and ultimately signed the Timor-Leste Maritime Boundaries Treaty, ending a decade-long maritime boundary dispute. Why does mediation work, especially when disputants would have already engaged in negotiations that was not fruitful? Mediation is an extension of the negotiation process with the assistance of a third-party neutral, the mediator, who facilitates negotiations, breaks impasse, conducts reality checks, releases emotions, and helps parties to invent options for settlement. The special features and its unique nature makes mediation very attractive when juxtaposed against adjudicative processes like litigation and arbitration. Mediation is consensus-based. The jurisdiction or mandate of the Mediation Commission is based entirely on consensus and not decided by the third-party neutral. Mediation is truly voluntary by nature. Disputants have the full control of the process and the outcomes. With the assistance of the mediators, the parties would design a process that is suitable for the circumstances and dispute at hand, be they related to fisheries, maritime boundaries, or environmental protection. Contrast with the adjudicative processes, where the third-party neutral will, as master of the procedures, decide the process if parties do not agree, and then make a final and binding decision that is imposed upon them. The caucuses procedure, or private meeting procedure, allows the Mediation Commission and the parties to engage in discussions so as to uncover the true underlying reason for the dispute and the ultimate desires and concerns of the parties. Instead of an adversarial process, mediation is conciliatory. There is no win-lose, only win-win. The mediator will create an environment conducive to settlement. One example I'd like to share is where the mediator project at hand, as well as the interests of the parties. No one is therefore to be blamed. As the interests of the parties, no one is therefore to be blamed. The innate flexibility of mediation allows parties to think out of the box rather than being confined by jurisdictional limits and create solutions that would be acceptable to all. As a result of these attributes, mediation is affordable, time efficient, preserve relationships, and the disadvantages, the administration services has to be provided by a neutral, credible, and reliable international body, not just any one that is established by individuals or groups, but by a number of sovereign states. The IOMED strives to provide such services for the global community. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this symposium calls for forging an open and inclusive blue partnership. In a world where the sustainable use of our oceans is vital to our collective future, cooperation is not merely an option, it is an imperative. At its core, IOMED seeks to foster cooperation and build consensus. Our strength lies in diverse membership that brings together distinct, different, and diverse legal traditions, cultural perspectives, and practical experiences. Our culture is rooted in openness and inclusivity. From the multilateral consensus-based process that created our convention to the open approach to foster partnerships globally. Through the mediation services we render and the capacity building efforts we embark upon, we aim to build a mediation ecosystem in the international community. IOMED aims to bridge impasse and opportunities through mediation. Differences can be addressed at an early stage before views get entrenched. A sustainable mediation ecosystem will enhance interstate maritime cooperation and ocean governance, restore order out of chaos, encourage dialogue over discord, and practice cooperation instead of confrontation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you very much. Please be seated. With that, I'd like to invite a special envoy for climate change of China, former Under Secretary General of UN, Mr. Liu Zhenming, to give the remark. Distinguished leaders and the guests, experts, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, my thanks will be given to the sponsor and organizer of this symposium. Ever since 2022, I have made speeches at 3 sessions of the symposium. And I made the speeches. But unfortunately, I attended the meeting online once and delivered the international order with the Charter of UN as the core and international law as the foundation, bringing us into the era of global governance. Ocean accounts for nearly 71% of the Earth's surface. So since 18 years, ocean governance has been an important part of global governance. Humans' understanding about the ocean governance has been developing and evolving, and the focus of ocean governance has also undergone a transformation from establishing ocean or maritime order to protecting and sustainable utilization of the ocean. From the first UN conference on law of sea in 1958 to the second UN conference on the law of the sea in 1960, and the third from 1973 to 1982. We all paid attention to the maritime rights and interests and the construction of the maritime order. In 1982, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea established the contemporary international maritime order, and nearly 71% of the ocean was divided into sea areas under the national jurisdiction and the sea areas beyond a national jurisdiction. Specifically, the ocean is artificially divided into territorial waters and adjacent areas, exclusive economic zones, continental shelf, high seas, international seabed areas, and other maritime seas with a different legal status. As up to now, this maritime order is still valid. Generally speaking, I believe it will be sustainable. And this maritime order has played an important role in safeguarding the rights and interests and security of the vast number of the coastal countries, curbing the maritime hegemony of the big countries, maintaining the maritime traffic order and fishery order, and even the overall stability of the contemporary international order. At the same time, objectively speaking, this maritime order has also had an important impact on expanding the maritime disputes between some coastal countries and making them long-term. In terms of the protection of the sustainable utilization of the global ocean, this order also brings severe challenges. For example, 150 coastal countries are existing in the world, including 39 small island countries. And the maritime economy led by the contemporary blue closure has contributed to the excessive utilization of the ocean and resources. At the same time, influenced by the ocean order, human beings have separated the use of the ocean from the use of the whole Earth, ignoring the ocean as an ecological whole, playing a vital role in the maritime and maintenance in the biodiversity, climate systems, and water circulation systems on Earth. For example, ocean as the main regulator of the global climate and the maintenance responsibility of sustainable use of the ocean is still facing severe challenges and difficulties for mankind. In 2015, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development formulated by the world leaders established 17, held the first, second, and the third UN Ocean Congress in 2017, 22, and 25 respectively. And during my tenure at the UN, I was responsible for preparing the second Congress and served as the Secretary General. This declaration adopted by the second Congress systematically sorted out the challenges faced by the protection and the sustainable use of the oceans and was confirmed by the third Congress. The declaration is deeply shocked by the emergencies facing the global ocean, including the rising sea level, worsening coastal erosion, rising ocean temperature and acidity, worsening maritime pollution, overexploitation of 1/3 of the fish stocks in the ocean, continued decrease of the maritime biodiversity, and about half of the living corals have disappeared. Exotic species pose a major threat to the maritime ecosystem and resources. Ladies and gentlemen, the second UN Ocean Congress was pointed out the solutions to the impacts of the different problems on the oceans. First, the adverse impact of the climate change on the oceans and maritime life should be solved through joint actions on the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Second, we should strengthen efforts to stop and preserve the declination trend of the health status of the maritime ecosystems and diversity and restore the resilience and ecological integrity of the oceans. Third, measures should be taken to stop plastic pollution of the ocean through the UN Environment Assembly. Fourth, we should strengthen science research on sustainable development of the ocean, take transformative actions, and strive to achieve healthy, safe, resilient ocean by 2030 and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, on September 1st of this year, President Xi Jinping put forward the Global Governance Initiative at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Plus meeting held in Tianjin and solemnly declared that China is willing to work with other countries to promote the construction of the more just and rational global governance system and join hands to move towards a community of shared future for mankind. With regard to the global climate governance, since President Xi Jinping personally attended the Paris Climate Conference in 2015 and promoted the Paris Agreement, China has entered a new stage of actively participating and actively leading the global climate governance. On September 24th this year, President Xi made a video speech for UN Climate Summit announcing a new round of China's NDCs for the next decade, that is by 2035. The net GSG emissions in China economy will be reduced by 7% to 10% compared to the peak value and strive to be better. Non-fossil fuel energy consumption accounts for more than 30% of the total energy consumption, and total installed capacity of the wind power and solar power generation will reach than 6 times that of 2020's drive to reach 3.6 billion kilowatts. President Xi's announcement was highly praised by the international community and injected a strong impetus into maintaining global climate governance. So we can see that in the next 10 years of the new energies development in China, in terms of sensible use of the ocean resources, create new opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the ocean governance, what can China do? We have noticed that previously we have introduced a lot of actions and measures taken by China. As early as 12 years ago, President Xi Jinping pointed out the direction for us, but we haven't fully followed, in fact, and we have to see the gap, and we still have a distance away from this target. In 2013, President Xi Jinping put forward the initiative of building the 21st century maritime Silk Road, which led China to take a historic step in maritime cooperation. However, our understanding of the building the 21st century maritime Silk Road still stays in the problem of connecting the countries along the maritime Silk Road. And we have not paid enough attention to how to connect them, including how to make good use and manage ocean. In 2015, President Xi Jinping attended the United Nations Development Summit and worked with the world leaders to formulate the agenda for sustainable development in 2030, which led us to a new journey of protecting and sustainably utilizing oceans. Based on the above 2 points, I believe that China's maritime awareness and maritime strategy need to keep pace with the times and continue to improve and do 2 things at the same time. First, do a good job in coastal affairs and global maritime affairs. Second is to do a good job in balancing the maintenance of the maritime rights and interests with the protection and sustainable use of the oceans. Specifically, I'd like to put forward 4 views and suggestions. First, we should pay attention to the relationship between the maintaining security, stability of the ocean waters and protecting the ecosystem of the coastal waters. It is China's unshakable goal to handle and seek peaceful settlement of the maritime disputes between neighboring countries, and to create the surrounding waters into a sea of peace, friendship, and cooperation. At the same time, we should pay more attention to starting from the low sensitive areas, strengthen maritime cooperation with the neighboring countries and ecological protection with the surrounding oceans. And second, we have to pay attention to the global oceans recognition of the comprehensive values of China. Now, be the sustainable development use of the resources of the ocean or protection of the ecosystems or the safeguarding of the security and safety of the shipment on the ocean, we have seen increase of the resources and the challenges. So our understanding and contribution of the global ocean governance is the way to be improved.
China is the 2nd largest economy in the world, the largest manufacturing nation, and the largest trader in goods. To ensure the safety of maritime routes of the oceans are important for China, the rest of the world, and the global economy. Facing the volatile international situation, we should pay more attention to the security of global maritime routes. Third, we need to pay more attention to the research and the response on the global maritime ecosystems and the global climate change is a mutual interaction. In the past 4 years, our research are quite separate in these 2 major fields. We pay attention to climate change and our research is out of concern on the atmospheric climate. We do not pay enough attention to comprehensive research on the global marine ecosystems. So we need to look into the research on climate change from the perspective of maritime changes. So fourth, we need to keep improving our maritime-related administrative systems. For a major country like China, maritime affairs are very complex, involving fishery, environmental protection, marine research, information management, for example. So we need to have close coordination of various departments. At the same same time, we need to we need to have a global vision on the value of the oceans and improve our assessment on the value of global oceans. We need to actively respond to new trends in global ocean governance to improve our institutions and mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure the peace, smoothness, cleanness, and the sustainable development of global oceans are essential for our efforts to maintain global peace and common development of mankind. It is also significant for China's effort to realize its modernization and rejuvenation. China can and should make a greater contribution to global ocean governance and sustainable development. In conclusion, I wish this symposium complete success. Thank you. Thank you, Special Envoy Liu Zhenming, for your remarks. Now, I'd like to invite our colleagues from Maldives, Mr. Mohammed Ari Mohammed, Deputy Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Resources from the Republic of Maldives. Let's welcome.
Excellencies, distinguished leaders, respected officials, scholars, members of the maritime community, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. It is a great honor to be here in Sanya, a city that symbolizes both China's maritime strength and its commitment to global ocean cooperation. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the government of the Maldives and its people at this important forum on global maritime cooperation and ocean governance. Excellencies, allow me first to express our profound gratitude to the government and the people of the People's Republic of China. China has consistently shown leadership in promoting international maritime cooperation, sustainable development, and ocean protection. For small island nations such as the Maldives, China's example of aligning coastal development with environmental stewardship is deeply inspiring. We value China's long-term friendship, its respect for developing countries, and its belief that maritime cooperation must serve the shared interests of humanity. Distinguished leaders, the Maldives is a nation defined by the ocean. Yet this great blessing comes with profound challenges, challenges that directly threaten our economy, our food security, and even our existence. Climate change and ocean degradation continue to erode our coasts, damage coral reefs, and destabilize our ecosystems. Rising sea temperatures affect our fisheries, and rising sea levels place our communities at risk. Limited access to ocean science, data, and technology remains a critical obstacle. For ocean state, science and technology are not luxuries. They are the foundations of responsible management. Without advanced monitoring tools, satellite data, hydrographic mapping, and early warning systems, our ability to govern vast maritime territory remains constrained. IUU fishing continues to threaten our fisheries, undermining both economic stability and marine sustainability. As a country that practices sustainable pole and line tuna fishing, we struggle to protect our waters without stronger monitoring and surveillance capabilities. Institutional and human resource gaps further limit our progress. Building modern science-driven ocean governance systems require specialized skills that small island nations often lack. Finally, financial limitations pose one of the most significant barriers. Maritime modernization, from coastal protection to digital governance systems, demands investments far beyond fiscal capacity of a small island developing state. Excellencies, in this context, the Maldives attaches great significance to President Xi Jinping's visionary call for a maritime community with a shared future. The words speak to a truth that we feel deeply at home. The ocean connects us, sustains us, and binds our futures together. President Xi's guidance, we should cherish the ocean as we treat our lives, is especially meaningful for the Maldives. For us, the ocean is our life, our culture, our livelihood, and our identity. Under the leadership of President Dr. Muhammad Muizzu, the Maldives has articulated Vision 2040, an ambitious roadmap to become a resilient and developed nation. Ocean governance, sustainable fisheries, marine conservation, and blue economy transformation are central to this vision. For both the Maldives and China, the ocean is not only a shared space, but also a shared opportunity to advance development, climate resilience, and ecological civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Maldives, protecting the ocean is not just a policy choice. It is a matter of national survival. And yet, despite our challenges, we are taking determined steps forward. We are strengthening sustainable fisheries, protecting tuna stocks, and improving value addition to support our coastal communities. We are expanding marine protected areas and enhancing coral restoration to preserve biodiversity. We are also developing a comprehensive 20-year ocean resource master plan, a landmark initiative that will laying the foundation for a future where economic growth goes hand in hand with environmental protection. However, Excellencies, even with our strong commitment, the Maldives cannot overcome these challenges alone. We need partners who believe in our future. We need collaborators who share our vision of responsible and equitable ocean governance. We need investment, public, private, financial, and technological, to unlock the full potential of our maritime domain. Therefore, today I make a sincere appeal for collective effort and long-term partnership. The Maldives urgently requires grants and concessional aid for climate adaptation and coastal protection, including seawall systems, nature-based solutions, and island resilience programs. Technical and financial support to build a digital ocean governance system, integrating satellite monitoring, vessel tracking, hydrographic mapping, and real-time data platforms. We also need capacity building and technology transfer to strengthen our ocean science, research, and innovation, enabling us to train young Maldivians in marine biology, ocean engineering, and maritime administration. Investment in modern fisheries, mariculture, and blue economy infrastructure, including cold chain logistics, processing facilities, hatcheries, and marine technology hubs. These are not just needs, they are opportunities for collaboration, opportunities for Chinese enterprises, research institutions, and development partners to work with us in building a sustainable maritime future. Opportunities for true win-win cooperation where both nations benefit and where our oceans become healthier and more productive. Excellencies, the Maldives stands ready to share our experiences, learn from global best practices, and deepen our cooperation with all countries committed to protecting the oceans. Our future depends on what we decide today. Our children will inherit either a healthy ocean that sustains life or a degraded ocean that limits opportunity. This responsibility is shared by all of us. Therefore, Let us choose cooperation over hesitation. Let us choose partnership over isolation. Let us choose a shared maritime future that reflects wisdom, justice.
国海洋发展基金会理事长吕斌发表致辞，掌声有请。
Now, I'd like to welcome President Liu Bin of China Oceanic Foundation to make remarks. Let's welcome. Vice Minister Sun Weidong of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Ahmad Ari Mohammed, Vice Minister of Maldives, Vice Minister Sun Shuxian of Natural Resources, Executive Vice Governor Batil, and Teresa Chen Yonghua, Secretary General of IOMED, and Mr. Liu Zhenming, Special Envoy for Climate Change of China, and President Chi Fuling of China Reform Institute in Hainan, and Chairman Wu Sichuan of Huayang Center. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning. So it is great pleasure to join you in the beautiful city of Sanya to attend the 6th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance. On behalf of the co-organizer, co-sponsor, China Oceanic Development Foundation, I'd like to express my warm welcome to all the academics, experts, and international guests for your interest in oceans. In today's world, our interests are closely intertwined. Our futures are also together. At the same time, the world has entered into a new volatile period with rising unilateralism, protectionism, and hegemonism. We have seen deficits in peace, development, security, as well as trust. So we are facing more severe challenges in terms of the authority, representativeness, and the effectiveness of global governance system. At this critical juncture, recently, President Xi Jinping of China put forward the Global Governance Initiative. This initiative is focused on what kind of global governance system that we would like to build and how to reform and improve global governance. It features.
First, practicing multilateralism is the fundamental way to improve the global ocean governance system. President Xi Jinping stressed we must firmly safeguard the international system with the UN as the core and the international order based on international law. Maritime affairs are naturally transnational and public, and unilateral actions will only aggravate division. Only through equal consultation and a joint construction of the rules can lasting peace and sustainable development be achieved. In recent years, our foundation has actively set up a multilateral dialogue platform and hosted or co-hosted more than 10 international exchange activities, such as Forum on Ocean Cooperation and Governance and Symposium on International Dispute Resolution and International Law, and the Forum on 60 countries to participate offline and promote the joint development and experience sharing of International Committee on Shared Spatial Planning. We're willing to continue to promote mutual trust and to reach consensus under the framework of UN Convention on the Law of the Sea with the open and inclusive attitude. Second, promote pragmatic cooperation is the core of building a blue partnership. Cooperation can achieve great things, good things, and long-term things. Blue partnership is not an empty slogan, but should be embodied in specific projects that benefit the people's livelihood of all countries and promote world development. Since the ODF launched the Maritime Silk Road project promoting maritime spatial planning and helping blue economy development in 2018. It has established cooperative relations with 21 developing countries and more than 10 international organizations to help them to scientifically formulate maritime spatial planning. delimit the red line of ecological protection, and optimize the industrial layout of fishery, tourism, maritime, new energy, and so on. That's helping them to develop their maritime economy with high quality. At the same time, for 5 consecutive years, we carried out the assessment action for sustainable development capacity of coastal zone along the Maritime Silk Road, covering 50 countries, released annual report of sustainable development capacity index of coastal zone along the maritime affairs. At the same time, we also rely on platforms such as the Key Laboratory of Maritime Spatial Planning Technology and Laboratory of Coastal Sustainable Development Capacity Building, jointly established with other units to provide technical training and decision-making support for building a country along the Maritime Silk Road to help them to build a Belt and Road Blue Economy cooperation among coastal countries. Third, planting a humanistic foundation is a solid guarantee for the stability and far-reaching community of the maritime density. Ocean governance needs not only system and technology, but also cultural identity and intergenerational inheritance. President Xi Jinping pointed out it is necessary to promote the prosperity and the development of maritime culture and enhance the maritime awareness of the whole people. CODF has always attached importance to public participation and youth training. Since 2017, we launched the National Clean Beach Public Welfare Activity, which has been held for 9 years, mobilizing more than 100,000 volunteers to protect the beautiful coastline every year. Our maritime nursery project of donating maritime library to cultivate young talents has been put into practice in more than 60 primary and secondary schools in more than 20 provinces and cities, and has spread to the wide range. Since 2024, we have been hosting the Forum for Maritime Culture in the New Era, aiming to protect the development of the maritime culture in the new era and the emergence of the maritime cultural talents. Through extensive conservation resources and strengths, we believe protecting the ocean according to law, using the sea scientifically, and the whole people loves the sea only are the foundation to the community of the shared future for mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, in face of the challenges of the global ocean, no country can be immune to it. No organization can conquer the world. As the national platform in the maritime field, CODF is willing to make unique and warm contributions to building an open and inclusive blue partnership with other countries with our own contributions. The Taishan Mountain is spared no pains to be fine, and so it can become a big one. Reverse, and the seas cannot choose the small streams to flowing in. With the strong advocacy and the support of the leaders and the guests, the symposium has become a big platform for gathering wisdoms and plans. We look forward to working with Huayang Ocean Research Center and SCSS and other parties to continue to uphold the principle of mutual cooperation, construction, and sharing with all, deepening the pragmatic cooperation, jointly protect the blue sea and blue sky, and seek the sustainable future. Finally, I wish this symposium a complete success. I wish all the guests a happy exchange, good health, and food harvest in Sanya. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Please be seated. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening session. Please wait for some moments. The first session will be convened within 3 minutes.
One ocean, and that ocean is interconnected.
I would say we can't afford to have any conflict. We need to work together.
I think China has a leading role to play in maritime cooperation and ocean governance issues. As I just mentioned, it's playing an ever more leading role in international maritime issues, in multilateral issues relating to the law of the sea. And I think that is only likely to continue, both regionally, but also increasingly globally.
China is emerging as a key bridge builder in global ocean governance, promoting multilateralism, peaceful dispute settlement, and greater inclusion of developing countries. China's growing leadership in science, technology, and capacity building would shape how states implement UNCLOS and the BBNJ agreement.
China is a party to always support adherence to laws and conventions, also other international law, and has been always taking multilateral approach in many areas, fishing and active governance, and also in DC money, as we just spoke. So China has been, I believe, has been playing a very constructive role in promoting the multilateral, institutional, and the global ocean governance.
China is playing a hugely positive role in encouraging the global south to understand it.
来宾朋友们，议题
So friends, session 1 is gonna be meeting very soon.
shortly, please get seated. And before we proceed with today's program, we have a few important reminders to share. Participants attending in person, please scan the QR code displayed on the back cover of the handbook to access the latest information on the agenda, administrative notes, and live photos. And for the online participants, we encourage you to utilize the raise hand function or submit your comments in the chat box when the floor is open. Now, we are ready to begin session 1, building a stable and sustainable global ocean governance system. 女士们、先生们，有请议题1所有的发言嘉宾来到舞台就座。同时，我们有请来宾朋友们讨论环节。Ladies and gentlemen, now we are ready to start session 1. Please get seated, and thank you so much for your cooperation.
“尊敬本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。”
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh,
现场的来宾朋友们，请大家尽快就座。我们现在马上就要开始议题1环节，感谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, please get seated. We will start session 1 now. Thank you for your cooperation.
Please be seated. We're gonna start the meeting very soon. The schedule is too tight. Thank you for cooperation.
我们请场外的嘉宾朋友们尽快来到我们的会场入座。议题1环节现在就要开始了，感谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, please get back to the venue and to start session 1. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, we will start. The time is very valuable. It is running up, and we are behind the schedule by 20+ minutes. You know, we are scheduled to have 30 minutes of discussion. It's very difficult to we only have a little bit more than 1 hour for this session, and we have 7 panelists and 7 minutes for each. So this time is the most valuable resources for the meeting, and many thanks will be given to Chairman Wu Shicun. I'm always be the first moderator for the first panel. So this the first thing of the first session is very important. That is still building a stable and sustainable global ocean governance system. And this topic is very big and very important. I hope that we can save time by save words and so that we can have one or two or more questions to be answered. And the 7 panelists, first, we'd like to invite the guest from US and Mr. Bradley Womack, who is knowing China very well. You have the floor.
Excuse me, I will use English instead of my Chinese because my English is much better than my Chinese. And I would first like to thank the organizers of this symposium for inviting me and also the distinguished guests and officials that are participating. Since this is the first of the 6 symposiums that I've been to, I went and looked at the schedule for the agenda for last year's symposium, the 5th agenda, the 5th symposium. And I noticed that in 2024, there was not a panel on building a stable and sustainable ocean governance system. The 5th symposium dealt with sustainability in the ocean, but it more or less assumed there would be stability. However, 2025 has been a very turbulent year, thanks primarily to my country, the United States. And 2024 now seems like a long time ago. And beginning the symposium with a panel that deals with stability as well as sustainability now seems quite appropriate. The question of stability arises because the credibility of the United States as an underwriter of world order has been badly shaken. The American role in world order was built on 2 forms of credibility. First, the credibility of furthering common purposes, freedom of trade, and the liberal democratic order. And also, secondly, underwriting the world order with the credibility of American deterrence. The current US administration is less interested in furthering common purposes, and its use of military force, sanctions, and selective tariffs undermines the role of deterrence in the maintenance of world order. The United States is relinquishing its hegemonic role. Moreover, China does not desire to assume a hegemonic role, either globally or in the Pacific Asia region. Globalization has ended the hegemonic era, but what comes next? In some areas, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, etc., these are massive questions. Fortunately, in maritime governance and ocean governance, there's been much progress that didn't involve hegemony. Since UNCLOS III, the general approach to ocean governance has not been based on hegemony. UNCLOS III operated by consensus and involved broad participation, and it took 9 years to complete. But now 170 parties, with the notable exception of the United States, are involved in supporting UNCLOS III. And also, similarly, the member states of the International Maritime Organization elect their council and their secretary general. Ocean governance is a complex and dynamic challenge, as the other papers and other presentations in this symposium indicate. And the turbulence of the past year causes new concerns, but the organizational foundations of ocean governance are laid. And there have been many examples of successful ocean governance in the South China Sea. To name just a few, the 2002 Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea was a landmark agreement. It established the principles of mutual respect among the claimants, and it laid the basis for the continuing negotiations on a code of conduct in the South China Sea. Although the contending claims in the South China Sea are not likely to be resolved, it is important to note that the last military clash involving fatalities was in 1988. And with few exceptions, occupied features in the South China Sea are not disturbed by other claimants. On a smaller scale, the Gulf of Tonkin Boundary Agreement was signed by China and Vietnam in 2000 and went into effect in 2004. That agreement on the Gulf of Tonkin, made possible the Tonkin Gulf Economic Cooperation Rim, Han Jingji Chuan. And this was first suggested by Guangxi scholars in 2004 and then became part of the Belt and Road Initiative, as well as part of Vietnam's 2 corridors and 1 circle plan. And Sanya is a participant in the Wan Jingji Chuan. Thus, the question posed to this panel of building a stable and sustainable The 3 principles I would like to suggest are, first of all, to respect asymmetry. The second one is to build from below. And the third one is always be inclusive. So first, respecting asymmetry. The thing, sovereignty is equal, but exposure in relationships is not equal. We look at the A and B in this diagram. B is much more exposed to the actions of A than A is exposed to the actions of B. In a post-hegemonic situation, that does not mean that A controls B, but it does mean that B is more exposed in the relationship. And that greater exposure in the relationship creates a situation that any consensus-based organization requires attention to. So sovereignty is equal and sovereignty is key, but exposure in relationships is not equal. So what are the consequences of that? Well, the consequences are, first of all, that rituals of respect are important. Secondly, that channels of communication and contact are important. Thirdly, that consensus is important. And the earlier discussion of mediation as a form of consensus is a new development in a good direction for relationships. Fourthly, autonomy is especially important for the smaller side in relationships. And lastly, order is a good example. And regions have priority, easy agreements before difficult compromises. Always inclusive. As partnerships are more important than alliances, reducing dependencies by diversifying, circles rather than fences, and a strong open region strengthens global system. So I'm going to stop here because there's much else to be discussed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. 谢谢沃马克先生。我认为他刚才讲的特别重要啊，他从美国的战略调整到最后。
Thank you, Mr. Wobak, for your very important remarks. And you are just half a minute more than your designated time. I would like to raise a question to you about what role the United States can play in a stable international order. You can take this question later in our interaction. Now. And now we are going to have a speaker online. And he is very important. He has attended the previous 5 symposiums. And now he is in Switzerland. He is in Sweden. And Sweden is about 3 o'clock in the morning. And last time he said that he has waited for us for almost the whole night. So I'd like to invite Mr. Ronald Long from Sweden. So he has been there for almost a whole night. So Mr. Ronald Long, Director, WMU Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute, World Maritime University, Sweden. Now the floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning. It's a great privilege and honor to join the 6th Symposium. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, all protocols observed. I'd like to congratulate Dr. Wu who's a friend of mine for over 20 years, on the successful delivery of the symposium. This is of world importance, and I'd like to speak to the topic of the BBNJ agreement and wish to share some slides. Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks great.
Thank
Yes,
you.
we can.
The session is about building a stable and sustainable global ocean governance system. And the new BBNJ agreement is going to be very important for that. And I would like to take a small island developing state perspective in light of the wonderful contributions that we had in the first session from the Comoros and the Maldives. The agreement was adopted in June 2023. It was opened for signature on the 20th of September, and it will enter into force on the 17th of January next. The first conference of the parties will be held next August. China played a crucial role in the successful negotiation of this agreement. All four aspects of the agreement, marine genetic resources, environmental impact assessments, area-based management tools, capacity in building, and the transfer of marine technology, will help to provide a stable and sustainable future for ocean governance. Crucially, the agreement as of today has 145 signatories and 76 parties. Of the 76 parties, 33 of them are small island developing states and coastal least developed countries. China has completed its legislative process on the 28th of October and will become a party to the agreement shortly. I'm very happy to tell the delegates that Kiribati ratified the agreement yesterday. And I've listed the small island states that are already party to this agreement, the 33 states. Almost half the parties are small island developing states or coastal LDCs. In terms of regional participation, you will be happy to learn that Asia Pacific is leading ratification with 30% of the parties coming from this region. You will also see in white the states that have not signed or ratified this agreement to date, and that totals close to or in excess of 50 countries. 10 states have issued declarations and indeed interpretive statements, particularly on the issues of marine genetic resources. I'm happy to note that a number of the declarations reject the legal effect of other states' declarations, which preemptively declare that they will not be bound by declarations from other states that seek to modify the agreement. And I would reference Chile, Mexico, Norway, and Greece in that respect. The next major milestone is the preparatory committee. The third session will meet in March of next year, and it will address issues such as the rules of procedure, the relationship with instruments, frameworks, and bodies, financial issues, and of course this crucial clearinghouse mechanism, which is a virtual platform. Clearly, the agreement will align with the advisory opinions on climate change, both from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, as well as the International Court of Justice. And again, I would reference this very important advisory opinion, finding that anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions constitute pollution of the marine environment. It's important for all states to the Paris Agreement to take measures to prevent, reduce, and control marine pollution from greenhouse gases, which is a due diligence obligation under the Law of the Sea. The tribunal also found that duties under the Convention on the Law of the Sea are distinct and exist alongside the commitments of states under the Paris Agreement. And it linked greenhouse gas emissions to ocean acidification, warming, and sea level rise, recognizing them as profound harm to the marine environment. And again, we would reference the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice, which underlines the importance of states taking measures to combat human-induced climate change. Lastly, I would say that the institute which I direct in Sweden, we're very honored to be participants at the 6th Symposium, and we're delivering a BBNJ legal clinic across the world. It's supported by Ireland for a 4-year program. This year's program is focused on the Indian Ocean, and the next session of the clinic will be in the Seychelles next April, hosted by the government of the Seychelles and the World Maritime University, and there's some more information on that initiative on the slide. Lastly, I would say the BBNJ agreement provides a very solid, stable and sustainable framework for global ocean governance, and it provides a platform for forging a very strong global partnerships. I believe China has a crucial role in relation to the implementation of the new agreement, and I would like to congratulate the 6th Symposium for highlighting the importance of the agreement, which was addressed in many of the keynotes in the opening session. I'm delighted to be with you early this morning from Sweden, so thank you very much, Chairman, and I will remain online to answer some questions.
Thank you. Thank you for this meeting. Thank you very much. Yes, previously you were only online participating to the symposium, and next up, whether we can talk about the South China Sea maritime governance practices, as well as the implementation of the COC and the DOC and implementation of the BBNG. Previously, Professor Long mentioned BBNG. And then how can we guarantee the signing of the South China Sea model and the protection convention? And yes, a DOC is the abbreviation of the declaration. And the declaration has a great significance since its signing. And countries have recognized the necessity and urgency of maintaining peace and stability of the South China Sea through rulemaking, and enhance the mutual trust and manage differences and promote cooperation through negotiation consultations, which include the maritime science research, maritime environmental protection, maritime research and search and rescue, navigation safety, combating transnational maritime crimes, and so on and so forth. Now we have conducted altogether 24 senior officials meetings, and Mr. Liu Zhenmin has been responsible for the promotion and implementation of the declaration with a great contribution. So the COC negotiation started in September 2013, and more than 1 decade has been passed. Ever since 2013, we have finished the 3rd round of the reading and the deliberation of the documents, and in July, on the foreign ministers' meetings of ASEAN countries and China have finished the 3rd review and reading of the document, and we aim by the end of 2026 to finish the negotiation and consultation of the document so that we can reach a pragmatic and feasible and plausible and doable rules, which is based on international law. Although the COC right now, the rotational presidency country of ASEAN has been given to Philippines from Malaysia. And previously, President Marcos pointed out during the presidency of Philippines, the preparation of the negotiations will be completed. But after the 3rd round of the reading of the documents, we have entered into the deep sea area of the consultation, and some substantial issues are still outstanding. So we hope to reach finish the negotiations of the COC by the time according to the schedule. And the 3rd step is the BBNG. In 2023, August, approved by the UNGA, and also previously Mr. Lam mentioned that 76 countries, including EU countries, have rectified this document and submitted their rectification documents. And China in October have rectified and approved and decided to join the BBNG. In the beginning of the next year, it is going to be effective officially. Because the BBNG agreement marks the new era of the intelligent governance of the deep sea level to protect the biodiversity of the maritime environment. It is feasible for the outside of the jurisdiction maritime area of the nation, although South China Sea is there to delineate clearly the jurisdiction area. And there are some questions and issues faced by South China Sea, for example, overexploitation of the fishing resources and the degradation of the maritime environment. And these challenges are the common challenges for all the coastal countries along South China Sea. And there are 4 major systems of the BBNG, like the sharing of the legacy resources, and the communications can be done in some degree. The delimitation has little link with the claiming on the rights. So BBNG actually can play a role, very positive role. And the 4th one is that now, in May this year, in Singapore, we have participated into the 9th Maritime Safety Conference. And in the meeting, I made keynote speeches regarding the COC, South China Sea Code of Conduct. If there are some turbulences for the negotiation of this COC, if we enter into the post-COC era, whether it is feasible, like we can reach a certain consensus regarding environmental protection, which has been valued in 1970s by European countries already. And in 1976, they have reached the consensus and reached agreement on the Mediterranean's protection areas. And they also encountered a lot of disputes and conflicts as well. Regarding the disputes, some countries have some disputes. For this disputed area, for the maritime protection areas, actually, they can reach agreement on some part of the issues, and leaving some most disputable issues aside. And for example, some countries claiming that 30 nautical meters of kilometers would be the area for the high sea, and we can maximize their cooperation on the maritime environment. And also, we have to somehow build the South China Sea as a demonstration area for the ocean governance by honoring DOC and BBNG. Thank you. You saved 1 minute. Thank you. I acknowledge your conciseness of your speech. Yes. 35 years has been passed as we are friends. And you have spent most of the time on South China Sea. So with many supports from different stakeholders, we'd like to thank you very much for hosting this symposium for 6 consecutive times. And next, I'd like to invite former Chief of the Navy of Sri Lanka, Mr. Jankan Klombak, to deliver the speech. You have the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Great to be here in this beautiful Sanya and very important forum. My focus mainly today will be the Indian Ocean region, which is joining the Western Pacific and a critical ocean space. The Indian Ocean region faces mounting challenges: great power rivalry, economic rivalry, technological transformation, choke point vulnerabilities, maritime crime, gray zone operations, perception warfare, and the impact of global warming. The presence of major naval powers is deepening, creating a denser and more competitive security environment. The Indo-Pacific is no longer defined by trade and connectivity alone. It is not only important for the Indian Ocean littorals, but it is critically important to the whole world. The latest US national security strategy mentioned Indian or the Indo-Pacific as, I quote, the Indo-Pacific is already and will continue to be among the next century's of world containers. That clearly speak the volume of global trade carried across the Indian Ocean. There are spillover effects, contested land borders, increased presence of navies, growing range of non-traditional threats make this as one of the most important ocean spaces. The Indian Ocean is heavily militarized. If I give you one example of number of warships visiting ports in Sri Lanka from 2009 today, 731 warships have visited Sri Lanka. That is only one indication how militarized the Indian Ocean is. The strategic rivalry is unmistakable, mainly between United States and China. However, the latest national security strategy now refers to China as a peer competitor. That is good news, not as really a rival. Well, China is doing work in the Indian Ocean together with the Pacific Ocean. This is the first time in the history an Asian power is having an influence in the Indian Ocean. Until now, it was only the colonial Western powers had influences in the Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean is very rich in maritime trade and maritime resources, but it is also very rich in maritime strategies. Every major country in the world is having a maritime strategy for Indian Ocean. The United States has the Indo-Pacific strategy, Quad and AUKUS. Incidentally, the latest national security strategy mentions Quad but does not mention India. We do not know whether it is by omission or commission, but these are the significant changes taking place in the Indian Ocean. Japan has their own strategy. India has Mahasagar, mutual and holistic security and growth across the region. ASEAN has ASEAN Indo-Pacific outlook on Indo-Pacific strategy. France, Germany, EU, UK, Australia, they all have maritime strategies for the Indian Ocean. What about China? China is the only one having a maritime infrastructure development strategy, that is the Belt and Road Initiative, with necessary financial allocation to include Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean's geography make it an advantage, at the same time a vulnerability. There are critical choke points, Bab el-Mandeb, Strait of Hormuz, Malacca Strait, all these are critical choke points. If the critical choke points are closed, the entire world is going to suffer. Then there are some flashpoints as well. The Gulf of Aden, Yemen, Somalia, Iran, Indo-Pakistan border, Myanmar in Bay of Bengal, all these are potential flashpoints in the Indian Ocean. So ladies and gentlemen, it's not the state versus state threat in the Indian Ocean. There are a large number of non-state actors who are posing a security threat and a governance threat in the Indian Ocean, whether it is piracy and maritime terrorism, irregular migration by sea, drug trafficking, weapon smuggling, IUU fishing. These are all transnational challenges threaten not only the maritime security, but also threaten maritime governance and also livelihood and regional stability. Climate change and resource depletion is a silent, unforeseen enemy in the Indian Ocean region. Rising sea level, depleting of marine resources could trigger mass displacement of people, loss of arable land, and loss of food security. So this is not only an environmental issue, but a security, humanitarian, political issue rolled into one. So where is Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean? Sri Lanka is in the center of the Indian Ocean, southern tip of India, and very close to the busiest east-west shipping lane across the Indian Ocean. And therefore, we feel the strategic competition and the sphere of influence pressure all the time. So Sri Lanka provide a beautiful case study of this strategic competition and the spheres of influence in the Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean has large number of regional organization for maritime security and maritime safety and ocean governance, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium among the navies, Indian Ocean Rim Association focusing on economy, BIMSTEC focusing on the Bay of Bengal. And also, in addition to that, we have the Indian Ocean Commission, ASEAN and the ASEAN Regional Forum, and there are a large number of regional maritime fusion centers. Ladies and gentlemen, although we have number of institutions and organizations, these are not delivering practical cooperation in the Indian Ocean. They work mostly on isolation. However, recently we saw the BIMSTEC and IORA have signed an MOU to work together. So what do we need? We need a shared maritime future for the entire world. We need peace and stability. We don't need competition and conflict. We don't need a single hegemonic power in the Indian Ocean. So I have 5 points to recommend. Number 1, strengthening multilateralism. Number 2, building economic resilience. Number 3, addressing non-traditional security threats. Number 4, addressing climate change. Number 5, fostering trust. So in conclusion, I can say the Indian Ocean region is not destined for conflict. It is destined for peace. Rivalry between the United States and China is going to be there, but it should be managed, not to escalate, not to disturb the regional and international peace. So we need to understand what are the guardrails. In order to overcome the guardrails, we have to have structured communication, selective cooperation, mutual recognition of red lines, and competitive coexistence, and avoid war at all costs. Indian Ocean must pursue inclusive win-win game, not a zero-sum game. In an area of global turbulence and declining faith in traditional multilateralism, alternative initiatives such as Global Security Initiative, Global Governance Initiative need to be given due consideration in order to have a stable, peaceful maritime state for the entire world. Thank you very much.
谢谢克隆伯格前司令。
Thank you. Thank you very much for your remarks from another perspective on the ocean governance, particularly in the Indian Ocean. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Yu Yingfu, Vice President of China International Communications Group. And our Admiral, you were 50 seconds late in your speech. So now, Vice President Yu, the floor is yours. Thank you, distinguished guests. Just now, I have listened attentively to the previous speakers. And so according to the responsibility of my institution, I wish to share with you my observation on this issue on the part of China International Communications Group. The world is quite chaotic. We have deficits in trust, in development, in security, and these deficits are intertwined, posing serious challenge to us, including international maritime sector. So at the same time, we have also seen more confrontation, and we have also seen more uncertainties. So in this background, I think that it is important to practice multilateralism and cooperation. That should be the consensus adopted by the international community. The international community has also a kind of high expectation on that. So we need to have more exchanges in this regard. It will help us build consensus, promote cooperation, which is highly significant. So I wish to share with you 3 observations. First, we need to strengthen the building of a narrative system and shift the focus from dispute to cooperation. President Xi Jinping proposed the important concept of a maritime community with a shared future, stressing the path and direction for global maritime governance. So as an important part of this global community with a shared future, the maritime community with shared future lies in building a peaceful, cooperative, and friendly ocean. So we need to accelerate the building of China's discourse and the narrative system and further explain to the international community how China views maritime governance that respects international law, especially the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and advocates extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits. Regarding the South China Sea, which has attracted global attention, we need to more actively promote the DOC and steadily advance the consultations on the COC. Our publicizing cooperation achievements in marine scientific research, environmental protection, and rescue and shipping lane security. We can guide international attention from geopolitical disputes to common interests and transform the narrative from dispute to cooperation and disseminate China's concepts and solutions, establish a shared vision and light the way forward for win-win multilateral cooperation. Second, we need to strengthen the sharing of typical cases and use China's experience to support global governance. Over the years, China has accumulated rich practices in developing the blue economy, improving the marine ecology, and strengthening maritime connectivity. Under the frameworks such as the Vision for Maritime Cooperation and the Belt and Road Initiative, and we are steadily promoting cooperation with our neighboring countries. There are many examples. Among the bilateral and the multilateral mechanisms, we have signed a number of MOUs to make our constructive contribution. So we need to tell a good story of China's engagement in maritime governance. These engagements should be based on facts, and we need to tell China's maritime governance story as well. And we need to demonstrate China's responsibility as an advocate of global governance, a promoter of the blue economy, and a guardian of the marine economy. So these vivid cases will enable the international community to have a deeper understanding of China's experience and solutions. Third, we need to expand targeted communication channels and transform one-way communication into multilateral dialogue. International communication is by no means one-way indoctrination. Instead, it needs to fully consider the cognitive characteristics and actual needs of different audiences. So for ASEAN countries, for small island states, and for global South countries, you have different perceptions of ocean affairs. So in light of their different perceptions, we need to improve our regional or area studies so that we can have more alignment. We should use language that are understandable to local audiences. We should present cases understandable to the different audiences, and we can also have more joint research, joint publishing, media exchanges, and youth exchanges to promote the shift from content output to value co-creation, make conceptual communication a key link to enhance mutual trust and expand cooperation, and promote the concept of multilateral maritime governance to gain recognition and participation in a wider scope. So as an ancient Chinese saying goes, the ocean is vast because it accepts all rivers. Tolerance leads to greatness. So building a stable, open, and inclusive multilateral maritime governance system is the common responsibility of the international community and a common mission entrusted to us by the Times. Taking this event as an opportunity, my organization would like to deepen cooperation with all colleagues in the following areas. First, we would strengthen think tank dialogue, build a joint research mechanism themed on maritime governance, continuously launch global-oriented policy research and knowledge products, and provide intellectual support for multilateral maritime governance. Because we have a think tank under the China International Communication Group, and they have been working in this field for quite some time. And second, we can carry out joint interviews and collaborative production on issues such as marine eco protection, shipping lane security, and the blue economy. and form a cross-media and a cross-regional information sharing mechanism, helping with route communication and cognitive coordination. In the past, we had some practices in this regard with rich experience. And third, we need to promote non-governmental exchanges, rely on platforms such as youth study tours and cultural exchanges to enhance social level emotion recognition and public participation in multilateral maritime governance. Recently, we have held a number of events. For example, in ASEAN countries, some events are brand events there. So let's work together to spread the blue concepts, build cooperation, consensus, and jointly promote global maritime governance toward a more open, inclusive, and sustainable future. Finally, I wish this symposium a complete success. Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Yu. And now I'd like to invite our colleagues from Switzerland. I remember it's your first time to attend our this event. Now, Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Wu, for inviting me. Obviously, in today's very turbulent world, conventional approaches to managing safety and security at sea are being challenged. Traditional multilateral institutions and the legal frameworks they governed have come under strain amid new strategic alignments and shifting geopolitics. In this context, littoral states in contested or insecure maritime domains need to forge closer and more effective mechanisms for coordination and cooperation. But when formal platforms are hard to create, flexible and voluntary networks can be established using existing national maritime centers and networks of maritime agencies. This emphasis on informal and voluntary mechanisms introduces an element of flexibility that permits safety and security to be addressed without creating tension or exacerbating latent conflicts. Let me explain. The current trend in global geopolitics is towards the disaggregation of states and the weakening of traditional alliance systems. In this new multipolar context, new forms of interstate interaction are evolving, and no more so than in the maritime domain. I would say that the first characteristic of this new interstate cooperation context is the dilution of security guarantees and commitments. Great power dynamics are shifting away from legally binding treaty commitments towards more flexible arrangements that require countries to look after their own security. This is what many observers see enshrined in the new United States National Security Strategy. The greater need for collective security without external guarantees of support, sometimes referred to as extended deterrence, is generating the demand for new regionally specific arrangements. For the past 3 decades or more, regional security in the East Asia region has been governed by a series of overlapping and connected forums in which regional governments, and also more informally at the Track 1.5 level, can debate and discuss security challenges and use these dialogues to build trust and diffuse potential flashpoints. The ASEAN Regional Forum, East Asia Summit, ADMM+, and the CSCAP Forum were all set up in the 1990s after intensive multilateral engagement between ASEAN and its dialogue partners, resulted in a consensus on the need for dialogue frameworks that the Southeast Asian states and the wider East Asia region could use in the interests of conflict prevention. But for the past decade or so, I see that these forums and frameworks have seen a progressive decline in influence. And this is partly due to increasing great power competition that turned these inclusive forums into platforms for competition rather than cooperation. More recently, the changing nature of security threats to the region suggests the need for a rethink about how best to safeguard peace and security. In some parts of the world, the demand for more collective security also meets the challenge of overcoming regional competition and mistrust. This is particularly the case in the Indian Ocean and the Gulf region in particular. It was far easier for disparate states with conflicting interests to rely on external security providers as a way of countering the lack of regional cohesion. Therefore, to address this challenge, the most effective way is loose arrangements that can ensure at the official level in a multi-agency setting without having to lock in official arrangements. Second, ensure that military and civilian agencies, as well as the private shipping companies and port authorities, are involved in data sharing and the monitoring of maritime domains. Restricting such arrangements to the military domain leaves out the bulk of maritime encounters and interactions. Third, agree to voluntary guidelines or codes of conduct for governing interactions at sea, building on the success of the Western Pacific Symposium-led Code for Unplanned Encounters. One way to stabilize and make interactions at sea more predictable is to conceive of broader codes for unplanned encounters that can be established as voluntary principles and guidelines. Lastly, building into ocean governance regimes a system for sustaining supply chain resilience. The multipolar context and unraveling of multilateral institutions and certainties makes the passage of goods, of trade, less secure and subject to the weaponization of dependencies. One of the most important aspects of ocean governance, therefore, is to maintain the safety and security of maritime trade. Certain rules of the road can be framed, again, using voluntary mechanisms as an initiating platform to enlist the aid of voluntary measures to ensure supply chain resilience and the freedom of trade. I hope these ideas are helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, except 1.5 minutes. Next, I'd like to invite President from Korea Institute for Maritime Strategy, Mr. Wong Tai-ho. Welcome. And this is his first time to attend the symposium.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Wu and all lecturers for putting me the opportunity to present before this distinguished forum. I am deeply honored to stand before such an esteemed gathering of maritime experts, government officials, and colleagues from across the region. Maritime policy failures stem not from individual incompetence, but from structural flaws in governance design, particularly from rules devoid of vision, diverting cargo to aviation. The UN Convention on the Law of the Sea promised the common heritage of mankind for deep seabed resources, yet advanced nations monopolize benefits while developing nations remain excluded. In disputed waters, all states read identical UNCLOS provisions, yet sail toward divergent destinations because no shared maritime vision exists. National governments possess a calibrated policy compasses for fisheries, environment, defense, and trade, but these instruments point in conflicting directions. Rules without vision generate unintended consequences and policy fragmentation. The fundamental question is not what rules should govern the seas, but what maritime future we collectively imagine, and how do our rules serve that shared destinations. We are now witnessing a transformation from modernist hierarchical governance toward a postmodern pluralistic framework. Traditional maritime policy rooted in state-centric control is not sufficient. Authority no longer flows exclusively from top to bottom. It competes with markets, corporations, and transnational networks. Information instantly, and the corporations often operate with greater speed than governments. Yet maritime sectors remain siloed, legal regimes overlap without resolution, and coordination collapses where no shared vision exists. This is not merely a technical problem, but a design challenge. How do you govern a rapidly changing world with the static institutions? Today's maritime landscape is pluralistic, featuring diverse actors, conflicting values, and competing norms that coexist permanently. Maritime policies and bodies with limited authority, civil society exclusion from decision-making, and absence of robust information sharing architecture. Institutions operate in isolation, guided by separate norms and priorities, moving forward without coordination. The challenge is narrative and strategic. How do we imagine the sea and who shaped that vision? Maritime policy is no longer about finding right answers, but co-creating a language of coexistence. This requires a strategic design. Policy is not merely rules, but a blueprint reflecting values and aspirations. Good governance creates space where different norms and interests exist without conflict. The Indo-Pacific demands co-evolution means linking actors across domains, aligning policies through dialogue, and sharing not just information, but purpose. Maritime security, ecological stewardship, and economic development cannot be pursued in silos. They must co-evolve. In conclusion, we must govern not by coercion, but by consent, not through imposition, but through imagination. When we lead with trust, we transform the ocean from a battlefield of interest into commons of shared destiny. Government fails not by accident, but by default without design. Good design turns fragmentation into unity and differences into direction. The ocean's peace is not secured by numbers alone, but sustained by purpose and deliberate governance design. Thank you for kind attention.
谢谢你给我。
Thank you, Dr. Wong, for your saving 1 minute. And many thanks will be given to the 7 panelists. And I don't know whether President from Sweden is online or not, and we'd like to save time for the discussion. Next, I'd like to invite the guest from US, Mr. Omak. You impressed me a lot. The question to you is that in the adjustment of the strategies of US, what influence, positive influence will be exerted in terms of ocean governance? And what is the view that when Philippines become the rotating presidencies, what positive solutions will be offered by Philippines on the South China Sea issues, and whether US will play a positive role or not? And also, thank you very much. And you've been engaged in the symposium for 6 times. And so please use 2 minutes to summarize the differences of this symposium versus the previous ones. So we reserve this question to the last for you. And please, Womack, your floors. And I will control the time very stringently.
I think, especially over the last year, I think as an American, I should ask for sympathy for the United States and what it's going through and what it's also causing the world to go through. The United States is a 2-ocean country. It has always been a global power. It has always been globally interested, but it has the adjustment to a post-hegemonic world is particularly difficult for the United States. I would say the progress that strikes me in Asia, of ASEAN, of China's development, these things should be lessons to the United States on how it should adjust its policies. Unfortunately, that's not the current direction.
你还没完全回答的。
Okay, you didn't fully answer the question, but thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, the last line is very good, but please be specific. And President Wu Shichun mentioned in the speech a very important progress of the South China Sea issue. So my question to you is that next year, Philippines, I know some guests from Philippines are also present here. Next year, Philippines will be the rotation presidency state of ASEAN. So with adjustment of the strategy of US on the Asia Pacific region, so what direction, possible directions could be brought by this adjustment when Philippines become the presidency state? Thank you. This is a very good question. So publicly, I would like to be very positive, but in a close meeting background, I will be a little bit negative. So I believe the COC, President Marcos made commitment that during his terms as the president of ASEAN countries, and he would like to complete the negotiation, but actually the complexities and the sensitivities of the consultation of the COC is increasing, and ASEAN has been comprised of 11 countries, and East Timor has been part of it as well. Added by China is 12 countries. So I believe there are some difficulties of the completion of the negotiations. And the COC's targets compared to the previous consultations, we can see more divergence and disagreements. So China positions that we have to come together with the ASEAN countries, and without external interventions, we can reach the final target to finish all the items of negotiations. No matter how difficult it is up to Philippines. And Philippines, whether there is some unilateral provocations by Philippines or not. If it is the case, then the status of the South China Seas provoked by Philippines that will become unstable, and some conflicts probably will occur in some instances. And so like the Ren'ai Reef shifted to Huangyan Island, and the occupations will be actually conducted by Philippines one after another, and then the conflicts will occur. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Yes, I will reserve the time for the online guest at last. Yes, we have Womack making the points. To be more specific, that in terms of the influence exerted by US and Philippines, and against this background, whether this influence can push forward the target to be achieved by the COC.
So our former chief of the Navy of Sri Lanka, Mr. Kolobok, I have one question for you. So what kind of role do you think Sri Lanka should play in the Indian Ocean governance?
The US scholar mentioned about the asymmetry, big powers and small powers. However, small powers are also important in collaboration, in decision making. Now, the Indian Ocean is not alone, it's part of the global maritime common, and it is actually the connector between the Western Pacific. And large number of energy flow is through the Indian Ocean. So Indian Ocean is critically important. I think the Indian Ocean, we have 34 littorals, 34 countries, residential powers, and then there are others, non-residential powers, but then some of them are actually present in the Indian Ocean. So we need to maintain the peace, stability, and freedom of maritime common. Now, Sri Lanka, in a very strategically advantageous position, and as a member of all these organizations that I mentioned, can play a critical role. And we need to maintain maritime security and ocean governance in the Indian Ocean, not only for us, but for the sake of the whole world. So we have to understand, unless we work together, unless we work collaboratively, we will not achieve that. Right now, Indian Ocean is peaceful. So we must maintain that status quo. Like the South China Sea you mentioned, it is peaceful. So we must maintain this status quo. We must not allow anyone to upset this.
Oh, thank you much. 那么我很希望就是，因为斯里兰卡呢，虽然是
Indeed, Sri Lanka is a small power, as you mentioned, but you are located in a strategic position. You played an important role in this regard. So we would like to have further discussion with you later. Okay, now Vice President Yu, just now you shared with us a lot of good concepts. So would you just make one comment? What about China International Communication Group can do? What a special role your group can play in the global ocean governance? We need to tell a good story about China's maritime governance and send China's voice out. So it's a good opportunity for me to participate in this symposium. In the past, we have not done much. Just now, I tell Chairman Lu Bing of the foundation that I will visit his foundation soon to seek his advice so that China International Communication Group will play its due role. Thank you. So China International Communication Group is very important in the publishing and the communication sector. I wish you that you can tell an even better story in this regard. Thank you. Now next, yes, Michael. Michael, the floor is yours. Because just now you shared with us your comments, which I agree, and you come from the Switzerland Center for Humanitarian Dialogue. So when it comes to marine ocean governance, humanitarianism, what is the place of humanitarianism? What role humanitarianism can play in global ocean governance? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good question that rarely comes up. I think specifically in parts of the ocean where there are littoral states facing crisis and conflict, I think it's very important that there maintains a degree of safety and security in, has already been mentioned, the sea lanes, the choke points, but more broadly, I think there's an important and emerging issue to be faced when it comes to the point I was making about this paradox, contradiction between the greater need for collective security among different states, at the same time of them, these states themselves becoming more competitive towards one another. How do you square that circle?
Thank you. I hope that next time we would like to discuss the application of humanitarianism to the maritime sector. Now I'd like to have a question for our South Korean colleague. So President Lee took office not long ago. So what do you think of the how China and South Korea can build a large maritime market? Is there any area that we can start with? For example, President Lee of South Korea has done some good things, particularly the day before yesterday, he made an important decision. So President Wang, so what China and Korea can work together in building a large maritime market? So the floor is yours, President Wang. That's a big question, but you need to make some brief remarks. You know, we will have a number of Hainan, and we are discussing direct flight between Hainan and South Korea.
Unfortunately, I have not heard the remarks from President Lee because I have not read any news articles. But I can just say basically that the new President Lee, I think he is more open to China compared to the previous president. So I think there will be more chances that China and South Korea can work together for the development of in every field. Thank you.
好，我们最后留给罗赞伦。
So President Ronald Long, you have participated in a symposium for 6 times. So would you like to make a comment on the 6th symposium compared with the first 5? Thank you very much for participating in our symposiums, always in small hours of the day. So you are also dressed formally to attend our symposium virtually. So thank you very much. So how do you make your comment, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. I would say, right, there's a common theme, Firstly, the oceans community wants peace and stability. I think that's, yeah, and we've heard that from all the speakers. And I think that has to be the big takeaway message from at this very important gathering. I would also agree with Professor Wu. We need an inspirational vision for the ocean. Gloom and doom is not motivational. And likewise, we heard today about the importance of the role of other stakeholders. It's not about states and interstate actions. It's about the global community, and industry has a key role to play. I think as well we have to embrace scientific and legal complexity. And we know certainly that the rule of international law brings stability and has served the international community very well. I also think it's imperative, and I work within the United Nations system, that everybody that attends the forum supports the United Nations system. The multilateral system is under challenge. And this is why we look to very powerful states such as China to provide leadership within the multilateral system. And in this context, this forum as a track 1.5 dialogue is very, very important because it builds ideas, it builds intellectual engagement. And I would finish with one key point. We have a crucial instrument, the BBNJ agreement. It will apply to 2/3 of the planet, which is covered by oceans, areas beyond national jurisdiction. We have 77 ratifications, and as pointed out by Professor Wu, the formal process will be completed by China early in the new year. But we need all states to ratify the BBNJ agreement. So I would finish at that point. I've spoken on it for a number of years. The international community needs to endorse and implement the BBNJ agreement. So thank you very much, moderator. A really wonderful session, and it was a privilege to join you.
好，谢谢你对本次论坛。
Thank you very much for your very good concluding comments. It's my fifth time to be a moderator, and I think that our symposium today has a very extensive presentation. We have colleagues from United States, Sri Lanka, and South Korea. They have been participating for the first time and made very constructive remarks. And our American colleague shared with us the latest update on the national strategy, security strategy of the United States. So I'd like to thank you all. Now we have a tea break. Now we are going to have a tea break for 10 minutes. And please come back in 10 minutes. Let's continue with our topic 2 discussion.
好，我们请议题1的所有发言嘉宾在台上合影留念。 Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
亲爱的来宾朋友们，请大家现在准备回到会场就座。我们稍后马上开始议题2环节。感谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, we will start session 2 very shortly. Please come back to the venue and get seated. Thank you for your cooperation. 各位嘉宾朋友们，我们现在即将进行议题2环节，请大家尽快回到会场就座。感谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to start session 2. Please come back to the venue and get seated. Thank you. 亲爱的来宾朋友们，请大家尽快回到会场就座。我们议题2环节现在准备开始，谢谢。我们请场外的嘉宾朋友们，现在请您抓紧时间回到会场，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the venue. We will start session 2. Thank you. 亲爱的来宾朋友们，请大家回到会场。我们现在准备进行议题2环节，谢谢。
对，Hello，大家上午好，Good morning. Morning, it's good to be back here again. My name is Lucien. I'm from CGTN. Ambassador Liu Zhenbing, nice to see you here. What a pleasure to see old friends and friends. Who would move closer to the front lines if, yeah, because there are a lot of empty seats. It will look better on TV, right? If you don't mind, I would really appreciate that. The whole session will be 90 minutes. We'll go strictly on time as well, I hope, as Mr. Fu Chi was doing. This will be divided into two parts, I would say. The first part is the beginning, my introduction, and then the opening statements of each of our panelists. And then the second part will be a quick discussion, maybe one question from me to each and every of the panelists, and then we'll open the floor to question and answer. I would like to leave more time for Q&A, about half an hour. And I hope you will use this opportunity to raise your questions with the panelists and have a lively discussion. I think that after the whole morning of listening to the discussion, you probably have some questions, and this is going to be the opportunity to sort answers. Very good. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Then we'll get ready to start. Please, again, switch your phone to mobile, of course, everybody is mobile. Switch your phone to silent mode, including the guests here. If you have a phone next to you, please switch it to silent mode and avoid moving too much around the venue, especially not right in front of the camera. I really appreciate that. All right. And we're still waiting for Professor Saunders. Is he on the way? Okay, he will be here in any minute. So just a couple of minutes more. I'm not going to sing. Shall I? No. Mr. Saunders, okay? You won't need that, Professor Saunders. You probably won't need that. Yeah, we'll all be speaking English. From the Arctic to the Indian Ocean to the South China Sea, issues such as maritime disputes and sea length security have been largely shaped by critical factors, shaping regional security and maritime cooperation. But there is the bright side of the story. Countries have been able to find solutions to cooperate despite their differences. So how can countries learn from the experiences and find effective ways to resolve their differences and explore paths to perhaps build from below in terms of maritime issues. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first part of a special program titled Managing Maritime Disputes, Regional Practices and International. Let me do that again. 好吧，请大家不要再
Please avoid running in front of the camera side when it is on. Thank you.
Do that again. The global maritime domain is increasingly impacted by various issues such as territorial disputes, maritime jurisdiction, depletion of resources, environmental degradation, or intensifying major power rivalry. Given these circumstances, how can countries resolve their differences or shelve their differences and seek innovative ways to coexist in peace and cooperate? It's not always a depressing story. There's the bright side, as countries have been able to find effective ways to resolve their differences in terms of these disputes, and we can learn from them. That's why we're here to talk about how to more effectively resolve maritime differences and explore opportunities to perhaps build from below in this very important international discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first part of a special program called Managing Maritime Disputes, Regional Practices and International Experience, brought to you by The Point with me, Liu Xin, on CGTN from the beautiful southern city of Sanya in China's Hainan province. This program is jointly organized by the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, China Oceanic Development Foundation, Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, Hainan Institute for Free Trade Port Studies, and of course, CGTN. And I'm extremely delighted to have a distinguished panel of speakers on the stage to join this discussion. From my immediate left, Hu Bo, Director of the Center for Maritime Strategy Studies of China's Peking University. Philip Saunders, Dean Emeritus and Adjunct Professor of Schulich School of Law of Canada's Dalhousie University. Vladislav Tolstych, Professor and Head of International Law Section at the Institute of Oriental Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Rohanas Harun, Professor of International Relations, Security and Law at the National Defense University of Malaysia. Admiral Shekhar Singha, member of the Governing Council of the Indian Council of World Affairs and of the Executive Committee of the Global Council of Counterterrorism. Homeworks from various fields such as international legal affairs, lawyers, scholars on maritime issues, and of course, Mr. Wu Shicun, who is the man behind. Congratulations for the success of the forum, and it's a great privilege to be able to have the stage and talk about this very important issue. So let's start with the opening statements, and the overarching theme is, of course, under the current circumstances, what are the most effective approaches to manage maritime disputes in today's world? May I start with Professor Hu Bo from Peking University? What do you see as the most effective approaches for managing maritime disputes? Is there a successful example that you can share with us that's particularly inspiring?
Thank you, Liu Xin, and distinguished guests, and thank you for the invitation. And on the maritime disputes, especially sovereignty disputes, I think we should be pragmatic and not be too naive. You know, we are living in a sovereignty state system, and nationalism is rising, is popular and resurging. So I think unless there is no other way, no claimants will give up their claims, and no claims can impose their will to other claimants to give up their claims. So most of the disputes, I think, especially sovereign disputes in the world, cannot be resolved, and even I think in our lifetime. So I appreciate the expertise of Liu Xin's team and Dr. Wu's team that our session is on the managing the disputes rather than solving the disputes. So managing the
You managed our expectations.
So I think there are three kinds of approaches to manage or resolve the disputes. And first of all is consultation and negotiation among claimants. And second is the regional mechanism. And the third one is we call the third parties procedures, like the judicial and arbitration, and also the mediation. But no matter what kinds of approach, we should be based on the consent and agreement of all related claimants and parties. So that's a prediction to move on the manage the dispute differences. I want to use the South China Sea as a case to explore how to manage the disputes. As to South China Sea disputes, I think as we follow that, as Deng Xiaoping follow the Deng Xiaoping's principle of sharing the disputes. So there are two categories of disputes. The first of all is the feature disputes. We also the sovereignty disputes. As the sovereignty disputes, we will this morning, many colleagues have mentioned the DOC. I think most of the claimants obey one article of the DOC, that is, no party should occupy the uninhabited features in the separate islands. So far, so good. Even Philippines has shown the intention to occupy some uninhabited features like Sambila Shoal and St. Thomas Shoal, but so far, so good. Generally, I think this article has been obeyed a little well. The other one is other disputes is the maritime boundary and maritime delimitation disputes. These disputes are very complicated, and the reason is that some claimants has created the new claimants, like the Philippines create the West Philippine Sea claims based on arbitration ruling, and also exaggerated the arbitration ruling to create some new phrase and encourage this kind of CBMs to move further. There are multilateral CBMs like the DOC and the COC, and also we have some bilaterally CBMs mechanism. I think we have been noticed not too much. For instance, China has built the bilateral CBMs with Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia, and in the South China Sea. And also, even China and the Philippines has a complicated in the recent years. China and the Philippines has used the bilateral CBMs to calm down the situation of the Sambila Shoal and the St. Thomas Shoal. This kind of activities and CBMs building, I think, should be encouraged and praised by the international community. Thanks, I should stop here.
Thank you, Professor Hu. Very comprehensive preparation for the discussion that we're going to continue to build on. Next, I want to move to Professor Saunders, and from a legal perspective, how would you assess the role of international law, such as the UNCLOS, in terms of its usefulness in managing maritime disputes, and what are its strengths and limitations?
I think that's actually a good way of putting the question, and it's nice to hear it put in terms of managing the disputes. So too often we hear things like formal dispute settlement, courts and tribunals as resolving a dispute. It's very rare that they actually resolve the dispute. Usually there's another remaining several parts of the dispute that still have to be dealt with by the countries after the formal portion has gone through. What UNCLOS did, I think, was a couple of things. On the one hand, it established over a period of many years, and it shouldn't be discounted, the jurisdictional framework within which most other activities could take place. And that in itself solved a lot of what could be disputes in some parts of the world where you had some countries claiming territorial seas up to 200 miles, that sort of thing. So that it did very well. It was also probably, I think, a bit ambitious on the dispute settlement structure that it created. At its heart, it really is nothing more than an elaborated view of what's in the UN Charter, and I think it's Article 279 lists the measures in the UN Charter that are considered to be a state's obligations in seeking peaceful resolution of dispute, negotiation, conciliation, mediation, arbitration, and so on. But it also put in place formal dispute settlements in the form of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, reference to the International Court of Justice, Annex 7 arbitrations, which is what the South China Sea arbitration was. And unfortunately, I think over the years, those attracted more attention than they should have as methods for solving or resolving disputes. Any dispute settlement or management ought to be thought of as a policy choice. What we heard about in some of the earlier sessions, you're quite right, were examples of how in the South China Sea, in a very conflictual situation, states have managed to build confidence building measures, code of conduct, that sort of thing. Those are all measures that can take place between and among states at a formal or informal level without the intervention of a court. Courts can be useful, but mostly when the parties to a dispute can identify some part of the dispute that could be usefully resolved by a court, and then go on with the rest of the dispute in managing it as they would.
So basically, there's only to a certain extent that international law can help provide workable solutions to the disputes. So every time I read a media article about, going to court, going to arbitration, that seems to be the way people think, oh, we have a dispute, let's go to court, I'm going to sue you. That seems not to be the right mindset in looking at these issues. I would like to hear more on that, but let's move on to Professor Tos. How do regional histories and political cultures shape the way states respond to maritime tensions? Maybe you could talk from the Arctic perspective.
Yeah. But I think that the situation in the Arctic cannot be considered separately from the general state of international law of the sea. And I would say that international law of the sea, the general law, is currently undergoing an erosion, or at least transformation. And there are several factors driving this process. The first factor is an increased activism of international tribunals, as demonstrated in the cases of South China Sea, Slovenia versus Croatia, the detention of Arctic Sunrise, and maybe the most blatant example is advisory opinion of ITLOS on climate change. The second factor is not faced by the UNCLOS. And last but not least, the undermining of the commons in other fields of international law, such as space law, undermined by the Artemisia Court. So I mean that inevitably results in the proliferation of alternative approaches. And Russia tried to develop these approaches in relation to the Arctic. I would mention some of them. First strategy focuses on historical rights that are considered as exceptions to the convention. Second strategy focuses on customary rule that presumably exist alongside the convention and were not cancelled by the convention. The third strategy presumes the reanimation of the concept of contiguity that was marginalized by the general international law in 1928 in the case of island of Palmas. The fourth strategy that was used by Canada very efficiently, that is accent on the self-determination of indigenous peoples that inhabited the maritime areas and that considered maritime areas as ground for working and living. The fifth strategy focuses on security concerns. The sixth strategy I would like to mention is rehabilitation of pre-colonial order to the extent that the colonial legacy is consigned to the past. And the last strategy that is very prospective, I would say, is identification of the third nomos, that is a space distant from solid ground and sea, and that requires a special regulation. And this strategy was advanced by several authors in relation to the Arctic, because the Arctic consists of ice areas.
Well, it's new waters for me, definitely, because we're so used to discussing the South China Sea where the sea is warm. Now it's going into uncharted waters, but I'm learning something, and I hope our audiences are also learning something. Let's come back to the South China Sea and go to Malaysia. Malaysia is an immediate neighbor of China in that region. From your perspective, Professor Harun, what is the most practical, desirable way of managing maritime disputes for Malaysia?
Secondly, to what extent these efforts have been successful? And thirdly, why they have not been so successful in the South China Sea? So I think they are all related. So to my first point, how is it done in Southeast Asia? Of course, there are many ways of doing it, including the application of the international law that we have discussed just now. But I think for Southeast Asia or for the ASEAN region, the most important element is the incorporation or the belief, the conviction in the ASEAN way. To the rest of the world, it doesn't sound convincing, because I've been reading and heard many people sort of condemning the ASEAN way. They say, oh, it's slow, it's, slower than snake.
Maybe a quick word on what exactly is the ASEAN?
Yes, I will. Now, what does it include? This ASEAN way or ASEAN spirit comprise quiet diplomacy. That is, we'd rather talk and have dialogue than fighting. As we say, it's better to bark at each other than to hit or fight with each other. The other thing is that it includes negotiations at different level, at bilateral, multilateral, and very, very popular these days is what they call the mini-lateral framework, because this mini-lateral framework has been works quite well on issues that is not as big as the South China Sea, because not many people know that among ASEAN countries, we have our little differences between, let's say, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, over a small part, like the Sulawesi or the Sulu Sea, and then you have the Straits of Malacca. So this mini-lateral worked very well for the countries in the region, because they know what the common problems are and what the common requirements that we need to resolve this. And then you also have the employment of workable mechanisms, which include, for example, the international legal framework. Now, I think this is very important because people assume that, oh, why don't you follow UNCLOS or the international legal framework? International Arbitration Court of Justice, etc. But people forget, or the public forgets that, for example, to take a case to the ICJ, both parties must agree to take the case. And this is what happened, let's say, between Malaysia and Singapore. We had a dispute on the Pedra Branca. This is what happened between Malaysia and Indonesia. We had dispute on the islands of Sipadan Ligitan. After much bilateral negotiations, we couldn't agree. So we said, let's go to ICJ. So when the ICJ pronounced its verdict, Malaysia lost. So we said, okay, we accept it. With Sipadan Ligitan, ICJ ruled in favor of Malaysia. Of course, Indonesia was not happy. There were demonstrations in Indonesia, but there was no attack or harassment. So this is very important. And that is done all in the spirit of ASEAN, the so-called ASEAN way. Now, my third point, why has it not worked in the South China Sea, the mechanisms and the attitude that we talked about in ASEAN? Well, I think the first reason that I'd like to propose is the asymmetrical situation in the South China Sea dispute. It is a dispute that involves China, a major power, the largest country in the region, versus the smaller countries of ASEAN. And that is not all of ASEAN. It's only Malaysia, Philippines, and Vietnam. So that is where the asymmetry is. So it's very difficult, for small countries and not the entire ASEAN, to sort of find a consensus to discuss with China. Of course, we have the COC, which is, we are still negotiating or talking, but it's been something like 20 years. So they say, oh, why is it not? Why have you not achieved anything? Slow, but it's all right. And then secondly, I think it's the differences among these countries in how to resolve the issue with regards to, let's say, COC. China, I think, want some flexibility, but ASEAN says, oh, let's make it binding. So they are still talking, having a dialogue. And finally, I'd like to say that the US-China rivalry complicates things. So can I just say my conclusion?
If it is one sentence.
Yeah, one sentence. So in conclusion, I think managing dispute in Southeast Asia is a complex blend of diplomacy, legal framework, and practical intentions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Harun. I don't have a timer here, but I think it's okay that we let her finish because these to move to our Indian guest, Admiral Singha. The question here is about confidence building measures and crisis management mechanisms, but of course, in the context of managing maritime disputes from the Indian perspective.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Wu, for inviting me to this forum again. Actually, I'm quite deeply impressed with the setting of this conference, which is in just on the Haitang Bay, located on the Phoenix Island, the banks of Sanya River. So it gives me a very feeling of being at home, very close to sea. To the question as to, I would say that our own experience, I can tell you that, we have followed the two approaches. Basically, they were all to do with the maritime jurisdiction dispute. One with Bangladesh and one with Sri Lanka. We have already resolved by mutual consultation the Myanmar and Maldives boundary. So there are two approaches. One is the the bilateral and reach some shall I say a political settlement, like we had in the case of Sri Lanka. It was the issue of sovereignty over an uninhabited island of Kachativu in the Park Strait, leading to ongoing fishing rights issue. Bilateral agreements of 1974 and 1976 regarding the Maritime Boundary Agreement, it resolved the sovereignty issue. India formally recognized Sri Lankan sovereignty over this island in 1974. So we didn't have to go to any other. The only thing, the agreement also restricted the fishing in each other's EEZ. However, the local fishermen from Tamil Nadu still tend to ingress into the EEZ of Sri Lanka, and it is a sensitive political issue, really. But it is resolved. Once they are caught and arrested, the two navies sit down and say, okay, let them go, warn them, they will not do it again. So otherwise, the issue has actually been settled. Coming to Bangladesh, this is slightly longer. We had unresolved maritime boundary dispute in the Bay of Bengal for nearly 4 decades. Finally, it was settled through international arbitration. Core dispute was overlapping claim over the territorial seas, EEZ, and the continental shelf. And it was complicated by the unstable coastline of the Bengal Delta and disappearance of and reappearance of an island called Newmore Island. Newmore Island, it would appear and it would disappear, in high water, low water, etc. So after 11 rounds of unsuccessful bilateral negotiation, Bangladesh initiated an arbitration proceeding against India under UNCLOS, and this was in 2009. The PCA at Hague delivered a binding verdict in July 2014. The UN tribunal awarded Bangladesh with 19,467 square kilometers out of the total disputed area of 25,602 square kilometers. Both nations accepted the decision. It was hailed as a victory for friendship because India gave up a large amount of EZ, and also the validity of international court processing. So that is, it is always quoted as an example in most of the forums. Coming to India and Pakistan. Now this is lesser said the better. Sar Creek is a 96-kilometer long tidal estuary in the Rann of Kutch, and it's a marshy land. Due to differing interpretation of a 1914 Bombay Governor's resolution, with Pakistan claiming the eastern shore boundary line and India advocating a center line as per the something called a Thalweg principle. So we follow that. The international maritime boundary line in the Sar Creek area have not been demarcated. This has implication for security and resource exploitation in the region, subject to bilateral negotiation. I would say that talk between these two countries, we have not allowed it to escalate. Both Pakistan and India have realized that escalating it might become a bigger issue, because as it is, India, Pakistan have got an ongoing battle for the line of control and actual line of control. And this might just add to, the complications. So we have held on to that. We have had occasionally fishermen from either side get into their so-called international boundary line. They are arrested and later they are exchanged through a dialogue. So this is where it lies. But certainly demarcation has not been done. So these are the 3 examples that I can give you. Thank you.
May I just ask, is the issue resolved through, or is it ongoing? I didn't catch it.
This is an ongoing, not resolved, but by consultation with each other, we have not allowed it to escalate into full-scale war.
Okay, I see. Very interesting. And Bengal brought India to the arbitration. India said yes. Good. Next, let's move on to Director Hong. Of course, from a different perspective, countries that are not immediately in the region, and also in the complexity of increasing great power rivalry. How is that changing the dynamics of the maritime disputes in this part of the world?
Try to answer your question from using the law of the sea language. You're asking, for instance, the law of the sea actually provide very clearly what are obligations and what are the rights for coastal states and user states. So we're referring to maybe external state who is not the claimant stay in this region. I believe that it's very well clear. First of all, you have to respect the sovereignty claims and also jurisdiction claim in this region. And you have to that political willingness of the region. You have to respect that the regional state have the wisdom to solve their problem. And I think the second is, I think the user states, when they have their legitimate interests in a lot of regions, such as in the South China Sea, the things that they are welcome and they're welcomed by the coastal state to provide, for instance, public goods. But it has to be done in a very transparent way, and it has to be done in a way that it's agreed and invited by the regional states. But I also want to address your earlier question that what makes the dispute mechanism effective. I want to address three elements which I believe they're very essential and they're also interrelated. The first one, international law, including the treaty law, such as law of convention, and including customs maintenance law. They set a very good foundation for dispute settlement management and ocean management, and also set a legal architecture for ocean governance. So we see a lot of very, success, for example, through litigation, arbitration, or through conciliation, such as the West Timor Australia case addressed by Madam in his earlier opening remark. And at the same time, I think customer international law and other emerging treaty law fill in the gaps that law of sea convention remains silent or underdeveloped. And that's very important because when we're talking about historical claims in the South China Sea, which is a very controversial issue, but it has to be done through customer international law. And having said that, I think the legal result, be it through litigation or through cancellation or for war, they can only be effective when we have the state. The example that I want to bring to attention is between Norway, between Norway and Russian is between Norway, Norway and Russia. They have managed to solve the maritime delimitation in 2010 after 4 decades spending, which shows a very good example. Even dispute is spending for a long time. When the state they have an agreement, they recognize there's a mutual benefit to address the issue. That's the best way to solve the issues. Another point I want to also talk about equality. I think all the states, they are governed by the law of the convention language. A big country does not necessarily it's bullying, does not necessarily mean it's coercive or hegemon. And a small state inside does not mean that it's necessarily innocent or weak. So my point is, I think in all parties must work under the same legal umbrella. Effective management needs to, for instance, require larger states in size to demonstrate restraint and also consistent. And small states also need to engage constructively and without being intermined by external geopolitical agenda and without being driven by the need for managing domestic politics. So to support the escalation, I think political must also pair with responsible conduct. And I would like to elaborate two no and one must. One is not to use international law as a public relation campaign tool. And the second no is not to mobilize domestic legislation and to escalate the tension. And the one must, I think it's very important to strengthen maritime awareness and legal awareness among policymakers, among the media, and also among the public to ensure that the maritime governance is driven by very objective assessment and emotional reaction.
Thank you, Director Hong Nong. Very important points you are highlighting here, and we'll hear more. But let me go to Director Zhao Long. We have touched more on the domestic political scene, the awareness. So what kind of political and security considerations typically lie behind the choice of maritime disputes, and how does that shape the way in searching for a most workable solution?
Well, thank you for the question. I think I'm always pleased and honored to join this forum. Of course, I want to thank Dr. Wu Shichun's kind invitation. when we're referring to managing the maritime disputes, I think we should bear in our mind that today's disputes are highly intertwined with the new developments, new factors like the climate impact, like our special envoy Liu emphasized, like the emerging technologies, and also the shifting geopolitical tensions and landscape, as you referred. So in my opinion, the so-called effective disputes management rests on three pillars. First, legal norms. Second, political dialogue. And the third is practical cooperation. First, I think the international law remains the solid foundation here. I would largely join our previous panelists when emphasizing the UNCLOS, the importance of UNCLOS. It at least gave us a common vocabulary and even shared reference point. And I think the more importantly is the UNCLOS urges states to resolve disputes in the spirit of mutual understanding and cooperation. And our Russian colleagues mentioned about Arctic practice. I think even in this highly tense, situation in the Arctic, those coastal states still bringing their submissions to the Commission of Limits of Continental Shelves. So that gives us a strong impression that everybody is still willing to showing up in front of the same referee. So that underscores the legitimacy of the current legal system. But UNCLOS is not secret. It's not the magic key that opens every door, right? I think the disputes when involving those sovereignty issue, national identity issue, and with those very complex historical background and narratives, well, sometimes UNCLOS doesn't work. So in that regard, I think this is why the political negotiation provides a backbone of such management. In South China Sea, I think Dr. Wu mentioned the multi-layered arrangements of political negotiations, starting from DOC to the COC. And I think that ultimately the state consent remains essential. So we should understand that disputes management or resolution only work when everybody agreed on and everybody participated in them, right? And thirdly, of course, the practical cooperation. And sometimes it's the most stabilizing factor here, because let me go back to again to the Arctic practice. Given the spillover effect of Ukraine crisis, the overall structure of the Arctic governance has shifted from the Arctic 8 states towards to the NATO 7 versus Russia. But I think practical cooperation continued. For example, Russia and Norway joined. There's a mechanism called Russian-Norway Joint Fishery Commission. They continue to meet with each other and decided that the fishing quotas for every year. And between US and Russia, they have jointly proposed the navigation, the shipping roads in the Bering Strait based on the ecological considerations. So I think these cooperation does not require abandoning sovereign claims or sovereignty. It only requires acknowledging the shared risk and shared interests. So let me conclude with this. The core takeaway here is pretty simple. A blended approach works best. So legal framework works, provides structure, political dialogues offers feasibility, and also the practical cooperation delivers immediate stability. None of these factors or approach could resolve all the problems, but I think combined, and they could serve with the intercomplementary effect. And I think, of course, that requires more patience, more confidence, and restraints. So let me stop here.
Thank you, Mr. Jiaolong. And with that, we wrap up the part one of a very special discussion on managing maritime disputes, regional practices, and international experience. A lot of thanks to the panelists, the 7 panelists, Professor Hugo, Professor Philip Saunders, Professor Vladislav Dostir, Professor Ruhanas Harun, Admiral Sheikha Singha, Mr. Hong Ms. Hong Nong and Mr. Zhao Long. As usual, you can follow me on Facebook and X using the handle Lucy Beijing. On behalf of the whole team, thank you for watching. We have come to you from the beautiful city of Sanya. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the second half of this special discussion. Thank you. And we go straight to the second half. Welcome to The Point, coming to you from Sanya, southern China's Hainan province. Now, the world's oceans are facing growing pressure from competing territorial claims, from overlapping maritime zones, from the competition for resources, from the erosion of environmental, from climate change effects, and of course, under the rivalry of major countries around the world. Yet, there are meaningful examples of how countries have managed to manage their differences, even resolve their disputes through a mix of ways, such as legal means, such as political means, such as practical cooperation. What are some of the efforts that are going on? What can be done better? Welcome to the second half of a special program on managing maritime disputes, regional practices, and international experience. Let's come back to our panel of guests. And Professor Hu Bo, let me come back to you. Now, we've already talked about, the legal pillar, the practical, the political negotiation, and the practical cooperation. In terms of China, some people would say, what do you regard as the UNCLOS, the legal pillar? Why is China so adamant not go through this path in terms of using litigation, arbitration to resolving the South China Sea issue?
Okay, I think China had never said that we don't want to go to the arbitration or SAG or UNCLOS. I think I have mentioned before that the base is that the arbitration ruling raised by Philippines is not our case. China didn't participate. That's one thing. The other thing is that the Philippines case, I think the context of the Philippines case has beyond the authority of UNCLOS as well as arbitration. So that's why I think that it's very China doesn't accept the arbitration ruling of the case raised by Philippines. I think no matter, I think China is open bilaterally, multilaterally, and also some legal procedures. But one principle is very clear. We are living in the sovereign state system. China should agree. If we agree, I think we can accept the result. I think the one thing I want to add is that I think as to South China Sea, I think other maritime disputes in the world, I think especially South China Sea disputes, I think the public and the people, even some officers are too anxiety.
Anxious, they're too anxious.
Too anxiety because the disputes couldn't be resolved in the foreseeable future, maybe in 100 years left. So we should be anxiety on the final settlement. So that's one thing that I think the situation of South China Sea has been exaggerated too much because you are too anxiety. You are over focused on South China Sea. There are other maritime disputes worldwide, but nobody cares because China is related to the South China disputes. So the international public focus on the South China dispute. Then you will find the tension, the South China Sea, the situation is in tension is very high. But actually, if I can raise the points to the situation of the South China Sea and to the managing the disputes of South China Sea, I can give maybe 17 points. 70 points, not too high, but not too low.
Bad.
Yeah, not too bad.
Not too bad. I'll use this opportunity to try to get answer from our Malaysian panelist because she was talking about the ASEAN way. What is your understanding of China's perception of the ASEAN way? Could the ASEAN way be the ASEAN-China way?
I think China 100% support ASEAN way. I think China is the number one, is is the #1 major powers that support the ASEAN way. You know, many Western friends told me like that you are just wasting time for 20 years or 30 years. You get nothing. But in ASEAN way, the process is most important in the result.
The process.
And is most important. If we are in the process of negotiation, consultation such as the COC consultation, which means that nobody wants to go to the war, wants to use force to settle the disputes. That's a good thing. I think international community should praise that and encourage this kind of dialogue.
Why is it taking so long? What is the problem? Is it China's problem? Or
No, you know, everything, you know, in the COC consultation, Dr. Wu had mentioned that every article should be accepted by 11 parties. It is not a China ASEAN mechanism. It is China and 10 ASEAN member states plus 10, no, not 11. So that's a very difficult procedure. So we should have, I agree with that. We should be patient and we should be confident that even we couldn't get a result in the foreseeable future, I think the process itself has a value.
the process itself has value. Okay, let's go to Professor Saunders. Again, if you don't mind, we stay with the UNCLOS tool. If UNCLOS, or how it is interpreted, is not the most suitable approach to resolving territorial disputes, what can we use the UNCLOS to do, really? Maybe to jumpstart some kind of cooperation to mitigate some of the negative consequences of these disputes, and in other words, to manage. Are there other ways we can cite the law?
I wouldn't say that it's not so much that it's not suitable, it's how you use it. When we talk about the time, I grew up near an island just a few dozen kilometers away that's been subject to a territorial dispute and an associated maritime boundary dispute since 1783 between Canada and the United States. It still is, and we get by. We'll settle it someday. So the time frame, I wouldn't worry about that much, as long as things can be managed. But UNCLOS does allow for the management. It's not opting first for the dispute resolution in the formal legal sense. And I think the problem with the South China Sea arbitration was that UNCLOS actually had built into it exemptions which states could sign up for, saying we exempt ourselves out for maritime boundaries. We don't want that to be mandatory for dispute settlement of a formal type. And China had signed up for that as it was entitled to. I think, it's my opinion, others would disagree, but my view is that the tribunal essentially ignored that exemption and that entitlement and found ways around it, and that's very dangerous for the dispute settlement provisions in UNCLOS. The other parts of UNCLOS that are still available and help, in a sense, in the South China Sea is that it does encourage regional cooperation. And regional cooperation seems to be the way that a lot of things are going. I think back to other things that have already been talked about that have been done as part of the practical cooperation. It takes place in other informal ways too. For the National Institute for South China Sea Studies had for a number of years been conducting training courses for civil servants from around the region in sort of neutral marine management courses. That in itself is a way of building confidence. People get to know each other. There are avenues of cooperation. I've taught on some of those myself. They're excellent. Those are the sorts of things that can still go on under UNCLOS. Regional fisheries management organizations, those have been mentioned, they have to be built very carefully. All of those things are still possible under UNCLOS if you don't default to formal dispute settlement.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Let me go to the Arctic region and go to Mr. Toy's archive. The relationship between Russia and the West has not been the best in the world, and yet it seems that you have been able to compartmentalize your geopolitical confrontation with the potential for cooperation in the Arctic region. Is that the case? If that is the case, how have you been able to do that, first of all? Secondly, this asymmetry between major country and smaller countries, is that also an issue when it comes to managing the maritime disputes between Russia and some of the other claimant states in the Arctic?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, you're right that the level of cooperation of Arctic states is quite high, and the cooperation within the Arctic Council was not suspended due to the conflict in Ukraine. The Arctic states concluded several regional agreements. They concluded several agreements on delimitations. 4 of them submitted application to the Commission on the limit of the continental shelf, and recently the United States recognized the customary nature of the Article 76 of the Convention. But I would say that there are some tensions or even some sleeping conflicts or dormant conflicts. So the situation is not easy. For example, the United States and Canada did not delimit their shelf. They started negotiations only a year ago. There were overlapping claims to the shelf around the pole. Then I would say that we concluded with the United States an agreement on the delimitations, but the agreement was concluded under the terms of provisional application. And recently, there have been some proposals to withdraw from the agreement and to insist on the line of equidistance. And from legal point of view, it's very interesting if Russia is prevented to withdraw from the agreement by virtue of principle of estoppel. It's not clear, I mean. And the most important thing, I think, that legal rhetoric used by the Arctic states is very different. And states protest against argument advanced by other states. For example, the United States protested against the regime of navigation in the Northern Sea route in 2015. And recently, Russia protested against the unilateral announcement of outer limits of the shelf by the United States. It was 2 years ago, referring to non-compliance with the procedure within the Commission. So the conclusion is that the situation is very interesting from the point of view. I would agree that we need both legal argumentation, the development of legal argument, and political cooperation. Thank you.
In terms of the asymmetry, you want to address that point, or you have already done?
Sorry?
The asymmetry of power, between Russia and smaller countries.
Yeah, asymmetry of power, it works through that security consideration and consideration based on force play a very important role in the Arctic. And I think that this is one of the reasons why the Arctic is partially excluded from the general law of the sea, because of the Article 134, because of some customary regulations. So yeah, you are right. The asymmetry in the political relations plays a very important role, and sometimes it excludes the application of rules of general international law.
It's a discrimination against bigger countries, is there? Or maybe I'm misinterpreting it. No, it's not meant to be a question. Yeah, Professor Harun, let me come to you. You said quiet diplomacy. That term actually struck me. And it's my impression that China is also very interested in the quiet diplomacy. Countries come together. That's precisely what the DOC is all about. Let us take care of our business together among ourselves, by ourselves, for ourselves. And yet it seems that it's not possible, because always there are external players who want to insert themselves into the process. How do you look at that?
Thank you. When I say quiet diplomacy, it is to say that the opposite would be, you know, fighting or barking, I mean, loudly at each other. But in ASEAN, for example, we'd rather talk quietly, find consensus, because there are issues that you cannot publicly, openly, tell the world. So you have to agree at this sort of the elite level, and then say, okay, this is what we're going to tell the press and our public. And coming from Malaysia, which is, well, I would say is a democratic country, small country, I think the government has to be very careful, because when you talk about international relations, or telling the world what the policy is vis-a-vis an external issue, you have to take into consideration the domestic opinion. In Malaysia, for example, I have not come across one external issue where there is a consensus in public. So we try to negotiate first and reconcile what the country should present to the world, its views. The same thing on South China Sea. So with South China Sea, one of the groups that would be consulted would be the Navy. If the Navy says, oh, there's no point, fighting the Chinese, harassing or attacking them. Why? Because the Malaysian Navy is quite small, and we do not have that capacity to sort of sustain a war conflict with China. People have accused Malaysia, why are you so tolerant about China? Well, this is part of that quiet diplomacy. Of course, we value a relationship with China for many reasons. But the other thing is the reality of it. You talk to the Navy, they will admit that we do not have that capacity. So the best thing is to talk, to persuade, this kind of diplomacy. I think that's
in the process of the DOC consultations, do Malaysia or other countries in ASEAN feel the pressure of China to accept what China imposes on them? Or is it a democratic process?
Well, I think the pressure comes not just from China, but from all sides. I think in ASEAN, many countries, if you ask, is China a threat or an opportunity? They will say, well, there's more opportunity. So there is less pressure, there is more pressure on these countries to maintain good relationship with China. So if you want to call that pressure, well, that is a pressure. So they work on it. We make efforts. The other pressure is, of course, from the United States. I mean, the United States has been in Southeast Asia since the end of World War II. It has been a dominant power, very prominent in Southeast Asia. The US has had alliances with countries in the region, but nobody raised that issue. So when you try to be nice, friendly with China, people immediately say, oh, why are you now being nice to China? But you never asked us. We have been so nice to Australia, to Japan, to the United States. See, this is, I think it's a dilemma of sorts for ASEAN. Yeah.
Well understood. I understand. Thank you so much for your honest feedback. Very interesting situation. Let me turn to Admiral Singha. So you just now gave us three examples of the disputes that were resolved through arbitration still ongoing, and another one that was also quite successful. So in terms of what's happening in this part of the world, do you think there are mechanisms that are working? If not, what's missing from an observer's point of view?
Thank you for that question. If you say, is there any mechanism to solve these problems in the region?
To manage.
Yeah, short answer is no. There's no mechanism. By and large, everybody has trust on the UNCLOS. Bilateral talks are the best thing to do. And I would say, as far as those disputes are concerned, the Indian Ocean region is largely peaceful. There is no dispute on the jurisdiction, except for what we had with Bangladesh and with Sri Lanka. And that was solved not very difficult, but yes, it was solved. But coming back to the point that you're making, the previous question, Lynn, the bigger countries and smaller countries, what you mentioned, bigger countries have to be little magnanimous, right? That is why we gave up more than 16,000 square kilometers out of the 25,000 square kilometers in dispute. Didn't go for any appeal. We said, okay, fine. Internal discussions which I was part to, I said, look, I mean, they're not such a big country and you will not lose very much as far as the EEZ is concerned. If you lose it, it's fine. That country also requires to do fishing, exploration, etc., etc. So we just gave up and we said, okay, this is a good example of being friends. So, but is that, will that be accepted, that kind of norm? I suspect no. That depends on the political setup, the types of governance in the country, and the law or the verdict is as effective as its acceptance. You don't accept the verdict, the law is no good. The second point is that there is no way to enforce these laws. There is no way to enforce these verdicts. How do you enforce it? It's quite difficult. And there is no mechanism, there is no sort of body that, somebody is violating and therefore we should catch hold of him, and this is what is happening in the IUU. So I think that maritime is a little bit fluid as far as the laws are concerned. Whether if you respect the UNCLOS, you follow it.
I want to follow this question with our Chinese panelist. Admiral Singha brought up a very interesting question. Okay, you have some of it, I have some of it. We're friends. How come China is not able to do that in the South China Sea? Yeah.
Okay.
So if you understand my question, because we say as big as we are, we're not giving up 1 inch.
I think I'll try to answer your question to give a conclusion first. I think there's no one-size-fits-all solution. And I don't think it's an issue between about a big country and small countries. We have to look at the regional context. If you allow me to be a bit more ambitious to cover a few regions that I'm researching on. For instance, we're talking about the Arctic, which have been elaborated already by several speakers. They're taking a dual approach. On the one hand, they're doing their delimitation or sovereignty like Canada and Hans. They solve the issue of Hans Island quietly. And then on the one hand, they're taking bilateral negotiation approach. On the other hand, they refer to the CLCS to determine the outer limits of Canada Shelf. So both ways are managing and going very well. And then if we move on to the region Antarctica, which is a very unique situation, because all these 7 territory claim states agree to freeze the territorial claims, and then they agree to do scientific cooperation, et cetera, through 1959 Antarctica Treaty System. And then moving to, for instance, to the South China Sea, it's a very different issue. It's much more complex than the Arctic or Antarctica because we have sovereignty issues among different states. And then we have different principle of whether we are taking equidistant for military delimitation or taking the equitable principle. There's so many issues. Other than the delimitation, certainly fishing issues, search and rescue, maritime environment, those are areas that actually we can mobilize further cooperation. So my answer to your question is that we cannot just look at one answer for all this region. We have to take into account of the many regions, their legal clarity, and their also political willingness, and whether they are able to accommodate and or adapt to the different interpretation and involvement of many laws.
So you need to look into the complexity of different questions. That's the difficult part, you know, the world needs simplistic answers and one golden one-liners. And when you say for a complex situation, it's quite impossible, but that's what we have to try to do. Finally, Mr. Zhao, you talked about legal ways, you talked about political settlement, you talked about practical cooperation. Is China doing all of these three at the same time?
Well, my initial impression is we are in the process in all three directions. But as Dr. Hong Nong made reference, I think it's not only about the regional context, it's about the regional reality. Because for certain regions or countries, they are more preferred of so-called the dispute settlement mechanisms underpinned by the UNCLOS, while the nature of their disputes are quite low sensitive, low connected or less connected to the historical background. But our practice here in East Asia or in South China Sea issue are more complex with the strong and direct impact of both two world wars. There is a historical heritage that we should inherit. And I think given that context, China inevitably should consider the multi-layered approaches to address these concerns. I think I fully agree that regional countries, of course, are interested in resolving those problems. But meanwhile, I think we should be more patient and we should really let the regional actors to lead the process, because now it seems to me the biggest challenges is the external factors. The external actors are really trying to take more precise, clear sides on those sovereignty issues and trying to inject the power politics and all those great power rivalry. So I think that could be really endanger the ongoing process of peaceful management of disputes region. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open the floor for some questions, if there are any, depending on how many questions there may be. We will see. Okay, lunchtime. Yes. All right, if that is the case, then we're going to wrap up. Okay, so it's been very interesting. I think every time we revisit this question, we learn something new, and certainly it's a complex issue which a lot of wisdom, a lot of political will, and maybe innovative solutions as well to start from where we can. Many thanks to my panel of guests, Professor Hubo from Peking University, Philip Saunders from Dalhousie University, Mr. Toys T. Sorry, let me do that. Mr. Toys T. Mr. Tosti from the Russian Academy of Sciences, Professor Harun from the National University, from the National Defense University of Malaysia, Admiral Singha from India, Hong Nong from the Institute for China-America Studies, and last but not least, Mr. Zhao Long from the China Institutes for International Studies. And with that, we come to the end of this special edition of The Point with me, Liu Xin, coming to you from Sanya, the beautiful city in South China's Hainan province. As usual, you can follow me on Facebook and X using the handle Liu Xin in Beijing. On behalf of the whole team, thank you for watching. You've got the point.
好，谢谢刘星老师，也感谢本议。
Thank you, Ms. Liu Xin, and thanks to all the panelists. We'd like to have a group photo.
同时，在这里温馨提示一下，接下来呢，让我们稍微休息，进入到午餐。我们在咖啡厅午餐自助已经为大家准备好了用餐。那除此之外呢，在这里也再次提示一下，根据我们议程的进行，下午我们会对现场的座位进行重新调整，所以请大家一定要带好随身行李物品。感谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, according to the rundown of our agenda, the sittings at the venue might be readjusted. So please take all your belongings during the lunchtime. Thank you for your cooperation. 好，再次温馨提示一下，我们请现场的所有嘉宾朋友们，在午用餐环节时候一定要带好您所有的随身行李物品。下午的议题将于2点半准时开始，请大家及时回到会场，我们期待您的继续聆听和参与。Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take all your belongings while you having the lunch, because the sitting might be readjusted according to the rundown of the agenda. Thank you for your cooperation. And the next session will start at 2:30 p.m. And I'm looking forward to your participation in the afternoon. Thank you. 好，再次温馨提示一下，我们请现场的嘉宾朋友们一定要带好随身行李物品的。
National Institute for South China Sea Studies is a leading think tank in the South China Sea issues, plays a key role in providing policymakers with expertise, coordinating joint academic projects, and bridging dialogues among various parties and across different tracks. Established in 1996, the Institute was originally named the Hainan Research Institute for the South China Sea. It has since grown in tandem with the rising importance attached to South China Sea issues. In July 2004, the Institute gained national recognition and was renamed as National Institute for South China Sea Studies. In order to promote South China Sea Studies and improve the Institute's academic work, a Beijing office was established in January 2013. The Institute is composed of 7 research programs, a portfolio of multidisciplinary research on the South China Sea, on such subjects as history, geography, geopolitics, regional security, international law, marine economy, environmental and ecological protection, military capacity of countries in the South China Sea, the 21st century maritime Silk Road, and regional cooperation. Our scholars' works appear frequently in the mainstream media, academic journals, and books, as well as in the Institute's own publications. Our researchers are also actively engaged in policy consultations, academic symposia, Track 1.5 dialogues, and public diplomacy. Over the years, the Institute established a large academic network with over 100 prominent think tanks from over 20 countries and regions, including the United States, Canada, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, India, the United Kingdom, Norway, Belgium, Sweden, and Taiwan. The Institute regularly organizes international symposia on the South China Sea, conducts bilateral and multilateral exchanges, and organizes workshops on maritime issues. The Institute has launched several international mechanisms for academic exchanges on the South China Sea and maritime issues, such as the Cross-Strait Forum on the South China Sea issue, South China Sea themed sub-forum of the Boao Forum for Asia, and Track 2 dialogues with the United States, Japan, South Korea, and Canada. In 2016, China's Southeast Asia Research Center on the South China Sea was co-founded by NISCSS and its well-known Southeast Asian peers. The new research center is dedicated to enhancing exchanges and cooperation among think tanks of China and ASEAN countries on the South China Sea issues.
Possible to solve this, so complicated and sensitive issue in the future. So only the way forward is to, hand in the final resolution, and China and the little countries should work together, conduct a joint development. For instance, natural resources exploitation and exploration in disputed areas, and conduct corporations under the framework of the DOC, for instance, environmental protection, scientific research, and search and rescue at sea, and safety and the freedom of navigation, and also crack down any kind of crimes at sea. So peaceful solution is the only way to solve South China Sea issue.
The Institute firmly believes that nothing is impossible as long as one never gives up. The Institute will forge ahead with the same entrepreneurial spirit that has brought us so far already, continuing to pursue academic achievement and to assist the Chinese people's continued global outreach. From our headquarters in Hainan, let us walk closer to the South China Sea, understand it, explore it, and contribute our expertise and determination to develop the region into a sea of peace, cooperation, and friendship.
The ocean nurtures civilizations and connect the world. It is a shared home on which mankind relies for survival and a treasure house for sustainable development. However, human society is experiencing an unprecedented ocean crisis with increasingly serious problems such as rising sea levels, overexploitation of maritime resources, as well as more prominent traditional and non-traditional challenges. Since 2020, China's Southeast Asia Research Center on the South China Sea, China Oceanic Development Foundation, the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, and Huaiyan Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance co-sponsored a symposium on global maritime cooperation and ocean governance, an international academic platform to focus on global ocean issues, discuss ocean governance, and promote maritime cooperation.
中方倡导的 Event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
A senior uncle to many nephews in the family. Both uncle and nephews have the responsibility to work for the common good of the family.
我们致力于加强国际合作，希望通过多边合作、法律框架、科学研究、能力建设等多种方式，推动海洋可持续发展，为全球海洋治理做出重要贡献。
Over the past 5 years, GMCOG invited more than 4,000 experts, academics, former political leaders, representatives of international organizations, and officials from maritime departments from over 30 countries to have in-depth discussion on topics such as building mutual trust in maritime security, climate change, biodiversity conservation and sustainable use, BB&J, rules and order in the South China Sea, polar governance and practice, blue partnership and sustainable development of the ocean.
作为负责任的海洋大国，中国率先践行海洋命运共同体理念，一步一个脚印，扎实推进建设海洋家园，努力将美好的愿景变为现实。
中国坚持开放包容、共商共建、平等互利、合作共赢的海洋国际合作和治理理念，持续拓展双边合作，在共建“一带一路”框架下，提出了蓝色伙伴关系原则、蓝色合作倡议等，引发多国共鸣。
At GMCOG, participants put forward invaluable recommendations.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
It is essential for both nations to seriously contemplate
各位来宾朋友们，请大家抓紧时间回到会场。我们接下来将进行议题3的环节，感谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the venue, and we will start the session 3 shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. Oceanic Development Foundation，汉斯有请。
About and discuss blue partnerships and the development. Be aware that blue partnership is a concept proposed by the Chinese delegation in 2017 when the United Nations held its first conference on maritime sustainable development. At that time, we put forward 3 initiatives. The first initiative was to build a blue partnership. The second one to develop the blue economy, and the third one to build a maritime civilization. These 3 initiatives were well received in the UN conference. At that time, I was a member of the Chinese delegation, so I participated and witnessed the launch of the three initiatives. The Blue Partnership, since its launch more than 8 years ago, has got the support of many littoral states and UN maritime agencies. It is fair to say that our ideas and visions are becoming reality and concrete cooperation and actions. The Chinese government and more than 50 governments and international organizations have been working together to develop the Blue Partnership as stressed by the keynote speakers this morning. Our Blue Partnership now covers Asia, Africa, Europe, the Americas, and the Oceania, with the focus on blue economy, technology, conservation of blue resources, and for cooperation. Progress has been made continuously. The co-sponsor of this Symposium, China Oceanic Development Foundation, has entered into Blue Partnership with a dozen of countries and a score of international organizations on issues like blue economy, talent development, as well as other areas. It is fair to say that we have achieved fruitful outcomes and support from those countries. The foundation has been involved in the first, second, and third the United Nations conferences on maritime sustainable development. We have also held side events on the margins of these conferences, inviting leaders around the world to attend these side events. When it comes to the Hainan Free Trade Port, I want to say that it was formally launched on June 1st, 2019. We have seen the progress on a number of areas, including institutional building, and this has been given due credit by many countries. On December 18th this month, the Hainan Island will conduct separate customs operation covering the whole island, so more goods will enter into the island duty-free from about 1,900 paraffin products to more than 6,600 paraffin products. These surely will boost the development of Hainan Free Trade Port. Personally, I believe that Hainan can integrate the Blue Partnership with its building of a free trade port, because the Hainan Free Trade Port enjoys a number of favorable policies. And leveraging the role as a free trade port, Hainan can build the province into a very good testing ground to attract talented people. For example, how to promote high quality development of a free trade port. We have 9 distinguished guests. Now we'd like to invite our distinguished speakers to take seats on the podium. Let's welcome. Please take your seats. Please take your designated seats. So the first speaker is Mr. Lei Bo, Director General of the South China Sea Bureau, Ministry of Natural Resources of China, to launch the report on marine ecological conservation and sustainable development of the Hainan Free Trade Port. Let's welcome. Mr. Moderator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to have this opportunity to attend the 6th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance. So due to my working schedule, I may not have the full time to have a panel discussion with my fellow panelists. So it is a pity. But I'd like to take today's opportunity to report to you our recent work. That is, we have the report on marine ecological conservation and the sustainable development of the Hainan Free Trade Port. I wish to brief you on this report, and we are looking forward to your comments and feedback to this report. The South China Sea Bureau is an administrative agency dispatched by the Ministry of Natural Resources, focused on the South China Sea and mitigation. And we also have coordination with other the government departments. So today we have met with many friends, old and new. Today, this report is formulated by our South China Sea Bureau, as well as the Department of Natural Resources of Hainan Province, as well as the Forestry Administration and the Fishery Department of Hainan provinces. So we are working together with these 3 provincial departments. In the first part, we are talking about the basic biological status or conditions, because to build the Hainan Free Trade Port is a major decision made by the Chinese government, including President Xi Jinping. President Xi visited Hainan province 3 times in recent years. So it is fair to say that Hainan has rich natural resources, particularly marine resources, and good ecology in Hainan province also is essential for its high-quality development. In a recent major policy conference, President Xi stressed that high-quality development of the marine sector should give more priority to innovation and other endeavors.
At the same time, emphasis must be put on the harmonious coexistence between the sea and the human beings. And we emphasize that the oceanic sea water quality also maintained among the top in this country. And ecologically speaking, it is very stable. And we maintain diversity of the maritime resources, especially the population structures of the different ecological species, also very stable. And there are 7 classes and categories of the ecosystems as per monitoring and evaluation. On the whole, the water maintained above the medium. And there are 4 features. The first one is in Sanya, the water environment is very good. And Wenchang and Dongfang coral ecosystems maintained a very moderately good environment, and the mangrove ecosystems maintained at a very good level. And the third one is the seaweed beds and the grassland eco-environment, also very good and very diverse in terms of the resources management, which is very good for the growth of the different ecological biological species. And the fourth one is that the quality of the eco-environment on the beaches also maintained a very stable level. And Yalong Wan, Dongfang, Longzheng beaches resources are prominently diverse and rich. So it's fair to say that this enrichment of the resources of Hainan Dao Islands are the conditions and where we have the confidence to develop the free trade port with a high quality. And of course, we need to have the joint efforts for the safeguarding of this environment. And in the process of monitoring and evaluation of the eco-environment, we have to be very pragmatic when it comes to the judgment. And the maritime resources exploitation and exploration will become more spacious, coupled by the climate change and artificial activities conducted by human beings that will lead to the impacts on the nearshore maritime eco-environment, including the mangroves ecosystems and the growth of the seaweeds. So we need to take more measures to take care and to support the valuable maritime ecosystem. So since the announcement of the free trade port development of Hainan province, through the delimitation systems of the eco-environment protection, as well as the 4 different areas of the ecological preservation, we are stringently guarantee the space of the natural reserves and the restoration of the natural reserves, and taken active measures to develop while protecting the resources, and also measures being taken for the sustainable development of the whole island. Through this series of strenuous efforts, the barriers of the eco-environment of Hainan Island has been consolidated, high new quality protected forces have been formulated, and the maritime resources have been mobilized. And compared to 2024, compared to 2029, in 2024, the total productive volumes of the maritime industry reached, etc. So now we have taken a lot of measures to explore the practices of high quality development of the resources. For example, in terms of restoration of the ecosystem and resources, there are some typical cases, for example, and a new industrial development. So we made a lot of innovations, for example, for the aquaculture development. So we made a lot of innovations, for example, for the aquaculture raising. We centralized raising of the aquacultures and reach the net zero emissions. It is a very good case. So the green development also maintained a very high growth point, especially the mutual recognition of China and EU on the green digitalization and concerted efforts. Right now, we have signed the agreement on 24 scenarios projects and 15 industrial projects put into operation, and the total investment is 43 billion yuan. This proved that the comprehensive utilization of the eco-environment maritime resources with high quality development can contribute to the sustainable development of this island, and we're willing to cooperate with the different parties of Hainan province, especially the managing authorities of this island, to coordinate with each other and contribute to the development of the free trade port of Hainan Island. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Free trade port of Hainan with a high quality development, as well as the ecological protection sustainable development are combined together, and they are closely linked with each other. And talking about the restoration and protection of the coral reef, as well as the seabed and beaches in some areas, still maintain a very high quality. I know I'm very happy to hear that as the veteran of the maritime resources utilization. We're very happy to see the accelerated development of the free trade port development. And just now you mentioned 4 aspects of coral reef and the seaweed and the beaches, and they need to be further improved instead of the other ones. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Vice President Lin Yongxin of NISCSS. Is that the correct order? Sorry. All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Pan, for introduction. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And today I'm gonna talk about enhancing the resilience of the maritime economic cooperation and promoting high quality blue partnership. In fact, it is corresponding to the proposal of the comprehensive and coordinated development, as well as the safeguarding of the high quality development as proposed by 4th plenary session of the CPC Congress. So the content of my report will be comprised of 3 aspects. The first one is the China-ASEAN solid foundation for maritime economic cooperation. The second are the challenges faced by us. The key issue is the third one, that is to enhance the resilience in the cooperation between Hainan and ASEAN country. So first of all, foundation. A lot of ministers and leaders has mentioned the macro environment of the cooperation between China and ASEAN. I believe it is a very solid linkage for China maintained 16 consecutive years as the biggest trading partner of ASEAN. And as up to the 2025, July 2025, the cumulative two-way investment between China and ASEAN exceeded $450 billion. So under this background, the roles of China has been fundamentally changed. For example, the cumulative trading volumes that we proposed a 5+4+2 economic maritime economic industrial systems development with high quality, of course. In terms of the support, at the medium level, ASEAN is relying on the maritime economy with a sustainable material economic development. 30% of the ASEAN countries coming from maritime economy with a 625 million population, which is living by the resources of maritime environment. So in terms of the support, I think the most important issue is the free trade area between China and ASEAN 3.0 version, including inclusion of the digital economy and the green economy into this chapter. And so I believe the maritime economy promoted by China ASEAN will further led by the Blue Partnership. So I think the room for the maritime economic cooperation between both sides and the momentum are comprised of four aspects. The first one is that the maritime economy will be deemed as the growth engine. And the second is that faced with the future development driving forces, the need is there for the maritime economic development. The third one is the frequent occurrence of the climate disasters from the maritime environment has proven that the needs for the maritime ecological governance is very strong. And fourth one is transformation of the industries, which also need the intelligent development and green development of this industry. So what are the challenges? So there are three aspects. The first one are the temperature growth in South China Sea, and the second is the differences between ASEAN countries and China, as well as the threshold for the market access. The third one are the barriers of the productive elements and the constraint structures. So the first one are some considerations and suggestions regarding the cooperation resilience. So I believe the official consensus on security is not part of my topic. I just want to touch upon the economic aspect. There are two areas, industrial areas. Economic safety means the prevention of the disasters. There are four aspects. The advantageous industries need to have value added and extension of the chain. For example, the maritime tourism industry, Hainan can join hands with ASEAN countries to develop the regional island economic supply consortium, so that the one layer, multiple stations, shipment and navigation lines connecting the different regions in the world can be developed, extending the industrial chain of the tourism. And also we can add some elements, for example, nearshore or onshore surfing and tourism can be put on board of the tourism. And the second, the grades of the traditional industrial chain, which includes the fisheries upgrades. So there are three aspects in this regard. For example, in the deep sea, aquaculture raising in Hainan, this has been materialized and also very mature. It can be taken as a reference for ASEAN countries. Second are the upgrades of the deep processing of the aquaculture industry and the zero duty measures can be deemed as a very important cornerstone for the upgrades of the industry. And the third one are the upgrades of the management. Partnership between Hainan and ASEAN countries can promote the monitoring and digitalization of the fishery industry. So the data of the fishery and the quota of the fishery can be shared on the platform. Third one are the building of the emerging industry of maritime environment, especially the offshore wind power generation projects has been deployed very extensively. So I'd like to touch upon the chain development of Hainan In terms of the wind power generation projects, ASEAN countries are full of resources in this regard, and ASEAN countries can also, according to the statistics,
So the installed capacity of renewable energy in Southeast Asia will will increase by 3 to 4 times in the coming years. So these will create huge potentials for cooperation between ASEAN and China. So in terms of offshore wind power, I think China can provide technological support as well as equipment to ASEAN countries. And the fourth is to making up for the gaps in the marine industry. For example, in terms of maritime equipment, I think Hainan can complement with ASEAN countries in this regard. So Hainan can make the best use of ASEAN countries and build twin parks with ASEAN countries to establish a manufacturing basis there. So with the integration and development of these above 4 chains, we could see the development and the deepening of maritime cooperation between China and the ASEAN countries and Hainan in particular. So my personal, I think it is, I think, and the typhoon may serve as the major hindrance to our cooperation. So in developing relations with ASEAN countries, we need to establish disaster mitigation and prevention mechanism between Hainan and ASEAN countries. So with big data monitoring, we could make our systems more resilient and prevent the negative impact of emergencies. I will stop here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for your speech. So as far as I know, I think there are lot of opportunities for cooperation between Hainan on the one part and the ASEAN countries on the other. So wind tourism, fisheries, and marine medicine, and other areas, our two sides have great potentials for cooperation. So the National Institute for South China Sea Studies not only conducts a study on the South China Sea, Hainan, but also ASEAN countries. I would still give floor to our Belgian colleague, Shada Islam. The floor is yours.
To be here, and I'm really delighted to be on this panel for 3 reasons. One, Hainan, in a strange way, has become part of my life. I've been coming here for the last 10 years. I've seen this wonderful island grow and change and become a high-level development place. So thanks again very much to Dr. Wu Shikun for inviting me, and also a pleasure to see Professor Shifu Lin here from CIRD. So part of my life, Hainan. Second, I'm happy to be here because this morning we spoke, and rightly so, of all the disputes and the flashpoints and the ways that we can actually bring peace to a contested space. And this panel is really about cooperation. So I believe very much that despite our troubles, we can and should be working together. And the third reason I'm happy to be here is because I will be speaking of something we haven't spoken about in this panel, which is the European Union. And as a European, I'm really happy to be given the opportunity to do so. So as I flew in from Brussels to Sanya a day ago, all the talk in Brussels was really about the national security strategy just revealed by President Donald Trump. And as you can imagine, the downgrade in our relationship with the US, a country that we've always thought of as an ally, as a part of our DNA, that was creating quite a bit of dismay and disruption. And so we were trying to get used to that. And I'm sure in China as well, you are also looking at how this impacts on your future relationship with the United States. I think at the moment, China is seen as more of a friend than the European Union is, and that's a bit of an irony, if I may say so. But here we are. We live in a world of change and uncertainties, and whether it's in our neighborhood, whether it's in the Middle East or in the Indo-Pacific, our old certainties are being replaced with a much more fuzzy, fragmented, and as I said, contested world. And this is happening at a time when we are really struggling with international rules-based order, so-called multilateralism, which is really in disarray, it's in tatters. So in the end, and I find this very depressing, that we're talking more about war than we do about peace. And we forget that we have a common humanity and a planet that we share and have an obligation to keep alive and prosperous. So the focus, of course, is on US-China rivalry, but I would like to bring in the European Union into this question as well. And when we talk about ocean governance, and governance more generally, international governance, I think we have to remember that the European Union, although we do not always portray ourselves as being a great power, we are a very strong global player. We are indispensable to any serious sustainability agenda. And like China, we have a responsibility to ensure that geopolitical rivalries do not overwhelm our shared challenges that we face. So we know a lot about the US-China rivalry. Let me talk a little bit about our relationship before we talk about cooperation. We've just, of course, had the French President, Emmanuel Macron, in China, and you saw the reports were really good about how friendly the relationship is. But do not forget that we, in 2019, described China as a partner for cooperation, but also an economic competitor and a systemic rival. In fact, for many EU policymakers today, the rivalry and the competition are very, very important. So we do have economic tensions on market access, competition, tech transfers, and of course, electric vehicles as well. We have a de-risking strategy, not a decoupling strategy. And of course, the idea is to reduce dependencies on China as part of our strategic autonomy, but our dependencies on the US too, I can assure you as well. So, but in this climate of competition, I do believe, and we can see that there are opportunities, there are windows of opportunity for cooperation. And Chair, I would argue that climate change has always been one area where there is potential and where we see synergies. But I would argue also that ocean governance, maritime governance, is another area. We do not talk about it as much, and I feel that that is something that should be corrected. So one area we do have EU-China Blue Partnership. It was launched in 2018 at the 20th EU-China Summit, and it is the EU's first dedicated blue partnership with a non-member state. So this is important. It is on paper, it is a bold and forward-looking initiative, and it talks about a number of areas which are of concern to all of us, obviously ocean governance, maritime economy, and sustainable development. So very closely linked to the sustainable development goals. And it focuses on areas also where it is illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, marine pollution, climate-induced changes to maritime ecosystems, and the need for more resilient maritime infrastructure. So an enormous amount of potential for cooperation. And it fits in really nicely with the way both China and the European Union see themselves, their geopolitical role that emphasizes for both rules-based governance and global stewardship. Now, of course, this is an opportunity and a responsibility to work together, but I think we need to be lucid, and this cannot happen overnight because the competition that we've talked about in the overall relationship could also, of course, come into this ocean governance. Now, just a minute or two, just a minute actually, about Hainan. And as I said, I've seen over the last 10 years, this wonderful island develop into what it is today. And I foresee, of course, strong development ahead. It's impressive. And I would say that the EU can be quite a good partner for Hainan in many of the areas that you are talking about: innovation, creativity, taking us into all kinds of agri-industry, fishing industry, tourism, I think sustainable tourism as well. I think in the end, it is a decision that all of us have to make, all of us in this room, but also in other parts of the world. It depends on our political will. Are we going to choose dialogue, even among disagreement, or are we going to continue on what I believe is a trajectory which is doomed to failure, and failure for humanity as well? So I would say that one of the big areas where we should be working together is within the SDG 14, which is about life below water. And I would also recommend that as we go forward, ocean governance becomes a topic that we talk about in not only government to government interactions, but also among people to people. So I was thinking of think tanks, being part of one myself. And I was thinking also of involving students in it. I think it's very important that our students learn about ocean governance just as much as they do about climate change. And I think the last thing I would say is let's take this to the highest level and make it one of our more important questions that we discuss, even as we discuss our economic tensions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda Shada Islam, for your wonderful remarks. I think I really appreciate your insights, particularly when you said that we want cooperation, peace. We need to focus on our similarities. And I think it is also something preached by the Chinese side, because peace, development, and harmony are always what we advocate for thousands of years. The rapid progress that we achieved in recent years are attributable to our commitment to peace, development, and cooperation. It is realized thanks to what we have learned from other civilizations. China does not pay too much attention to institutional differences. What we cherish is what kind of fundamental benefits that our cooperation can bring to the people. The government is committed to serving the people with the interests, fundamental interests of the people in mind. So I think it is very much aligned with Madam Shada Islam's remarks just now. You talked about the importance of cooperation. I remember Blue Partnership in 2017. When it was launched, China and the EU are leaders in building Blue Partnership. In recent years, we have less such initiatives, and I think both sides needed to reflect now. And just now, Professor Shada Islam mentioned a few areas of cooperation, which I fully agree. For example, global climate change. China is working very hard. For example, electric vehicle, blue economy are good indications of our hard work. And also ocean governance. President Xi Jinping said, proposed a global development initiative, global security initiative, global civilization initiative, and a global governance initiative recently, because we want to improve our governance over the ocean. Our suggestions should be taken seriously. The foundation would like to work together with relevant parties to step up cooperation. Thank you. The next speaker, Professor Jing Joanna Lei. She is the chair of Taiwan Women's League Senior Research Fellow, Belt and Road Research Institute of Hainan University. First of all, when people are concerned about peace across the Taiwan Straits, I'm very happy to talk about peaceful development. I think it is a valuable topic, and I feel honored to talking about this topic. And from this graph, you may understand my intention.
The Sea of Peace And this is what we call as the Sea of the Commerce, calling for the common prosperity, and that can be traced back to Ming Dynasty. And now we are always framing and discuss the issue of South China Sea from the geopolitical perspective. But now we want to go back to the geo-economic and global governance to see South China Sea. So I'd like to use several slides to talk about the background. Why Hainan? So since Hainan had the free trade port, it is deemed as a center for peace. But more importantly, it has something in the institution that can be fast connected as a prerequisite with other countries. And also strategically speaking, it is also the hub of the civil development along the Belt and Road. And it is also a very good test field for the three initiatives, which include the interactions in terms of trade and development and civilization. So it is also very important and a proper mode. And also I'd like to talk about the Global Governance Initiative, which is a very good platform. What is governance? Governance includes rules, standards, and materialization. So let's reflect on three important features of Hainan. First one is the free trade port. Free trade port itself is the trading hub for demonstration purposes. We know there is the first line and second line. Between the first line and second line, there are numerous dots of rules, standards, and practices, or the practical rules. And if we put commerce, mobility, and culture exchange all together, these 3 points will be the important bridge for the future peaceful development and stability. So second, with this prerequisite, Hainan not only claimed the visions, only the blue and green economy that we're discussing in session 4, we can see that Hainan has already claimed a lot of practices and a parts of the pioneering. And in this regard, I have summarized the 6 major items, which are very proper for international cooperation. For example, marine ecology, pollution control, and water quality, and renewables and ports. That is the utilization of the ports as zero carbon. It is a very shocking one. If you go to Boao, that is the zero carbon island. It is also the forefront test field for some projects, and Yangpu is the green upgrades or ocean science test field. So this first trial test field can open first for the international cooperation. Now we are discussing not only the international cooperation, more importantly, we are talking about what kind of cooperation can be done, whatever kind of projects in free trade port as a bridge of system. The major concept, because I'm specialized in, know that RMB is using the M-bridge mode to convert with euro and dollars. So you don't have to, people don't have to convert it into the currency denomination, and under the same standards, the ledger technology can be used for the mutual cooperation. So we believe that this kind of mode can be expanded to the bigger area like the Indian Pacific region. So if we zoom in, the RCEP cooperation part can be directly linked to the last 2 items of the standard, that is the standard of commerce and the standard of environment, so that it can be connected with the true bridge of the system. So this island is a crossroads system, and now we are not only talking about the crossroads roads connecting the east, west, north, and the south. It is the bridge connecting all dots from all directions. Bridge are the geo-economic order. Trial part. The data, rules, ecosystem, and commerce can be connected with this bridge added by the AI, which is very powerful in mainland China, and digitalization and computing power. With that, we can discuss the future. The next few slides, I will be very fast. So dear friends, we've been always between the two visions or two different realms of imagination. One is led by U.S. geopolitical order, led by U.S., dominated by U.S. still, and I referenced one chart of the strategies in 2018, and from the first, second, and third islands chain, and the fourth one, the fifth one also depicted in this one, connecting Indian Pacific region and also the east bank of Africa. It is such out of imagination. So mainland China, be it from the BRI or from the initiatives, it is all boiling down to geo-economic order. In this order or geo-economic order or model, we can all win together. Please allow me to talk about the two roles of Hainan. The first one has been mentioned before. It is a very complete test field, and also for the one that has been chosen for development, it can continue to develop as the important hub of the public goods generation. And the second, free trade port can be taken as the platform for a global governance initiative. More importantly, it can be used as the concept of the joint monitoring sandbox for further tests and trials. So for those who had failures, we can call back, and for those which had been successfully trialed, then it can extrapolate it around the world. Quick wrap up. Ireland in the past have presented the conditions for the exchange of culture and trade. It is a very complete system, multi-tiered economy. So Hainan for tomorrow will be the best trial for the global governance initiative. And the last chart for sharing, the first one is the Vientiane conference in 1955. I've taken a picture myself in this site. From 1955, we are envisioning such a world paradigm. All the way to 2013, we had initiative for BRI, and in 2025, we have the global governance initiative. For the first time, the global south had the possibility to realize the dream. And this dream, compared to 100 years ago, the dream of Sun Yat-sen, which is the world of integrity, fairness, justice, equality, and the new world benefiting all people. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lee. Very good presentation, and Professor Lee have acknowledged the important role of the free trade port of Hainan province and also fitting to us. I believe Professor Lee is a person standing on another high level of a vision to promote the global development. So I believe the world with the justice and fairness is very good line. Next, I'd like to invite Professor Zhu Yifei, Research Fellow of the Institute for Security and Development Policy of Sweden. You have the floor. Thank you. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm with Sweden Institute for Security and Development Policy. I'm the research fellow of this institute, so I like to use English. I like to use English.
Today, I would like to offer a Nordic and European perspective on blue partnerships and their relevance for the development of the Hainan Free Trade Port. European ports on the one hand and the emerging Hainan Free Trade Port on the other differ greatly in geography, regulatory history, and economic environment. But despite their differences, Nordic and European experiences can still provide important insights, especially in supporting Hainan's ambition to build a port that is both sustainable and competitive. Today, I will highlight two domains where knowledge sharing and China-European cooperation and collaboration are especially beneficial. Let me begin with shore power. Shore power allows a vessel to plug into the land-based electrical grid, while berth enabling it to turn off its auxiliary engines. The benefits are immediate. Dramatic reductions in CO2, sulfur, and nitrogen oxide, along with lower noise and vibration. This improves air quality for port workers and nearby communities. The Nordic countries and the wider EU have pursued shore power for both environmental and economic reasons. Environmentally, it supports aggressive climate goals. And economically, because of high carbon taxes, electricity is often cheaper than burning marine diesel when infrastructure is supported by public investment. The EU has now made this compulsory. Under the full EU Maritime Regulation, from 2030, all large containers and passenger ships must connect to shore power at major EU ports, with broader requirements coming by 2035. A leading example is the port of Gothenburg in Sweden, which introduced high voltage shore power as early as 2000. Today, close to 20 berths are equipped, covering ro-ro ferries, cargo terminals, and soon even tankers, showing that technically challenging vessel types can also be electrified. And China is also moving rapidly fast. As part of the Blue Sky Defense War, new terminals must be built with shore power capacity, and ships in emission control areas are required to plug in under certain conditions. This aligns closely with offers two key lessons. First, the importance of international standardization of plugs and voltage systems. Second, the need to carefully manage grid capacity to avoid instability during peak demand. At the same time, this creates meaningful opportunities for cooperation between China and Europe. Joint work on green shipping corridors, as well as collaboration on digital grid management technologies, would help ensure that Hainan's transition to shore power is both rapid and reliable. The second domain is sea, rail, intermodal transport. This refers to transferring a sealed container directly between ship and train. Again, Port of Gothenburg offers a strong model through its Rail Port Scandinavia network. Over 60% of Gothenburg's containers move by rail, an almost unmatched figure among major international ports. These lessons align closely with China's strategic direction too. Under the 14th five-year plan and the new international land-sea trade corridor, sea-rail integration is a national priority. And Hainan is becoming an important part of this effort. The completion of the Yangpu Port Railway Sea line, directly connecting the terminal to China's rail network, marks a major step toward establishing Yangpu as a regional container hub. For Hainan, the core lessons from Europe are straightforward. Optimize on-dock rail operations and act as a network orchestrator, linking the port seamlessly with inland dry ports across the nation. The future cooperation between the two sides will focus on co-developing green shipping and rail corridors and creating the digital platforms needed for Hainan's integrated customs and trade environment. To conclude, the Hainan Free Trade Port is emerging as a pivotal maritime hub at a time when global port systems are undergoing profound transformation. The Nordic and European experience, especially in shore power and sea-rail intermodal and transport, offers practical, technical, and strategic insights as Hainan works to build a port that is both sustainable and globally connected. At the same time, cooperation must navigate a complex geopolitical landscape, which is very well discussed in the early morning sessions today, as well as by Madam Islam.
对，主要是讲到北欧，比利时，这个是一个是岸电，一个是这个海运和铁路的联运，这方面呢，他感觉北欧可能做的比较好，可以和海南开展合作，我觉得这非常的好，将来可以加强深入的来了解，来寻找合作的机会。说到岸电，说到绿色港口建设，我也跟大家介绍一个情况。今年我在天津夏季达沃斯论坛主持了一场绿色港口的会议，来自全国、来自全世界重要港口的国家40多个国家，包括荷兰鹿特丹，但是这8大的港口的老总都参加了会议。那么在这会议上，这个世界经济论坛和中国海洋发展基金会联合发布了世界绿色港口的一份指数报告。
Issued an index report on green port development. From this report, you could see that smarter ports accounts for 56% of the world total. So you could see that China has made good progress in this regard. So I was the moderator for that seminar. I still believe that China needs to learn from developed countries. The Netherlands, the Dutch representative said at the seminar that green port was the first proposed was realized in China first. So thanks to China's institutional strength as well as the hard work of the Chinese people, the Chinese are willing to catch up with the times and make a contribution to the green development. I was very impressed by the discussion on that occasion. In the past, Europeans may not have much understanding of development in China, but now our relations have been closer. We also invited them to visit some ports in China. For example, Qingdao New Port Phase 2. You could see the use of renewable energy, wind power. You could find no worker operating the facilities. So they were very much impressed by the Qingdao New Port Phase 2. I hope that our Belgian colleagues and other European colleagues will find opportunities for cooperation in Hainan. We can play up our respective strengths. So the next speaker is Daisy Diamond Pitching, comes from Singapore. Wang Gong Visiting Fellow, ISEAS Yusof Shah Institute, Singapore, and the Senior Fellow of Center for Indonesia Policy Studies, Indonesia. Now the floor is yours.
Can I have the slide, please? Because it's not there yet. No, not working. Maritime economies that are competitive, green, and inclusive. This give us deep foundation for collaboration. In my discussion today, I would like to share Indonesia's journey in developing our blue economy roadmap and how this can connect with China Blue Partnership. For Indonesia, developing the blue economy is not a choice, it is a necessity. We are an archipelagic country with around 17,000 islands, with about 55% of our territory covered by the sea and a coastline stretching over 100,000 kilometers. We also have significant marine ecosystem, almost 30 million hectares of marine protected areas, 20% of the world mangrove area, 18% of global coral reef area. At the same time, our people are deeply connected to the sea. About 95% of Indonesia live within 100 kilometers of the coast, and around 5.4 million people depend directly on fisheries in their livelihoods. With this condition and this level of dependence, it is very clear that Indonesia needs a comprehensive strategy for its maritime economy that support economic growth and also ensure that the growth is inclusive and sustainable. This is the starting point of Indonesia Blue Economy Roadmap. Now let me briefly explain Indonesia Blue Economy Roadmap, which was launched in 2023. The roadmap is closely aligned with our long-term development vision 2045. Our diverse coastal and marine resources are sustainably managed through a knowledge-based economy to create socio-economic prosperity, to ensure a healthy marine environment and strengthen resilience for the benefit of current and future generation. And to reach the vision, we set several targets of contribution maritime economy to national GDP, designation of marine conservative areas, and also the contribution of maritime economy to national employment. In the roadmap, we also identify several sector priorities. There are some established sectors that are already exist, but need to be improved in their performance and sustainability practice, such as the fisheries, marine-based manufacturing, trade, transportation, logistics, marine. And also, there are some emerging sectors that are not yet fully developed in Indonesia, but we have very high potential, such as marine renewable energy, blue biotechnology, and marine bioeconomy, marine research and development, and conservation. And also, we break this roadmap into medium-term stage aligned with the 5-year planning cycle. Let me turn to blue food, which is one of the important components of Indonesia Blue Economy Roadmap. Indonesia is one of the largest producer of fisheries and aquaculture in the world, and fisheries, aquatic food are deeply embedded in our culture and diets. But even though we have that marine potential, many of Indonesian children under 5 years old experience stunting. This tells us that improving nutrition requires more than increasing supply. It requires improving access, affordability, and also distribution. Recognizing this, Indonesia has been working with other partners, including one from Stanford, to assess how blue food can support nutrition, livelihood, and environmental sustainability. This collaboration led to the Indonesia Blue Food Assessment, which just launched in August this year. This assessment brings together research on nutrition, justice, and environmental sustainability, helping us to identify the most impactful blue foods for reducing malnutrition, supporting coastal livelihood, and managing ecosystem responsibly. For Indonesia, blue food is not just a subsector, it is a strategic pillar for our blue economy transformation, connecting health, environmental resilience, and also inclusive growth. To ensure the blue economy and this policy are effective, Indonesia needs tools to measure progress. Indonesia is fast, quite big country with decentralized 38 provinces. Nearly all of these provinces actually have maritime characters. We need a way to compare and to monitor their performance consistently. For this purpose, we developed the Indonesia Blue Economy Index. The idea is to have an instrument to monitor performance of the economy sector, and also being a dashboard that visualize progress across province and become a coordination tools for central government and local governments. The index is built from a set of indicators grouped around 3 dimensions, adding economic values, environmental sustainability, and also social inclusion. From these indicators, we generate composite scores for each province, so we can track how the blue economy is evolving over time. We also use 4-quadrant analysis that maps province by economic performance and environmental performance. And it is useful to identify province with strong in economy but weak in environment, strong in conservation but lagging economically, and those with the potential to improve both. These indicators aim to ensure that the benefit of blue economy and blue economy policies are measured, comparable, and equitable, so no region is left behind. Let me conclude by sharing how Indonesia, China, and maybe ASEAN countries can shape the next generation of blue. Thing is mutual understanding. We need to be clear about each country's priorities so that cooperation delivers real mutual benefit that include balancing economic outcome with environmental sustainability and social inclusion. In the past, we have seen projects in the region that focus solely in economic and ended up harming ecosystem, marginalizing local communities. Those experiences give us important lessons for designing better blue economy and blue partnership going forward. The second principle is learning from evidence. We now understand that the blue economy interacts with food security, climate resilience, and also coastal livelihood. So partnership must integrate data, science, and community needs, not only markets. Based on this principle, I see 4 major areas where alignment between China and Indonesia and also with ASEAN is both visible and impactful. First, sustainability fisheries and aquaculture. Both China and ASEAN are major producers, but sustainability is critical challenge. Maybe we can have like a joint stock assessment, better digital monitoring, improving cold chain logistics, and harmonize eco-labeling can create real share in value. And also, second is marine renewable energy. China has advanced offshore wind and ocean energy technology. Indonesia has big untapped potential, tidal currents, waves, and coastal winds. Collaboration here could support green energy transition on both sides. Next is marine conservation and climate resilience. We share challenge, coastal erosion, coral degradation, pollution, joint restoration project, mangrove rehabilitation, and shared conservation zones would have a transformation impact. And fourth, strengthening research and innovation ecosystem. We need stronger cooperation between governments, university, and the private sectors, joint laboratories, talent mobility, shared data platform, and co-funded research would accelerate breakthrough in marine science and technology. In short, future blue partnerships should be designed not only to grow the maritime economy, but to protect the ecosystem and communities that depend on it. This is where China and Indonesia can lead together, grounded in science, committed to sustainability, and oriented toward shared prosperity. I will stop there. Thank you so much.
好，谢谢。
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Polly. Thank you for this excellent remark. Last year, Indonesia Ministry of Maritime Affairs, together with China's Maritime Development Economic Association, joined hands together to develop the further room for planning and cooperation, which is based on the pragmatic experiences and lessons of the science and technology planning. For example, China's Maritime Plan is featuring the integrated protection of the land and maritime resources for further green development, and innovation will be the driving forces for all of this effort. So we have to protect the prioritized protective areas, and then the areas that with good conditions can be open for development, and what to open and to what degree need this development, by what approaches need to be consulted altogether. And last year, in Xiamen University, a lot of training courses being convened, and the minister and the vice ministers attend that seminar. It's just like one day or half day discussion, but with a lot of results. So today, it is their hope that we can connect all together for further cooperation. Thank you very much for such a very wonderful remark. Next, I'd like to invite guest from Malaysia, Ling Pai Yam, Executive Director of Institute of Ocean and Earth Science of University, Malaysia.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Today it is my great pleasure to speak on the role of blue partnerships in advancing marine innovations and regional cooperation, particularly through the growing opportunity created by the Hainan Free Trade Ports. Today, I will highlight how Malaysia's high biodiversity, together with the shared tropical marine climatic conditions of Sanya Hainan China, can create a powerful foundation for scientific collaboration, sustainable development, and also for blue economic growth. Malaysia is globally recognized for its exceptionally rich tropical marine biodiversity. We host extensive coral reef, mangrove, seagrasses, and thousands of marine species. The biodiversity is more than just a natural asset, but a strategic driver for the blue economy that may support marine biotechnology, sustainable aquaculture, marine naturals, product discovery, as well as ecotourism. Malaysia biodiversity provides the resource base and scientific potential for long-term blue economic development. Malaysia and Sanya share remarkably similar tropical climatic and oceanic conditions. Both regions have warm water coral reef, productive fisheries, mangrove system, and vibrant coastal community that depend on oceans. Because we share similar ecosystem and environmental challenges, Malaysia and China, in particular through Hainan, are natural partners for joint research, technologies testing, validations, as well as coral conservation and ecosystem restorations. China's concept on blue partnership promotes a global framework of sustainability and responsible ocean government. It emphasizes on equal dialogue, consultations, joint action, as well as voluntary, mutually beneficial corporations. It brings together government, university, industry, and community to work on collaborative on marine conservation, blue economy, development, scientific research, as well as innovation. This approach aligns strongly with Malaysia's priority, as well as Asian regional visions. The Hainan Free Trade Ports represent China's commitment to high-level opening up and institutional innovation. For the marine sector, Hainan Free Trade Ports play several key roles, which is enabling of efficient international scientific collaboration, supporting deep sea and marine technology industry, fostering innovations in the blue economy, and building an open and more modern marine industry ecosystem. As Hainan strengthens its maritime capacity, it becomes an increasing important hub for regional collaborations. University Malaya is proud to work closely with the local university at Hainan, which is Hainan Tropical Ocean University. We have newly signed MOU this year. And through this MOU, we can formalize a strong institutional relationships and also we are going to establish the Himalaya Hainan Tropical Ocean University Marine Biotechnology Joint Laboratory, which mark a significant milestone. Through this collaboration, we hope to advance marine biotechnology and natural product research, coral reef restoration, and tropical reef resilience, especially in facing the challenges of climate change, talent development, and student mobility, as well as also innovation-driven economic initiative. This partnership enhances scientific collaboration between Malaysia, China, and can be expanded to the wider region of ASEAN and beyond. To achieve sustainable oceans management, scientific and technological innovation are always essentials and playing very important role. We are looking and we are hoping to expand the scope of collaborations to include eDNA and AI power, ecosystem monitoring, blue carbon research in mangroves and seagrasses, sustainable aquaculture and deep sea farming, as well as linking scientific outcome with policy and government. This technology will support both environmental protection as well as economic development. The Hainan Free Trade Ports have the potential to become a major regional connector for the Asia-Pacific marine science and innovations. I am foreseeing that through the Hainan Free Trade Ports platform, some of the possibility of research that can be expanded, such as joint field expedition and data sharing, collaborative research program, capacity building initiative, as well as exchange of best practices in marine policy, as well as government. This opportunity strengthens collective resilience and accelerates blue economic growth across ASEAN, as well as ASEAN and China and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia rich biodiversity and also many of the countries in ASEAN and Hainan rising maritime capacity create powerful synergy, and through blue partnership, we can transform shared challenges into shared solutions. The Hainan Free Trade Port will continue to play a central role in promoting high quality development, marine innovation, as well as sustainable ocean government. I believe together, as we join our hands together, we can build a resilient, innovative, as well as inclusive maritime future for our region and also the world. With that, I would like to say thank you.
谢谢.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good remark. Malaysia conducts a very extensive collaboration with China in terms of ocean. And there is a branch of Malaysia from Xiamen University, and also the COFDF also conducted a lot of agreements jointly with the research institute and universities of Malaysia. And training courses will deem as a guiding maneuver to untap the comparative advantages of each other. And it is very necessary that we can accumulate the experiences step by step, and these valuable experiences can be referenced by Malaysians as well. So last but not least, I'd like to invite Vice President of Mingyang Smart Energy Group of China, Ye Fan. Okay, I'm very delighted to be on behalf of enterprises from the perspective of Mingyang Smart Energy Group to share with you the offshore new energies experiences, as well as the industrial base of Dongfang in Hainan. Now in Dongfang, we have offshore wind power generation project from research, development, investment, and operation of the wind power farm. as well as the technological cooperation with the different parties, which is relying on the platform of Free Trade Port of Hainan. And this morning, in fact, actually, I have heard that the coastal line is about 18,000 kilometers. It is very natural and also very rich in terms of the element. It is very good for the joint development and cooperation on new energies. So in the future, we can fully untap the momentum of the new energies to enlighten the green economic development of the local community. That is the core target in the near future. Of course, in Hainan region or area, the products that we develop is mainly for the near shore. For example, the wind power generator of the capacity of 14 megawatt. In the future, we'd like to use the 20 megawatts on the far sea and the deep sea area. We are going to use the floating type of the wind power machines and etc. So these wind power machines technologies are originated from Europe, but now we have mastered the our own IP, and that is also the proprietary developed technologies. I will not dwell upon this part. It is too technical. So this is one of the most advanced machines in terms of the power generation, be it in the market of Japan and other countries in Europe. They're all using this kind of wind power machine, but still some problems outstanding. Like, for example, the wind power machine is very adaptive, and we can use the customized research and development of this machine across the whole market of the new energy resources of South China Sea, so that it can become the impetus for the sustainable green development of Hainan on the whole.
这是我们在海南
So this is what we have done for the South China Sea. You can see our facility for wind power generation of the coast of Hainan Island. It has been operating for more than a year, and we will also have more tailor-made development for this facility. For our floating facility, and our floating wind power facility is one of the most challenging technologies in this area. As a leading business in this company, we have fully mastered this technology. We are it is in terms of its maritime friendliness, as well as control capability, as well as its resilience to typhoon. I think it is very adaptable. So it is a leading technology of its kind. At the same time, the floating platform is also very green and used a kind of concrete, and so we have realized the 20 to 50 megawatts. So in terms of its loading capacity as well as its coverage, you could see that it has been substantially smaller, so that its negative impact on the environment will be the minimal. So this is a product we will export to European market with the capacity of 25 megawatts. So this facility is also for motion. It is called Ocean X or Ocean One. It has a capacity of 15 megawatts. It is so far the largest wind power generator in the world. So in line with aquaculture, this market is not only very green, but also provide good nutrition or protein, to be specific. So we use tunnels to build fish, to raise fish. And we already have such 5 boxes over there. It can produce tens of thousands of kilograms of fish every year. At the same time, we have different cultivation boxes. So we used a floating facility so that the cost will be the minimal. so that we can have sustainable fisheries industries. At the same time, we are not only about power generation, we can also have assemble solar panel components. Green chemical industry is also a direction that we will strive for. We will produce various chemical ingredients. So that is our vision for Hainan. So this is our route for chemical industry, and our floating wind power generators have been applied to the Chinese coast in recent months. We have So this kind of offshore platform is about 15 kilometers of coast. This is a project off the coast of Wenchang, Hainan Island. At the same time, we are also working to build facilities in Guangdong province, and we have the second power generation facility. So you could see that these kind of floating or offshore deep sea, remote sea facilities will represent the trend of this industry. So we also have other facilities exported to Japan, to Italy, and to some other countries. For example, Italy used our exported platform to be installed in the Mediterranean Sea. We are also the exporter and the complete solution provider to the first or the largest offshore wind power project of Vietnam. So in the future, we will have water desalination, hydrogen development through seawater, as well as the agriculture. These will provide green power, green protein, as well as green chemicals to us, and also green power for the passing vehicles, so passing vessels. So that is our vision for Hainan in the future. I will stop here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your brief introduction to your company. We know that Mingyang Smart Energy Group is a leader in this industry, and actually I used some of your examples and pictures during my workshop presentations. In the future, I think energy, including wind energy, is important. Will have an important source. So. And we can also have mineral exploration, fisheries development in the remote and the deep sea areas. These represent the future of mankind as well as our development. So China is laying out its industry in this area with notable outcomes. So I agree with very much agree, Mr. Ye, that through wind power, we can develop hydrogen, raise fish, and do other business. So in the future, in the remote area, in full alignment with BBNJ agreement, we will develop new energy offshore. It is impossible now, but it is within reach in the future. And because many such applications are in the design process, in the interest of time, we are already a few minutes behind our schedule, and I really appreciate our panelists. So from their introduction and remarks, we have learned their experience, their views, and their positions. It is really a kind of learning experience for us. So it is a good thing. So in general, it is believed that to first and foremost, because oceans are the cradle of human civilization. Ocean represent our homes. To protect ocean wells means to protect our home well. It means that we will deliver something healthy to the future generations. So let's work together for a better future. So this comes to the end of this session. Thank you.
谢谢潘斯，谢谢以上所有的发言嘉宾。好，让我们一起合影留念一下，请我们的摄影师。同时，接下来请大家稍作休息，我们进入茶歇环节。大概10分钟后，请大家再次回到会场，我们将进行下一议题。谢谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, we take a short.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
各位嘉宾，请大家抓紧时间回到会场，我们马上将进行议题4的环节。感谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, please come back and get ready for session 4. Thank you. 亲爱的来宾朋友们，请大家抓紧时间回到会场，马上进行议题4环节。感谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, please come back and we will start session 4. Thank you.
好像撤了。
好，首先我们有请 本议题的主持人和欢迎嘉宾来到舞台。First of all, please allow me to invite all the panelists to come to the stage. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now let's start the session 4, Sustaining and the Construction of Regional Order. Now I have the honor to invite the moderator, Professor Golden Holden, the Director Emeritus from China Institute of University of Alberta, Canada. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Welcome everyone to this 4th panel. The topic is important. We know this late afternoon. For some of us who are jet lagged, it may be a bit of a challenge. The subject is inherently important. 2 topics really within this title. One is sustaining peace. The second is construction of regional order. Some points were made earlier in today's sessions that by some of the speakers that issues that cannot be solved must still be managed. And I certainly agree with that. But I would submit that unresolved issues can still represent a challenge to manage, and they may carry risks, especially where there are certainly geopolitical challenges. We have a very talented pool. Between the 8 of us, I guess, we represent 6 countries, come from 6 different countries, and the panelists from 5 different countries, and 3 of them with exposure coasts on the South China Sea. It's now my pleasure to invite our first speaker, Mr. Xi Xianlian, who I note is
governance has become more and more difficult. So this morning, actually, my colleague has made a very good beginning, and please allow me to follow up what he said this morning. So, in terms of institutions and mechanisms, I don't think there are big deficits. How to build them?
I believe confidence or political confidence is the most critical element. But how about the political confidence? And frankly speaking, China is prepared for that. China is very confident politically. And now South China Sea, other 5 coastal countries, are they confident? It is questionable. And in the past several decades, the experiences or even lessons summarize that the confidence is shared by all of us. But I don't want to talk about this issue. I'd like to talk about the consideration of the rules and the building of the consensus. So frankly speaking, the regional rules on the same altitude, like Caribbean, pretty much like South China Sea, the similar disputes and conflicts are numerous. But why these sea areas are not ferociously disputable like South China Sea? Because they have established existing mechanisms, which is necessary, like in 1976 or in the mid of 1970s. The Mediterranean also established their rules. But why we cannot establish the similar rules in the South China Sea? It is possible to set up this kind of rule. And also we have the conventions. And what is the base? And in Asia region, of this morning, Wu Guo mentioned that it cannot be settled within 1 century. It is actually conservative speaking. It is actually unsolved within thousands of years. But the problem is not solved, but that doesn't mean that we don't have the basis for collaboration and the necessity. So these 6 coastal countries should and must set up the rules and mechanisms that we honor. And this is the point I have discussed with a lot of experts internationally. They are very supportive to this point. We are talking about the external forces, but why the external forces are intervening? In terms of the mechanism of cooperation, they are against or support. We have to see differently against the different scenarios. Under the basic framework, yes, we have the political maritime conventions. We have bilateral treaties, for example, the treaty between China, Vietnam, and China, Malaysia, and so on and so forth. So under the systems of the United Nations, so there are different specialized organizations with a series of resolutions as well. At the same time, in terms of the norms, we also have a lot of practices internationally to reference from. And from the elements of low sensitive issues, South China Sea itself is not sensitive. And all the issues are not that sensitive based on our experiences and lessons. As long as we can put aside the unnecessary political interventions or ambitions, it is not sensitive at all. So, current perspective, first of all, there is a necessity for us to follow the trends of the world, and we have to sit down with other countries to negotiate and to talk on the table. And also we have the UNCLOS and we have the biodiversity conventions and so on and so forth to follow. So within the environment of the maritime environment, we have the Basel Convention, and also we have the BBNG and so on and so forth. Also, we have the CITES. So we have the whales fishing conventions, things like that. We have the BBNG, previously I have mentioned, but it is a little bit far away from South China Sea. And there are some bilateral agreements. The third one is the international agencies and institutions. We have UNESCO, which has some pertinent rules and standards to follow. Also, we also have the coastal countries' laws and regulations, the regulations and laws from China, Vietnam, Philippines, and Malaysia, and which can join together to formulate a joint rules. And the second is mechanism. In terms of the mechanism, there are several of them. First of all, we can set up a kind of ministerial meeting mechanism of the South China Sea environment protection in the South China Sea, and also we can have the ecological and environmental committee, and we can have a platform mechanism of decision making by policy makers, and also we can have some science and environmental science committee of South China Sea as well. The third one is the Blue Partnership we have mentioned before in the previous session. The fourth one is that the South China Sea is very sensitive and fragile, so we can have some mechanism of the emergency response. So for example, emergency response to the leakage of the oil and chemical pollutions. As well, in terms of the regional rules, the first one is about the Environment Convention. First of all, we can have a framework of the environmental protection in the region. And the second, based on this agreement, we can make some protocols. The first protocol is prevention of the spread of the pollutants. And that is like the Convention of Basel, and it can be extrapolated to other oceanic regions as well. And the second is the about diversity protection protocols in South China Sea. Yeah, biodiversity is a common sense that we have to protect. So we have the rules and we have the mechanisms in place. And I believe the question in the last is, from now on, we must take actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. You've given us a very good summary of that large number of protocols and agreements that are in place already. I have a quick question for you, though, with regard to the declaration of conduct and moving forward towards a code of conduct. It's been almost a quarter century that this has been anticipated. What do you believe is the largest barrier or blockage to faster progress in achieving that goal?
So now I believe we would not have such very ambitious target. We must move step by step forward. First of all, we have to sit down together. The 6 countries must sit down. First of all, we have to sit down. These 6 coastal neighboring countries so far yet to be seated at the same time to talk about any issue. DOC is 10 plus 1, COC is also 10 plus 1, or even 10 plus 11. So if the 6 countries could not sit down to talk about the issues, nothing could be resolved. We individually sit down together, and we have bilateral agreement with Vietnam. I've been visiting Vietnam for 20 plus times, and I've been visiting frequently Malaysia and Philippines, Indonesia. So relevant experts and officials of the 6 countries altogether sit down to discuss the issue. Thank you.
Appreciated your perspective on that issue. We now turn to Christian Schultheis, Senior Research Fellow at the Max Planck Institute of Comparative Public Law and International Law in Germany. Professor, the floor is yours, please.
Well, let me thank the organizers and Dr. Wu Shizun for the kind invitation to join this conference. I will speak about the promises and perils of cooperation in the South China Sea, and I will speak about the lessons from the past 30 years of negotiations that we can draw about the way forward and about the question, what makes cooperation so difficult? Now, essential question of South China Sea disputes is, why have states reached agreement for oil and gas, fisheries, and conflict behavior in some cases, but not in others? On the left-hand side, we see a joint patrol in the Gulf of Tonkin or Gulf of Beibu, just across here from Hainan. And on the right-hand side, we see an incident at Scarborough Shoal between China Coast Guard and Philippine fishing boat. So my core argument that explains this is the following. Maritime cooperation has promises. These promises are well known and often repeated. Fisheries agreements, joint development agreement, code of conduct, they allow tension-free access to natural resources, they reduce escalatory risks, they are without prejudice to claims, and they separate maritime issues from great power confrontation. Now, this is rather intuitive. What is less intuitive is the perils of cooperation that claimant states have experienced in the past. Claimant states, and I mean all of them, Philippines, China, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, they all experienced that cooperative agreement can entail a de facto validation of a rival claim. They also experienced that cooperation may reveal strategically relevant information, that it may consolidate unilateral advancements or constrain responses to rival and coercive behavior. A lot of negotiations turned around finding solutions for these problems. So negotiators looked for protection against these effects of cooperative agreements. So the way to think about it is the promises of cooperative agreements are real. This is why people are interested in them. Without them, nobody would care about cooperative agreements such as joint development, and it is the perils of cooperation that prevent reaching them. The Philippine experience with a joint marine seismic undertaking is a good illustration of that, but I will cut it short. Essentially, the Philippine experience was joint development in areas to which China has little legal entitlement, leads to a de facto validation of China's claim, and then subsequently it resulted in a hardening of China's claim to the Reed Bank as a result of this cooperative agreement. This view was also adopted by the Supreme Court of the Philippines just 2 years ago, when the court ruled the JMSU unconstitutional. This experience coins the Philippine-China negotiations until today, but I will cut it short. Here we see negotiations between Ben Surto and Deng Zhonghua on joint development, on resource sharing. So the Philippines were open, surprisingly, to resource sharing, but essentially the idea is resource sharing can take place with Chinese companies as license holder, whereas the Chinese position was that joint development can only take place under international law. And we also had similar exchanges after this. This is and China's draft code of conduct is a very interesting document. In one of the points highlighted, I quote, the draft suggests refrain from taking coercive measures against fishing boats or other civilian vessels engaged in normal operation. This provision, however, did not make it in the Declaration on Conduct. So why not? It appears to be an effective provision for conflict management. Now, in 1999, China's presence in the Spratly Islands was still small. Chinese fishermen they enforced, and the coast guards, for instance, the Philippines, were the enforcer. Now the situation has reversed, and it is the Philippine fishermen that are not allowed to fish in some fishing zones. Here, I should add that the current efforts to reach a code of conduct would certainly benefit from such a provision or a redrafted version. I believe Vietnam proposed a similar restriction on what China originally called refrain from taking coercive measures. Now, the previous slides showed showed why parties did not reach agreement because negotiators feared cooperation would result in vulnerabilities. Some examples how cooperation is nevertheless possible. Here in the Gulf of Tonkin, China and Vietnam combined the boundary agreement with transnational fisheries agreement and common exploration. The essence of this agreement, or these two agreements, is not that we need to broaden the pie to make a nice package deal. This is perhaps what you learn in business school, but this is not the essence of this agreement. The essence of this agreement is that the boundary provides protection against the potential perils of transboundary cooperation. It provides protection because no side can leverage transboundary cooperation to its advantage because there is already a maritime boundary. Here, another example, I cut this short. Here we have carefully designed a fishery zone within the limits of UNCLOS, the Law of the Sea Convention in the East China Sea. So what is lacking to move forward? We saw the perils of cooperation are a barrier to agreement because cooperation strengthens the bargaining power of a rival. We saw two potential solutions. Boundaries plus transboundary cooperation and common zones within the limits of UNCLOS. While both solutions are not readily available in the South China Sea, given the geographic and legal context of the South China Sea, we can see one thing that both models share, and this is both models create the mutual expectation that no party can leverage the agreements to its advantage. In the South China Sea, this expectation is absent. Southeast Asian countries do not have the expectation that cooperative agreements with China will satisfy China's claims or will reduce China's pressure on them. So what could create this expectation in the geographic and legal context of the South China Sea? One suggestion, China could clarify to what extent or which parts of China's claims to the South China Sea would be satisfied if Southeast Asian countries were to accept arrangements on marine natural resources. Final slide. If you're interested in further details of my argument, of my analysis, about the documents I presented or the negotiations between the disputing countries based on the analysis of these negotiations, based on these documents, please have a look at my book was published last year. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Solpeis, and I also thank you for staying within the time limit. I have a quick follow-up question. You focused first part of your discussion on the China's, I guess, imbroglio, the difficulties of the marine situation vis-a-vis the Philippines. Looking forward, can you imagine what you think might be a way out of this challenge? We have conflicting views that don't seem amenable to ready resolution. Can you imagine a way forward?
Yes. So I come back to the last part of my presentation, perhaps. One thing is currently in the Philippines, the expectation is not there that if they agree on resource sharing agreements, the disputes will slowly come to an end. And there is a perspective that maritime cooperation will lead to an end of the disputes. This expectation is not there, but this expectation is absolutely crucial because the Philippines made the experience that cooperation in the absence of this expectation might very well become the opposite, namely an expansion of the rival's claim. This is why this expectation is so important. Perhaps the second part to note is, even in the last two and a half years between China and the Philippines, very contentious, we saw that cooperation is possible. The Philippines and China reached an understanding on Second Thomas Shoal, right, on the resupply missions the Philippines have and must have to Second Thomas Shoal. What is specific about this arrangement is, number one, is very narrow. It focuses on only one feature, namely Second Thomas Shoal. It does not focus on all these party islands that are disputed, or on the Calayan Island group. It does not focus on an area of overlapping claims. It's focused on one very small feature, and even in there, it's a very procedural arrangement. The substance of the understanding is very limited. The substance is very small. It's basically an information sharing arrangement when the Philippines does their resupply missions. So at this level, cooperation is possible, but the key barrier is what I called today the perils of cooperation, and I would suggest to think about what could be done to address these perils of cooperation and the expectation cooperation might lead to de facto vulnerabilities. This issue can be solved, and I think there is a way. Then there is a way forward.
Thank you very much for that potential positive outcome. I'd now like to turn to Professor Zhang Yun of the School of International Relations at Nanjing University. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. 首先非常感谢胡适珍院长和
Thank you, President Wu, Chairman Wu, and the co-sponsors for inviting me once again to the beautiful city of Sanya for this important symposium. Today, I'm going to talk about the San Francisco regions and the oceans. I myself is focusing on the issue of perception and consumption, and my focus on China, US, and Japan relations. So today, I think this topic also comes from my research area. We know that the current Japanese Prime Minister Sonny Taguchi claimed that once Taiwan was in emergency, that will be a survival threatening situation. It's the first time for the incumbent Japanese Prime Minister to make such a remark, indicating that when there is a crisis over the Taiwan Straits, Japan may resort to the use of force. So that is a shock to Japan relations with China as well as East Asia security. This year marks the 80th anniversary of Chinese war of resistance against Japanese aggression, as well as the founding of the United Nations. We could see that the tensions are building up in East China Sea, South China Sea, and across the Taiwan Straits. So these three areas are interconnected with each other. So what is our perception of this issue? So according to my research, in the 1945 San Francisco system and the 1951 San Francisco system. So that's the perception of two systems and the gap in the understanding. Why there are two San Francisco systems? Because in 1945, the preparation conference for the United Nations was held in San Francisco, and on June 25th, 1945, the Charter of the United Nations was adopted. In October 1945, the Charter of the United Nations came into force, and the United Nations was founded. So this 1945 San Francisco was based on a number of international documents on the basis of international law and centered on the United Nations. So that dialogue and peaceful means should be used to resolve disputes. And so in San Francisco, it was in the same city, also the theater of the San Francisco in 1951. On the morning of September 8th, United States led a signing ceremony for peace treaty with Japan, with 48 countries. However, China was not invited. The two Koreas were not invited, and the Soviet Union refused to sign. On the afternoon of the same day, Japan and the United States signed a peace security agreement between the two countries. So based on that, United States entered into a series of bilateral military alliances agreements with countries in this region. So as a product of Cold War, these agreements enable United States to set up a military presence in Japan, in South Korea, but also have a very negative impact on the historical perception. So it's not an integrated piece. Actually, it is a kind of a separate piece. And for the maritime issue, I think the San Francisco peace agreement was ambiguous about the ownership of those islands in the East China Sea, East Asia Seas. That's the fundamental reason for tensions in this region. The second thing I wish to talk about is that why the United States and Japan were so concerned about, so committed to protecting the 1951 system, because the United States is not a claimant state to South China Sea. United States does not have economic concerns or oil fields in the South China Sea. United States' position is quite unique. For example, FONOP, freedom of navigations. United States wants not just the freedom of operation of commercial vessels, but also its navy and its air forces. So this kind of concern is not something only limited to the South China Sea. It is about how the United States defines its engagement with the rest of the world. So the 1951 system of San Francisco provided institutional support and also shaped the military alliance of the U.S. in this region. It also provided a basis for economic growth and prosperity in East Asia. So under this perception system, South China Sea is regarded as an indicator of the East Asia maritime order. Japan is neither a claimant state to the South China Sea. Why it is so aggressive on this issue? I think the reason the freedom of navigation does not affect Japan. So what Japan wants from the South China Sea? I believe that Japan considers the South China Sea as a bellwether for the peace or the order in this region. They believe that the post-war order is led by the United States. For the current maritime order, Japan is a beneficiary. Japan becomes an economic power. It has also some say or presence in this landscape. If the maritime order, United States position is eroded, the presence of Japan will also be eroded. Japan believes that the past international order was realized and maintained thanks to the strong will and position of the United States. Now the United States has less will. It means that Japan needs to show its own will to supplement the declining, diminishing will of the United States. At the same time, encourage the United States to continue to lead the world and give it more confidence. So the South China Sea is an important opportunity for Japan to maintain close ties with the U.S. Then the maritime security of East Asia is dependent not on group politics but on regional integration. In the past 15 years, there was a fishing boat incident between China and Japan in 2010, and also the acquisition of the Diaoyu Islands in 2012, and the South China Sea issue became more tense between 2011 and 2016. The Speaker Pelosi visited Taiwan in 2022. On the surface, there are growing tensions, and underlying are the growing limits of the San Francisco of 1951.
What will safeguard East Asia's peace in the future? Will it rely on the U.S. alliance network or renegotiation or reglobalization, on a military deterrence or the development of the common norms? History has proven that only variable path is regional integration and a dialogue-based cooperation. Over the past 80 years, we have witnessed the growing trend of the weakening ever since 1951 San Francisco system. And after the Cold War, U.S. is dedicated on hoping that the San Francisco system since 1951 can expand it to the whole East Asia. And then they started to be attempting to settle, but failed. In 1967, East Asia Alliance came into being, aiming to develop an autonomous governance as the target. And this is a kind of mechanism to safeguard the security of this region, a new pathway, and also based on which China is pushing forward the integration. So I believe without the interference of the external forces, East Asian countries and the claimant countries actually can resolve the disputes through negotiations, consultations. So for the East Asia security, we have to come back to the history, and also we have to come back to the San Francisco system in 1945 instead of 1951. Now when we're celebrating the 80th anniversary of the history, and we would not return to the historical justice block. Security or safety is rely on cooperation dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. It's interesting. I'm not surprised, actually, the issues of the last couple of weeks have come onto this panel that have drawn so much attention internationally. We're in the situation, as you've mentioned, that events of 80 years ago, 1945, and I guess 76 years ago, 1951, remain live. That history is part of current calculations. Quick question to you, and I'm looking for just a short answer. At various times, from my recollection, there have been issues that have arisen between Tokyo and Beijing related to the region, East Asia, Taiwan, the Diaoyu Islands, etc. Do you believe that this is, as with those issues, something that will come up and then will subside again, or do you believe this to be qualitatively different and something that is more serious than these previous instances?
Thank you very much for your question. I think it's a very challenging question for me. I'm not sure I can address your question in a very short time. Personally, I think that you see in the past, as I just mentioned in my talk, from 2010, when the the fishing boat collision incident happened, followed by 2012, the so-called nationalization of disputed Diaoyu Islands, and then followed by 2016, the arbitration, and then followed by 2022, the Taiwan Strait tension. Let's see why it started from 2010, and it ups and downs, and in this spot, just a subsidized, and another spot, reserviced again. I think that is a indication of the limitation of the 1951 San Francisco system. That system has the conventional wisdom, especially in the West, tells us that the 1951, the US-centric hub and spokes system have maintained the stability and prosperity of the region for decades. I think it is time for us to question the legitimacy, the relevance of this so-called conventional wisdom, 1951 San Francisco system. I think I saved some time for the following presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those clarifying remarks. We'll now turn to a research fellow, Wu Dang, from the research fellow at the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. The floor is yours.
Director Holden, can you see me well and hear me well? All right, can you see me well and hear me well?
Sorry, of course. Remotely joining us now is research fellow Wu Haidang. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Let me share my screen, please.
We can see. Oops. And we can see your slides.
Okay. So the establishment by China in September of the nature reserve in the Scarborough Shoal have made the news. According to China, these are conservation measures in order to conserve the precious marine biodiversity of the Scarborough Shoal against all the environmental pollution and overexploitation. However, for the Philippines, is environmental lawfare. It is a move that motivated by political intention in order to strengthen China control of the Scarborough Shoal. In my opinion, I would like to suggest that China and the Philippines could cooperate in order to establish a bilateral marine peace pact in the Scarborough Shoal to protect the biodiversity of this area. And Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you how we can do that in just 4 steps. First steps, setting the stage. I think first, China could enforce the conservation measures from the nature reserve to fishing vessels flying Chinese flag only. That would help to decrease tension and to open the door for further negotiations. And we show that China is willing to take steps in order to protect the environment of the Scarborough Shoal. Second, I think China should publicize its findings about the status of biodiversity and current threats of the Scarborough Shoal in order to show that the measure adopted by China is scientifically based and it's not just a political move. On the other hand, I think the Philippines should study carefully China's findings about the biodiversity and on the threats to the ecosystem and the marine resources of the Scarborough Shoal in order to determine by itself whether there's a need for conservation. Second step, collaborative research. I think China and Philippines would undertake to do a joint biodiversity research in the Scarborough Shoal in order to find out together what is the current status of the biodiversity of the Scarborough Shoal, what is the current status of the threats to the environment there, to see together whether there's a need for conservation, for area-based conservation. And I think this collaborative research could be learned from the lesson between Vietnam and the Philippines in the joint oceanographic and marine scientific research expedition in the South China Sea that have been conducted bilaterally between Vietnam and the Philippines from 1994 to 2007 in the Spratlys, which helped to determine the status of biodiversity threats in the Spratlys. First step, joint conservation. Now that if the Philippines and China were able to agree that there is a need for area-based management in the Scarborough Shoal, I think they should determine based on the national law which measures to be taken. China would establish a nature reserve under the regulations of nature reserve of 1984, which had already done. The Philippines would establish a marine protected area under the Expanded National Integrated Protected Area System Act of 2018 law of the Philippines. The two countries should designate the same areas for these conservation measures. And because the Nature Reserve Regulation of China and the NEPAS Act of the Philippines provide the same level of protection, so this area of conservation would have the similar measures to protect the marine biodiversity there. Only two things I would like to ask for your attention. So first, the conservation measures should not go beyond 2 nautical miles of the Scarborough Shoal, because otherwise no longer Scarborough Shoal Marine Beach Park. And second, the traditional fishing activities should be paid attention to, because the Scarborough Shoal is the area for traditional fishing activities of the South China Sea, of all the communities in the South China Sea. With all those measures in place, I think China and the Philippines would jointly declare a bilateral Scarborough Peace Park in order to protect the biodiversity, the marine environment, and the resources of the Scarborough Shoal. First step, coordinated enforcement. China and the Philippines could adopt a enforcement by flag states in the Scarborough Shoal. It means that China would enforce conservation measures to fishing vessels flying Chinese flags, and the Philippines would adopt enforcement measures against fishing vessels flying Philippine flags. And both countries, China and the Philippines, would adopt enforcement measures against fishing vessels flying third state flags to avoid any gap in enforcement. And China and the Philippines could also engage in coordinated patrol in this area in order to improve the effectiveness of the enforcement. And this could also be learned from Vietnam and China coordinated patrol in the Gulf of Tonkin, which have been happen every year and which help a lot, not only in improving the effectiveness of enforcement between the two forces of China and Vietnam, and also to improve the relation between China and Vietnam in the Gulf of Tonkin. So with all those 4 steps done, I think we're going to have a fully functional peace park in the Scarborough Shoal, which would help a lot in increase not only the biodiversity of the Scarborough Shoal, but also to increase the protection of the marine environment of the South China Sea. Here, I would like to quote from a very famous writer, Ernest Hemingway. He said, "If you win here, you win everywhere, and the world is a worthy place to fight for." Translated it into the South China Sea, we can say, if peace and sustainability win in the Scarborough Shoal, we win everywhere in the South China Sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And a quick follow-up question. I think it's interesting you have this very positive viewpoint of what can be done between China and the Philippines. And you mentioned actually that Vietnam and China already do some joint exercises, efforts in the Gulf of Tonkin. How applicable, though, do you believe that this model that you describe can be used in other parts of the South China Sea, or indeed further abroad? Is this something that you think is exportable, duplicable in other instances, or are these rather unique circumstances?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think all the measures that I have cited, so the cooperation in joint marine scientific research, the coordinated patrols, even the establishment of a marine peace park have all been used in the world and in the South China Sea. So it would provide a very good examples and lessons to other countries in the South China Sea to use them. Of course, I understand that each area would have its specificity, and we cannot just learn from one lesson and translate totally into another area. You have to change it a little bit, but where there is a will, there will be a way. As long as the relevant countries want to cooperate to improve the protection of the environment, they will find a way to go ahead with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks. We'll now turn to Professor Zhang Zhihua of the Japan Research Center and head of East Asia Maritime Marine Policy Project at Shanghai Jiao Tong University. The floor is yours, please.
谢谢后任教授，也非常感谢。
Thank you, Professor. Especially many thanks to Professor Wu's invitation, and my PowerPoint is provided in English, so I'd like to use English to present.
So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, few issues in Asia generate as much as emotion, strategic anxiety, and also intellectual confusions as the South China Sea. We often describe as a territorial dispute. In true, a struggle between two incompatible narratives about history, law, and international order. On one side, China views itself as exercised restraint, defending long-standing historical rooted rights, responding only when provoked. On the other, some states, particularly some Southeast claimant states and the United States, see a pattern of deliberate expansion and assault on the rule-based international order and a threat to regional stability. So those two narratives are not just different, they are mutually exclusive. One side, defensive reaction is understood by the others as aggression. One side, restraints is led by the other as coercion. And because each narrative is logically coherent within its own worldview, the perception gap continues to widen. So today I would like to explain why this gulf has become so deep and why it proved so difficult to bridge. To answer this, we must look not only the contemporary behavior, but also at the historical constructive force that have shaped in the maritime order since 1945, as mentioned by Professor Zhang Yun. First, we must revisit the post-Second World War settlement, as many Chinese scholars, officials, has consistently argued the United States make a deliberate strategic choice in the early Cold War to maintain ambiguity over the territory, such as plazas and spraddles. Although airline wartime declaration, including Cairo Potsdam Instrument, outlined such a territory should revert to China, Washington's post-war treaty arrangement did not explicitly restore sovereignty to People's Republic of China. The Treaty of San Francisco and the Treaty of Peace with Japan require Japan to renounce its claim, yet pointedly did not specify the recipient. From a Chinese perspective, this was not a draft oversight. Rather, it reflects the United States' geopolitical interest in containing the emerging communist government and preserving flexibility in the West Pacific. This only legal strategic ambiguity continues to echo through the regional contemporary dispute. Second, the ambiguity will shape how China interprets its own posture in the South China Sea. Chinese government white paper and foreign ministry statement as much of its strategic scholarship describe China's approach as self-restraint and fundamentally defensive. Beijing's assertion is that it was exercised significant restraint in facing what is seen as repeatedly provocation, unilateral resource extraction, external military deployments, and attempted to internationalize bilateral sovereignty question. So at the operational level, a concept gap persists. Chinese strategics often view incremental law enforcement centric action where external allies called gray zone tactics or salami slice as form of measured response below the threshold of armed conflict. Yet regional states and the West observer frequently read this same action as coercive or revisionist. This perception gap is not just thematic, it is sharp crisis management, deterrence signaling, and interpretation of the intention. So the historical complex is compounded by the fact that archive material from the UK, US, France, and Japan reveal the inconsistent and under-examined post-war understanding of sovereignty over Brussels and Spartalis. So, administration practice, military deposition, and diplomatic corresponding of those powers shows that their own interpretation of often ambivalent and contingent and all subordinated to broad Cold War alignment. This underscores that today's dispute cannot be understood without construction the strategic logic of the 1945 to 1954 period. So a comparative examination of position issued by the PRC or ROC demonstrate both government inherent the same pre-1949 maps and sovereign logic were political trajectory divergent. Their baseline of maritime claim remain strictly similar, a fact that reinforce Beijing's argument that its position are historically continued beyond the contemporary geopolitics. So it is equally important to recognize that other major power has not always behavior with constraint its own maritime dispute. Britain, France, Russia, and particularly United States have all engaged with its own robust law enforcement action, forward military deployment, and exclusionary policy when their territorial interests were at stake. In this slide, Beijing's claim that its own action was constrained related to major powers practice, particularly Russia and the United States, became a subject demanding carefully comparative evaluation rather than rhetoric dismissal. So finally, this brings us to critical issue of regional persistent trust deficit. ASEAN states and the United States and the European Union continue to express their concern of so-called militarization or administration consolidation, or the opposite of China's long-term strategic objective. Beijing, in return, believes its actions are misinterpreted due to Cold War legacy, selective reading of international law, and continue involve external regional powers. So the result is structurally embed the circle of action, misperception, and counteraction. So colleagues, if we are to stabilize the South China Sea, we must begin by recognizing today's disputes are rooted in its historical ambiguity, asymmetrical Latin perception, and fundamentally divergent strategic worldview. Only by confronting this underlying dynamic directly, rather than treat this dispute as technical or purely legal matters, can the region move forward a more predictable and sustainable maritime order. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. We have the second speaker on the panel who's reworked some of these complications that emerged from history, going back all the way to 1945 and then different approaches in 1951, et cetera. In your opinion, is the region, players involved in these issues, trapped permanently in this history which cannot be undone? Or can you imagine a way forward where, despite these historical differences, there might be a way to square the circle, to find a way forward beyond being locked in this vice of the past?
Thank you, Professor Holden. In my opinion, the major power, if they put their strategic interest first, and then comes so-called international law, these were nothing leave but chaos. If the major power do not act example by following, for example, we also criticize United States conduct double standard and really make a mess in this region. And what I think China may offer, it's, to be honest, I didn't very agree with Dr. Christian. There was a purely the European approach to the territorial and maritime dispute. We think we should adopt more wisdom, the ASEAN way or the Asia way to dealing with these kinds. There was no black and white like we calculate the nature of the dispute, and there's no black and white, not that simple. So we bring all the dimension, historical, legal, strategically dimension, we may finally find some solution. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that measure of light and hope. We now turn to Intep Shaivaron, Deputy Director of Strategic and International Studies Division, Institute of Foreign Affairs from Laos. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderators. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to join this important discussion on the sustaining peace in South China Sea. And I thank the organizers for inviting me to share view of the Laos perspective on the geopolitics and the construction of regional orders. Although Laos is not a criminal state, but the trade, energy supplies, and the connectivity depend on open and stable maritime routes passing through the South China Sea. What happened in this area directly affects for the development and possibility of the small country and a wide ASEAN regions. For us, peace in the South China Sea is therefore not an abstraction, it is a practical necessity. Today's the South China Sea is witnessing heightened strategic competition, expand maritime activity, and increasing risk and miscalculation. Long-standing dispute combined with the global major power competition, strengthening stability at our region has built over decades. From the Lao perspective, these developments are matters of some concern. First, there is undermining as the atmosphere of the strategic trust and mutual confidence that ASEAN and the partners have long cultivated. Second, increased tension draw attention and results away from our co-regional priority. It means sustainable development, economic integration, and poverty reduction. Third, uncertainty as sea affects investment, connectivity, and supply chain stability. For this reason, Lao believe it is in the interest for all parties to prevent the South China Sea from become a theater of confrontation. In this context, for the regional orders, Lao support a regional order firmly echoed in the international law and the norm that have guided our region peaceful coexistence. First, we uphold the UN Charter, particularly the principle of the peaceful dispute settlement, non-use of force, and respect for the sovereign's equality. Second, we believe the UNCLOS as the fundamental legal framework governing maritime rights and responsibility. Third, we support the ASEAN-China Declaration on the Conduct of the Party and welcome ongoing progress of the COC. This mechanism demonstrates that constructive dialogue remains possible even on the sensitive issue. Fourth, Laos support regional orders that are open, inclusive, transparent, and non-inclusive, aligned with the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific cooperation. As a small country, developing and the landlocked country, Laos play an important role as the neutral and constructive bridge builder within ASEAN and between ASEAN and its partner. We have no maritime claim. This gives us naturally, but also responsibility to promote dialogue, reduce tension, and encourage solutions that respect the right of all the parties. So I would like to touch upon for the pathway toward an effective of the COC. First, key pathway is the coming conclusion of the substantive, effective, and practical COC in the South China Sea, one that help prevent incident, reduce risk, and stabilize expectation. As well on COC cannot resolve every difference, but it can create more prediction, stable and cooperative maritime environment. The second, strengthening confidence building measures. The confidence building measures remain essential to reduce risk. Laos supports such as like a hotline, joint research and rescue, and humanitarian exercise, greater transparency and information sharing to ASEAN mechanism, cooperation in non-traditional security area where interest naturally onward. Yes, almost that's I have shared with you is of the Lao perspective of the standing peace in the South China Sea. We hope in the South China Sea is a peace region, but it's not a confrontation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We certainly appreciate it as well. You're not a coastal state, but clearly this is an issue which ASEAN has seized. To what extent, in your view, although it is often a bilateral set of discussions, negotiations, differences between individual countries, but it's also an ASEAN-wide issue. Has this complicated the diplomatic life within ASEAN, having this issue where not all the member parties may see the issue in the same light? Or how successful do you think ASEAN has been in managing this particular challenge in the region?
For my perspective or my ideas, from my experience in the ASEAN, when we come to the negotiation with the South China Sea issue, you must know for the 6 country agreement states of the South China Sea, as they have expert for the maritime issue, or they have the organized thing, or they have who is the duty for the maritime. But for all of this, such as like Lao country is a landlocked country, we don't have an expert for the maritime for the specific. So when we come to the negotiation for the South China Sea, it's many issues to discuss in the same the papers, but looking for why is more than 20 years why COC is cannot conclude, because it's many things to be discussed. As we listen for the speaker as earlier is for some country, they may discuss for internal first and then come to the ASEAN. And then come to the ASEAN, we have a consensus with the ASEAN and then go to discuss with the China. So the platform, the framework, everything is maybe is make sure that everything should be step by step and then would be firm. And then we have a concrete document, and then the document can be effective. Yeah.
Thank you for those comments. We now turn to our last speaker, Alicio Petlo III, President of the Philippine Association of Chinese Studies, Research Fellow, Asia Pacific Pathways to Progress Foundation. The floor is yours.
Dr. Holden. So, yeah, the South China Sea is one of the long-standing regional flashpoints, pitting coastal states, neighbors in the region. And I think concern in recent years are centered around attempts to change the status quo and at the same time interference in normal peaceful activities like patrols, resupply, and economic activities like fishing and offshore petroleum exploration. There had been bilateral and regional tracks promoted to try to address the situation. I, of course, cite DOC, the Declaration on Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, back in 2002. I think there were a couple of points there that were already overtaken by so many events. The first one is the clause on the prohibition on occupation of new features. We all know that between 2013 to 2016, there's been significant artificial island building in the South China Sea that altered, game-changing the status quo in the flashpoint. And in recent years, of course, Vietnam is also making significant upgrades in their administered features. So that clause is already overtaken by recent developments. The second is the clause on the preference for negotiations and dialogue to address disputes. I think there has been concern that when Philippines took China to compulsory arbitration back in 2013, that this clause in the DOC was, of course, affected. And so I think in terms of the where the DOC stands right now and the need to upgrade it, hence the drive to come up with the COC, especially as the Philippines assumes the rotating chairmanship of ASEAN next year. All eyes are on Manila trying to get this document done. But I don't think that it's wise for Manila's chairship to center around, getting this document completed, because as we all know, the negotiations took a long time, and relations between key coastal states are critical in concluding this important document. And of course, in recent years, Manila and Beijing are not in the best of shape in terms of their bilateral ties, with the, of course, maritime row affecting, polluting, contaminating overall relations. So it would be a challenge for Manila. I think the aspiration will certainly be there to try to conclude the COC. But I think it's also good to make its chairship broad, comprehensive in terms of agenda. I think the government already announced other priority measures on top of the maritime issue and the security cooperation to include digitalization. I think there's a push to try to conclude a digital economy framework agreement by next year, perhaps even ASEAN-Canada FTA by next year. So I think certainly COC would be high in the agenda, but we will see how the play in terms it would be concluded. So the changing capacity of coastal states in recent years has also been a cause of concern. The Philippines being a relatively small country relative to China, its biggest trade partner, and also, of course, increasing power projection. I think there's no question that in all matrices, China is light years ahead of the Philippines, economically, militarily, politically, diplomatically. So the Philippines is responding to this asymmetry, this sense of insecurity, by deepening its alliance or defense ties with the US. And of course, given the transactional nature of the Trump 2.0, concerns about the withering, waning commitment of the US, concerns about potential retrenchment of the US, the Philippines is also expanding its pool of security partners. So visiting forces agreement with New Zealand, Canada were reached. A reciprocal access agreement with Japan came into force September of this year. and there's some talks with France to conclude some training exercise. The Philippines also allowed expanded U.S. military access in the country and even allowed indefinite stationing of missile system. And recently, of course, there's the creation of the Task Force Philippines, a U.S. unit that would improve the cooperation between the two militaries in terms of responding to regional contingencies. So these developments increase the specter of accidents and miscalculation in the South China Sea because this body of water had become more congested. So aside from the Coast Guards and militaries of coastal states, there's also an uptick in the number of joint exercises, joint sails in this body of water. And so I think it's very important also for the Philippines, while it takes effort to modernize its military, upgrade its military, to also consider the interests of its neighbors, including that of China. On the part of China, I think the bigger player, I think it's also very important to exercise more restraint. Being the bigger power, of course, exude more responsibility in terms of managing its neighborhood. I mentioned about the changing of the status quo and, of course, the risks and concerns for, this flashpoint. I think I will cite maybe 4 or 5 dangers that I think should, we should all be aware of. The first one is I think we should avoid lowering the threshold for conflict. The second is we should be very concerned about the increasing risk taking. We had unprecedented sea and air untoward encounters in the South China Sea in the last 2 or 3 years, and there's little communication and crisis management. So that creates a formula for potential disaster that no one wants. And I think the changing of the status quo, red lines being crossed, like the declaration of Scarborough Shoal into a national marine sanctuary. I think practical cooperation is being put in a difficult spot because Philippines and China are more preoccupied with firefighting than probing, exploring ways to bolster or explore ways to do practical cooperation. And I think that in terms of the ways forward, I think it's very important that we institutionalize communications and crisis management mechanisms. There is a bilateral consultation mechanism between the Philippines and China at the vice ministerial level. I think there should be more channels, and that should be reinforced. Unfortunately, the BCM, as I mentioned, become more into firefighting. And there had been in the past, some positive developments like a common fisheries resource analysis, a joint fish stock assessment of skipjack tuna in the South China Sea. Of course, the role of international NGO, in this case, Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, has been very helpful. So I think more practical cooperation should be done. And of course, finally, I think we should not pin all our hopes in getting the COC. Because the COC is not the panacea for all the troubles in the South China Sea. It will be very helpful if it gets done. But I think the bilateral and regional tracks are both important, and that, at the interim, in the absence of binding or, an effective COC, we should strengthen bilateral means to manage disputes, build confidence, and continue to pursue efforts to find ways to cooperate practically in the South China Sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much for providing us with a Philippine perspective. I'm going to ask a question outside of the framework of state-to-state relations. For every country in foreign policy issues, there's always a domestic component. In the case of the Philippines, could you just give us a very succinct response? What is the domestic dimension of this within the Philippines? That is the issue of Scarborough Shoals and related issues.
I think this is a big difference, between other coastal states in South China Sea. The issue of the South China Sea, or what we in the Philippines call the West Philippine Sea, has a higher issue salience compared to, say, Malaysia or Brunei. So they can afford to pursue quiet, subtle, discreet, and I would say effective diplomacy. to handle the situation with China. But leaders in the Philippines don't have that luxury because in the mass media, public expectation is very high in terms of being able to defend the country's interest in this flashpoint. So I think that presents some kind of challenge for the political leadership, especially if the leadership is under duress. If it has some domestic issues, sometimes it would try to use foreign policy issues to try to rally the flag.
Thank you very much. Just before we close, Ambassador Yi has asked for 1 minute for a quick comment. Please, Ambassador.
Okay, just now, Christian talking about Ren'ai Island. I believe all of us would pose the question. As in Nansha, so many reefs and islands have been occupied. Why Ren'ai Reef is the most special one? Why we insist on the sovereignty of Ren'ai Reef? So I'd like to clarify this point publicly and openly. It is not official statement. I just want to talk about the facts. In 1999, May 9th of 1999, Philippines dispatched 2 military ships, occupied Huangyang Island, and another island, reef is the Ren'ai Reef, has been occupied. In 1999, May 9th, DOC 2002 declared that the early consensus is not occupation of the reef and islands, and this consensus has been reached in May 9th. That is to say that Philippines has been against this consensus that has been reached in May 9th.
One more point, yes, as mentioned by a Filipino speaker, on May 8th, 1999, United States airbombed the Chinese embassy in former Yugoslavia. And in the following day, the Philippine warships occupied two reefs. After months of negotiations internally, the Filipino government conceded that they would take their workshop away. But for the second workshop in the Ren'ai Reef, they refused to leave, and for 26 years have passed. So Philippines has made a commitment to ASEAN, not occupying new islands, and also the internal commitment to China, not occupying new islands. That's why the Ren'ai Reef incident continued until today. Of course, the Filipino government would refuse to recognize the gentleman's agreement with the Chinese government. Of course, gentleman agreement is not recorded in paper. So without a gentleman's agreement, then I think it is difficult to conduct a diplomacy. There are quite a few gentlemen's agreements between the two sides. So there are other gentlemen's agreements between the two sides as well. So the Ren'ai Reef has been very controversial, causing a lot of attention. So I wish to add some facts to this issue.
But I think in fairness, I have to give just a minute, very short reply to the Philippines, and then we'll conclude. Please, 1 minute.
Thank you. So I think the Philippines have among the most environmental friendly features in the South China Sea. You look at the satellites, you look at air reconnaissance, we upgraded very little in terms of the features that we administered and we occupied since 1970s. So I think in terms of the intent not to de-escalate the situation, not to create more facts on the ground, there had been on the part of the Philippines restraint, to try to not send a bad signal to its neighbors. And we 1999, the Scarborough Shoal and second Thomas Shoal, we removed the one in Scarborough Shoal, but the one in Ren'ai, or we call it Ayungin Shoal, stayed. But there had been no significant improvements, no attempt to physically occupy the reef beyond stationing the ship. So I think I would say by far that's for a long time, that's still considered much restraint on Manila Bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as we wrap up, I am hopeful that we've talked about issues 80 years in the past. I'm really hoping that we're not going to be talking about the same unresolved issues 80 years from now. I'd like to thank the organizers of this wonderful conference for giving us the opportunity. We are standing now between you and your dinner. I would note that we are to the minute on time in finishing this session. I thank our speakers for that timely fashion and for your continued presence at the very end of this. Please join me in thanking this strong panel for its contributions today. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you, all the panelists of the session. Thank you. Let's take a photo. 请我们的摄影师为本议题的嘉宾留影。同时，我们现场温馨提示一下，接下来呢将会在7点钟进行我们的欢迎晚宴。在此之前，6点半我们也有鸡尾酒会在等待着大家，欢迎大家准时到来。地点也是在我们的会场，就是在我们的这个相同的会场，期待大家的光临。好，请大家带好自己的所有的随身物品，一会儿我们会进行换场的调整。谢谢大家的配合，今天晚上见，谢谢。